Right, it says I'm live, by the way, even though now my windows are all messed up. Right, so I'll put the new stream link in the window. I don't know why it was so hard to do this through the one that I was scheduled for. You can see it. So I just pop this link into the. So all we gotta do now is get him on and we should be good. Alright, y'all. So we'll try to get a hold of Fight the Deception and keep it going. Okay. Well, this isn't working. Right. Awesome. He's asking for another link. Google Chrome or Safari? What this means, I'm going to have to seriously work out how to. It must be something you have to do different when you do a pre-scheduled stream. But he seems to be on the way in. We're communicating on the link on his page. My understanding is yes. We haven't spoken in detail, but my understanding is that he is. Just come to the stream if you're not here already. Give him the stream link. So once we get him to this here stream page, we can help him in. I gave him the link a few times, but he said he never did Hangouts before. I don't remember downloading Hangouts. I just remember installing Chrome. I could be wrong, no. Cool. Just follow the instructions on it. Hmm. So, trying to see if I can get him to come watch the stream and we can help get him in. Well, why don't we do this while we're waiting? I'll play his video. We could all be on the same page when he gets here. So, those watching till he's on the way, this is the video. This is the video response that. So basically, what happened is we had a talk inside the chat on somebody's Hangout, and I was trying to get him to come on that Hangout just then, but he was a bit sick, and so we set it up for today. And this is, but since then, he made this video as a response to basically to the chat that we had in the Hangout. And if I remember right, I don't think I made a video on Himawari8, but this is basically the video he made in response to me as a sort of rebuttal to the idea that Himawari8 is real. So let me put this up front, and I'll start playing it. Yes, I can hear you. Let's fight the deception. Awesome. Took a little while, but we got it working. Thank you for hanging in there, by the way. So we could just let this finish playing and everybody else to be up to date on your video. Say again. Or they said what? You mean when I was trying to get you into the chat? Oh, sorry. Maybe you hear me. What you have to do is turn off the so the actual stream page, mute the stream page where we type in at, where the chat is at, mute that one on the left. Like click the little turn the volume off button, and then you won't hear me twice. The YouTube page itself, mute that. Awesome. Awesome. You should be good. Awesome. It's actually playing right on YouTube. There's no volume coming through on YouTube. Hold up here. Hold up. Let's see what we got. Let me just post it again. What about now? Well, it might take a little while to catch up. It'll start playing in a bit. Still no desktop audio? Okay, well, why don't we do this? What we can do, because you can go ahead and present, and I'll go ahead and I'll just minimize mine, and you can present fight the deception, and then we could just hear it through yours, and that's perfect anyway, because you can give the whatever explanation you want to give for it or what have you. So give me a moment here. Let me move this stuff out the way. And I'll make the Hangout a lot bigger. Boom. Shout out Hangout is playing. And just as a FYI for those who are listening, and y'all think I should Do y'all think I should? Because we've been going, I don't know exactly how long. Let me see how long. It's been going for 4 minutes. That's not long. It's not long for a little extra stuff in the front. So, for background for the viewers, we were talking in a chat in one of the somebody's Hangout, and we started talking about Himawari. And Fight the Deception here made a video, basically rebuttal or education or challenge or what have you about Himawari8. So we're here today to talk about that video and talk about the claims in the video. One thing I want to say first off is respect the Fight the Deception, because there are several people who has made comments on my videos or made videos in response to me, and usually my first response is, okay, let's hop on and talk about it. And none of them ever actually came on to talk about it. So that's the first thing I want to say. Fight the Deception. Thank you for coming on to talk about the video you put out. Thank you for your. To me, that speaks of honesty. To me, that speaks of integrity. So I appreciate that and I respect that. I just want to say that first off. Yeah, because there's a lot of people, they just talk and talk and talk, but don't want to actually converse and put the ideas to the test. So we can hear you clearly. You want to see if you can present and stream your video, and perhaps what we can do. It's up to you. We could just play it straight through the first time, or if you want, you could just commentate. And my idea is I don't want to. I want to make sure I don't put words in your mouth. I think I understood what you said with the video, but I'm thinking we could play the video and you can say, hey, this is what's going on here. This is what this is saying here. And then I can go ahead and respond, and we could look for accuracies or inaccuracies in either of our position. So when you have said, the importance of being willing to learn. So I'm definitely willing to learn from you. There's whatever it is for me to learn. Are you willing to learn as well? Are you willing to learn as well? Fight the Deception. Ah, awesome. So whenever you're ready, you could present your video, and perhaps what I'll do, if I have any questions along the way, I might just say, let's pause here and let me make sure I understand what you're saying, and I'll make some notes and we can discuss. You should be able to, on the right, very top right of the window, it is a little 3 little dots, and you just click those 3 dots, and then at the very top of that, it'll say share screen. And when you click share screen, it'll show your computer screen, and you should be able to play your video, and it displays and we'll be able to see it. And those on the stream, please let us know if you can hear us well, and if there's any problems with anything. You can only hear me? Okay. One moment here. Oh. Let me see if I can fix this real fast. Audio. Okay, what about now? Would y'all say something real fast?
Testing, testing.
Awesome. They should be able to hear you now.
1, 2, 3.
Could y'all, well, it probably might take a little second for them to catch up.
No, still nothing, Darryl.
Oh, no, it'll take a little while for them to catch up. Like the stream is like a little bit behind, but awesome. They can hear now. Beautiful. So thank y'all guys. This is my first live stream. I'm just getting started all this stuff, so I thought I had it worked out, but I didn't. So, but it seems to be working good now. So Now everybody can hear you. Did you see the little green dots at the top where you can present your screen? Fight the deception.
Green dots, you said?
Excuse me, green dots. Three dots. There's three dots at the top. It's gray dots. Three gray dots. If you just move your uh, cursor to the top right. And if you look at the stream, it'll be showing up on mine in a bit. Up inside the Hangout window. You should be able to click on it. It should say share screen. Or, well, not.
See cast. It says cast.
Those ones there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this? Since mine is working now with where they can hit a video, I'll just go back to playing the video myself again. So we shall get this worked out, and then we could just do it that way. So I'm going to go ahead and maximize my window again. I'll move it up front, and everybody should be able to hear my video now. So I'll move this over, and that's your second video. That's not that one. And let me get the link to your video again. Alright, so I got your video link. It will be exposed. I'm going to transfer this to this page here. Boom. Now it's playing. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Alright, so I got your video link. It will be exposed. Oh, that was the wrong link. To the link from here. Awesome. So this should be able to hear now.
So why are we picking on the Himawari today? Well, defenders of the heliocentric...
So, can y'all hear that there when I play it?
Just waiting, Darryl.
Ah. And you may need to press play on the live link again to hear it.
model love to point to the quote-unquote almost real-time
Yeah, that's coming through now, mate.
Awesome. So here we go. So I'll just start it from the top.
So why are we picking on the Himawari today? Well, defenders of the heliocentric model love to point to the quote-unquote almost real-time images from the Himawari as proof of a globular Earth, since it allegedly gives us a picture every 10 minutes, and the weather data seems to be, pretty current. Well, unfortunately for the ballers, we're going to debunk that completely here, simply in the next 5 minutes, and show you how they fake it all. Let's cut right to the smoking gun to start. Here is the website anyone can go to and see this all for themselves. On a side note, the Himawari is operated by the Japanese Meteorological Space Agency and brought to us by the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's GOES geostationary satellite server. And I'll include the links here for all this stuff in the video description, so you can check it out right now if you want. Okay, so when you're at the FTP site, click here for the site description. So when you do, a text file comes up, and you can see right here, they tell you that all
I'm not hearing anything
in
now.
the archive use the underlying
Anyone hear me?
land
I can hear you.
images from the NASA
Yeah, I can hear you,
Blue
mate.
data set. Yep. So the Himawari is actually completely, totally.
I can't hear
debunked
the
right there. These aren't
video.
real pictures coming from a
You might have
satellite
to
in
play it on the.
stationary orbit above
Can
the
y'all hear
United
the
States.
video on the
They're
live
taking
stream
10 minutes
page?
and beam down for us to all ooh and ah over.
Yep.
They take the Blue Marble data set, which I'm sure you remember. They admitted years ago was a flat strip data pieced together by an artist named Rob Simon. And
So let's stop here. So we're at the point where in the video it says that the images for the GOS directory, and I'll bring up the GOS directory real fast, the first link that's up in there. I can go ahead and slide this to the right. So it's talking about this directory here, and then it goes to this the directory page for the NNVL. And you point out the part where it says the underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation data set. Would you explain what it means by that, or what you mean by that, or pointing that out?
Yeah, they have a stock image of the blue marble, and whenever what they do is images come in from ground-based stations, from ships, from balloon satellites, and they all transmit the data to Himawari,
Mhm.
and then Himawari transfers the data back down to ground-based towers, a ground-based station, and then it goes through a couple different stations and gets distributed out.
Okay. So what you're saying is the Himawari doesn't actually take pictures of the Earth from space. It's actually people from the Earth send the images to the Himawari, and then the Himawari sends the images back.
Well, if you can't see the video if you're playing it, but it shows a diagram of what it does.
Well, that's a bit farther into the video. Right now, let's talk about just the blue data set, though. Are you saying that those are the images that they send to the Himawari to send back to make it seem like it's a Himawari image?
No, the image of the Earth is a stock image,
Mm-hmm.
and all the clouds and all the data that comes in comes from ships that are out in the ocean, comes from weather balloons, comes from ground-based observatories,
Okay.
comes from buoys that are in the ocean, comes from but the main image that they show you, the main image of the Earth is not new. It's not a new picture every time.
Okay.
In other words, it's new cloud formations because they're transmitting the cloud formations into this algorithm that it gets later on in the video. It shows it a little bit better.
Okay. But this right here though, and I think y'all can see it now, right? Y'all can see my present me presenting.
I can only see.
I mean inside the Hangout. Inside the Hangout, can you see me presenting?
the underlying.
Oh, okay, yeah. There we go.
Awesome. So here we go. I'm getting it worked out. I'm getting it figured out, guys. So in the Hangout, like right here, when it says the underlying colored land image, you're saying those are stock photos that make the Himawari images.
Is actually completely, totally debunked right there. These
Correct.
aren't real pictures
Yeah.
coming
Right.
from a satellite.
Do you know where
stationary
so when it says NASA Blue Marble Generation data set, do you know where those images come from?
I'm trying to make it a little bit bigger. Where do the images come from?
Yes, the Himawari Blue Marble data set that is saying is the actual images, do you know where they come from?
It was created University of Boulder, Colorado.
So it was created by people,
Yeah,
okay, from the University of Boulder.
right.
What did you learn that, or what evidence do you have of that?
That it was created by University of Boulder.
Hmm.
Um, I I searched it last night.
Okay. Would you be able to find that link, and so I could show that as well?
Yeah, I could probably find it. Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay, I can give you a moment to find it. And to make sure I understand earlier, like you were saying, that we'll get to it in detail, but just to make sure what I heard you saying, the images go to the Himawari from like buoys, from what other things you were saying? Buoys, balloon satellites.
Yeah, balloon satellites, airplanes, um, ground-based observatories. There's seismic sensors that that measure ocean waves
Okay.
and different. There's different, just a bunch of different sensors on different islands and stuff positioned all around Australia, Japan, Asia kind of area.
Okay.
And they have, hundreds of these different sensors that kind of transmit the data of what's going on, in the ocean and the clouds and all these different uh, seismic waves for earthquakes and temperature and all that stuff comes from the ground and from, buoys in the ocean, stuff like that.
So the
And
data.
it transmits it to the Himawari, and then the Himawari transmits the data back down to shoot, I can't. I'm trying to think oh, here
We'll
it is
get
right
to it.
here.
But
Watch.
I just want to get the understanding though that you're saying that the Himawari doesn't really, is not really out there in space taking data. It's simply sending back what's sent to it. That's where the Earth pictures and all come from. Is really just sending back what's sent to it, and that's a major part of the hoax. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And are you able to find that link?
Yeah. Hold on.
Let me take a look at the chat while you're looking for the links. I'm probably going to have to update my stream link here. Let me update my stream link so I can keep up with the chats. I forgot I had to change the stream so many times earlier. My the chat that's in my OBS is not the proper one. Let me update this.
Okay. Let's see. Where can I?
You could post it in anywhere you want. You could post it on the live page. You can post it in the Hangout. That's probably the easiest place to post it, is right in the Hangout. And I'll go ahead and just post it right into the whatchamacallit.
Okay.
If you look on the left side, it should be a place where you can post images, and I'll pull this up for everybody to see as well. Awesome. Seems like the link just went through. Nope, that wasn't the link.
No, that was my phone.
Ah,
Let's see. Let's see here. Well, I could just tell you the
Okay.
link.
Okay, that's fine.
HTTP.
Okay.
It's HTTPS.
Mm-hmm.
And then the two dots. What is that? And then 2// data.eol.ucar. And this one's actually looking like it's from a different college, but it's basically the same thing. ucar.edu/dataset/552.027.
Okay.
But this isn't the link that I had last night, so I will
That's fine.
look
We have
it up
time to
too.
find it. We could go through the ones that we have now to get started. So, but the understanding is that the images are not really taken by the Hammurabi is made by humans, basically CGI from the University of Boulder, correct?
No, the algorithm was made by the University of Boulder.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. And that's for the NASA Blue Marble data set collection of images. Is that correct?
Yeah, they use that.
Okay, no problem. Let's keep on going.
The Earth getting snapped every 10 minutes and being beamed down for us to all ooh and ah over. They take the blue marble data set, which I'm sure you remember.
And y'all able to hear the video playing in the Hangout?
Data pieced together by an artist named Rob Simon in Photoshop, because it had to be, right? But to move on, and then to just briefly show you how they generate a picture every 10 minutes with what appears to be accurate current weather. This is basically what they do. Now,
I
don't take
can't
my
hear
word
it.
for
I
it, as
don't
I
know
always
if
say.
it's
Go
probably
check it out for
something on
yourself.
my end, though.
Number one, they have
Are you able to
already
hear it, Dan?
created and stored transparent images of the weather over the oceans
I
using
can just
climate
hear you
simulation
talking, buddy,
software.
Okay,
at the moment.
no problem. Well, it's not perfect, but we'll make it work. So right now, this is saying, would you go ahead and explain to us, uh, fight the deception, what this part of the video is talking about? It's talking about the
Why
matter of
don't you
fact.
just forward it? Why don't you just go forward a little bit in the video and show the picture, the image,
Well, because it's important. You may not recognize how important it is, but I'll make sure to address it. But just to understand what is going on right here, like what is this page showing or talking about?
that page is talking about. I can barely see it, honestly, but
Okay, let me
yeah, I
make it
can't
bigger.
see it at all.
Let me make it bigger.
Which they openly admit right here, that they've done climate simulations up to the year 2095. But it's actually the year 2100 on this FTP server folder. Accurate and current weather. This is basically what they do. Now, don't take my word for it, as I always say. Go check it out for yourself. Number one, they have already created and stored transparent images of the weather
Says
over
they
the
predict
oceans
surface
using climate
temperature
simulation software, which they openly
departure
admit right here.
from the.
They've done climate simulations up to the year 2095.
I still
But
can't
it's
barely see
That's
it.
correct. Now that's interesting that you say that. So when you play the video, and perhaps what you can do, why don't you do this? Why don't you bring up the video yourself, like your video on your side, and that way when I play it, you can play it at the same time, right? And then so we having whatever kind of
Okay.
sound issue. But yeah, you can just play it on your
Yeah,
computer.
that'll.
So right now I'm on. Let's go to 1 minute. Let's go to 1 minute and 39 seconds, and let me know when you're at 1 minute and 39 seconds, and then we'll play at the same time. We'll be hearing it at the same time.
Okay, I'm at 138.
138. That's fine. So I'll press play and you press play.
like Photoshop, because it had to be, right? But to move on, and then to just briefly show you how they generate a picture every 10 minutes with what appears to be accurate and current weather. This is basically what they do. Now, don't take my word for it, as I always say. Go check it out for yourself. Number one, They have already created and stored transparent images of the weather over the oceans using climate simulation software, which they openly admit right here that they've done climate simulations up to the year 2095. But it's actually the year 2100 on this FTP server folder, and here's one of the images. And following some of the other images.
So if you
that
can pause right
find
here,
where the
please,
landmasses
at
are.
2:15. So what would you
Okay.
say is going on here?
Basically, they have images that they have already done ahead of time. Basically,
hmm
that it doesn't show what's going on over the continents. It only does what's going on in the oceans, basically.
Okay.
And and then later on, at the actual time that they're gonna show the time that they're gonna show it, they transmit the data that's going on from land.
So this is now. I heard him say in here, and you heard it yourself where you was playing at. This is they're predicting the weather patterns. That's why the clouds match. Is that what you're understanding as well?
I don't think they're predicting them
Let's go back and hear what your video says again.
because these are coming from they are already in the year 2100.
hmm Okay, but from your perspective though, it's just their. So what is your understanding of what they're saying here then? When you go back to like let's say 206, like what is your understanding? Like what's your significance of what this means?
Basically, the data collection system of Himawari relays data collected from Earth-based observation towers. They're called DCSs,
hmm Well, I'm talking about
data
just this
data
right
collection
here.
platforms.
Like I understand what you're saying, and you talk about that yourself later. But right here, I heard him say that the reason why the clouds. Matter of fact, we could just play it again. If we go to like uh, 2 minutes again,
Using climate simulation
and he
software,
says
which
using
they openly
climate
admit
simulation
right here that
software,
they've done climate simulations up to
climate
the year
simulation software
2095.
up to
But it's actually the
2095,
year 2100 on this
but it's up to
FTP server folder.
2100 here.
Here's one of the images.
He says here's one
And
of the
following some
images.
of the other images that you can find where the land masses are transparent.
Climate
They use all the
simulations.
Climate
simulation
simulation.
software to come up with the
So do
weather
you agree
over
with
the
that?
oceans. You know, since our weather data comes from
That's
our
that's why the clouds
ground-based
match
Doppler radar, and it's
the
impossible.
because for instance, there's people who look at the Himawari and images, and they see that it matches the location, the weather at their location. So it sounds to
Yeah,
me that he's
because it transmits that data at that time that's going on. It does it every 10 minutes.
okay.
Every
Okay.
actually every 2.5 minutes. There's like 3 or 4 different things that it does it in strips. It'll do
Okay.
a strip, another strip, another strip, and
hmm
then it jumps down by Australia somewhere and takes a strip from down there,
hmm
and then it hops back up.
hmm
There's a animation on the
Okay.
website you can
Well, yeah, we'll get
watch.
there. And basically, you're talking about the balloon satellites, the airplanes, the ground-based systems, the seismic sensors, the buoys. All of these things center that up, and the Herman Army simply sends it back and makes the real-time composite. Is that what you're saying? But the data is really coming from the balloons and the buoys and everything.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Just making sure we're on the same page and I understand you correctly. So, all right. And basically, this is what. And I'll play this for a second. And right now I'm at 4 minutes. If you go to 4 minutes, and let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so I'm playing at 4 minutes.
October 11th, 2017 at 11:05 a.m. And you can see that the weather is exactly the same. Watch it closely. There's your weather map comprised of simulated and Doppler radar being used to complete a composite image. They do this with the Discover satellite too. The Epic camera from 1,000,000 miles away, they tell us. Ridiculous. Okay. Now, also notice the final image has a Terminator line added in to try and make it look like a real picture from space, which drives a nail in the coffin of the Himawari because the weather data shows it over the whole ball completely. But they have to add a Terminator line to show the Earth only partially lit by the sun based on the time of day that the photo is allegedly taken. So if this is a real picture, How did they know where to put the clouds and weather on the part of the globe with no sunlight? It's completely dark there.
Oh, let me go ahead
It's all
and
right here, guys.
let me
They are
add something
faking
else here.
space. Hey, we all fell for it for a long time with their Doppler radar and weather simulation software, building a current weather picture and wrapping it around a ball in 3D software and pasting it onto a black background like they do with all the others, adding a Terminator line and calling it a real picture from space.
Okay, so that's pretty much, it seems like we got the understanding of what was going on in that video. And again, I just want to say again, one more time, respect to you for all the people who just joined. This man made a claim, he made a video, he challenged some of the things I said, and he's here to talk about it. So much respect, and it's my pleasure to speak with you about it. So now this is the part that you were talking about with the DCSs, right? Getting the information. Let's keep on going. And I'm going to skip to, because there's some music and you let me know the that first vid comes from Paul on the plane. You added some additional data to it. Please forgive my rough voice here because I had a nasty cold. Just wanted to show that I'm legit, not legit, sit, not scared. When I wanted you to join that day, and you made this video for me. So again, you're proving it right now. You weren't scared. You were just sick, and you're here to back up your claims. So what we'll do here. So right now you're reading the Himawari site. So it's not really necessary to really play this part of the video if you would agree, because it's right there in the website anyway. So what I'll do is go straight to the website, and I'll put the links in for everybody so they can see it too. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. So this is first of all, this is the NOA site that was in the video. Say it again.
That's not actually the website that I went to. I went
I understand.
to.
I understand. We about to get to yours, but I'm scrolling through all of them. So this is like the first one that was in Paul's video, and this is the page where he was talking about
this actually came from a video that was, a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
That I looked at it back then, but I didn't dig into it any more than that. And now when you go to that same link,
Mhm.
I don't think, like, I couldn't get it to pop up. Like, it's just frozen almost.
I understand
To
exactly
me.
what you mean. The first time I tried to get it to load, it wouldn't load either, and people were trying to say, "Oh, like a child, he needs help," but you can confirm that the site is
Yeah,
inconsistent.
yeah.
Yeah, but I was able to get it to load, and I was able to
Yeah.
see it didn't load immediately, but like later that night or the next morning or something, I was able to get it to load. It's probably because I don't know what this service is like, but suffice it to say, I was able to get it to load, and I was able to see and I might even have some of them open already. I was able to see the image that he linked inside his video. So the planet image is there. I challenge the reasoning behind why he says it's happening, which we will talk about. So if you would agree, and I'm going to post this link in the chat for everybody. This is the first one you was reading, right? Where it says the data collection system of the Himawari. And you read it. You had a bit of a choppy voice.
Yeah.
Would you like to read it now? Or would you like me to read it? I figured we could read it for everybody. Matter of fact, I can read it, and I'll ask you questions as we go along if you don't mind. And if you have any doubt.
Okay,
Right?
that's
So,
fine.
the data collection systems of Himawari. Introduction to DCS and DCP. It says the data collection system of Himawari is a relay system used to collect observational data from Earth-based observing stations or data collections platforms that are located within the communications range of Himawari. The DCS consists of Himawari, its ground stations, and DCPs. Typical DCPs are found in the form of weather stations at remote sites, tide tsunami gauges, or instrumental aircrafts and ships, as you were saying earlier. The name MTSAT DCS was changed to Himawari DCS with the operational satellite switchover in July 2015. DCP stations use MTSAT docks are able to use Himawari DCS with no change in DCP antenna direction or DCP settings and no reapplication to JMA. So just for the audience, would you reiterate what this is saying here?
Yeah, it's saying that the data collection system from Himawari utilizes data from ground-based towers and buoys and ships, and the part about the balloons and the airplanes is a little bit Oh, it says aircraft there, but and it says
Reiterate what this is saying here.
tsunami gauges, but the other part about the buoys and is in another section.
Okay, that's fine. But in other words, it's talking about how the Himawari is getting data from the ground, not from space, really. All right.
Right.
I'm with you. So let's go to the next one. DCS is classified into two categories of international DCS, IDCS, and regional DCS or RCDS, depending on the range of movement of the supported DCPs, data collection ports. The IDC is designed to support DCPs on aircraft or balloons that move from the communication range of one satellite to another. RDCS is designed for DCPs located within the communication range of the satellite, such as those placed on isolated islands. DCPs on aircraft or balloon are supported by RDCs by moving within the communication range of a particular satellite. The following section gives further details of the Himawari RDCS. And then this must be the image you were talking about, right? When you were saying it shows what's going on. You able to see it?
Yeah.
Data flow in the Himawari DCS. Observational flow data measured by DCPs are transmitted to Himawari, which in turn relays them to the ground stations operated by the Himawari Operations Enterprise Corporation. Data received at Hope are demodulated and sent to the Meteorological Satellite Center of JMA. Data processed at MCS are handed over to JMA's main telecommunications system and then reported to DCP operations over the global telecommunications system. So pretty much is kind of just saying the same thing, and everybody could look at the link and see for themselves. And but I see what you're saying, how I was saying the data is sent back up. That's the first link that you posted. In your video, this is the second one that you posted, and I'll go ahead and scroll to that part of the video so everybody can see as well in the page. So that was the one, data collection system with Himawari. This is the one. Hold up, and this is one where you mentioned balloons. Hold up here. Maybe I went a bit too far.
If you remember correctly, in the original Hangout that we got to talking in, you told me to prove that they get the data from weather balloons and stuff like that. So.
Okay, so this is your proof of that. I got you. So sounds good. But again, I appreciate you stepping forward. And I have so many links up. Let me find a link again. So cool. That's the proof of, and I can see where it's saying it's coming from, things like that. And this is the second link you posted. Let me make sure I find that inside the video so people can see. That was the data flow. All right. Boom, boom. How to collect data. Matter of fact, it'd probably be easier if I slide this on down closer to the edge. And I can make sure they know that I'm looking at the second link you posted. Okay, here it is right here. So this one says DCPs and DCSs and DCPs. So that's this link right here, DCSs and DCPs. And I'll put this link inside the chat for everybody to see as well. So this is going right up into the chat on the stream. So again, so it seems like you're using this link, how to collect data. The data collection systems. As a matter of fact, let's play the first part where you're reading that. So this is on 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
Meteorological observation data, islands, seismic intensity gauge, local meteorological observatory, etc.
So let's make sure we're on the same page.
Data up to the Himawari. Himawari transfers data back down to the primary station, operated by Hope. Data center operated by Hope. Secondary station.
That's right.
Antenna site. Data center operated by Hope.
And that's this link right here.
Meteorological Satellite Center. And finally to the Japan Meteorological Agency.
There you go. Right there you're talking about.
Distribution of DCPs. DCPs. Data collection systems. is used to collect data and relay data via Earth-based observation channels, data collection
And
platforms,
I'm
or
so used to talking to you, I
DCPs
didn't realize that was the video talking.
with the communication.
But cool. So that's what it was saying. So does this establish enough to you that the data is really coming from the ground-based systems, or this is the two links to basically your understanding is that this establishes that the data is not coming from space from a satellite, it's just relayed back and forth.
Yeah, I actually found some more to add to that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to show it if you want to link it, and then I'll
Well,
come with my rebuttal.
it's actually uploading right now
That's
on
fine. Okay. You mean
YouTube.
a
It's
video?
only
Okay, perfect. What all we do is let's deal with the data we have now, and I'm pretty sure the data we have now will address that anyway. So are you ready for my response to your video and your claims?
yeah, sure.
We could just work backwards. Now this is one of the things I noticed with flat earth believers, and I'm starting to understand that it's inherent in believing the earth is flat. And by the way, let me stop putting this thing in the like is the major thing here. Let me move this down or something so we can see each other again. So this is what I find, and let me just situate this a little bit. Is inherent in believing the earth is flat that you have to deny and certain things and limit the data that you look at, right? And to me, you seem like a very sincere person. I know there's very sincere people who are studying flat earth. I know Bandsaw is sincere, and he looked into it more deeply and found the truth. I know Sean G is sincere, Jose. These are examples. So what I'm going to do is show you that the conclusions you made, which you put in this video here, and which we reviewed so I can confirm, understand what you were saying accurately, is based on incomplete data. Well, I'm sure it's not conscious because I'm sure you're sincere. Seems like unconsciously you simply looked at only a few pages on this website instead of looking at the entire website. All I did was come to the same website you put up and looked a bit farther. Are you with me? So this is what I'm going to do. We're on the same web page that we read from you, if you can see right here. All I'm going to do is click this link here that says Himawari8 and 9. Same web page that you posted for your evidence that it doesn't get data from space. Let's see what it says. It says the figure below shows the sketch of Himawari8, same website you used as your evidence. And let me make it a bit bigger. And I'm going to put this link inside but again, this is the same link you have already. All I did was click the little, at the top, you can see how it says DCS. That's the one that we read earlier, where we can see the image where it shows the data only going up and coming down, and you pointed out the Japan Meteorological Agency. Same page. All I did was click to the left, right there. Says Himawari8 and Himawari9 spacecraft. Same link that you shared. I'm going to share this in the chat now. And then we're going to see what it really says. Let's look at it. It says the figure below shows the sketch of Himawari8. It carries a new unit called the Advanced Himawari-Imager. The table below lists the major specifications of Himawari8. New frequency bands are introduced for communication between satellites and ground stations. The Ka band is used for downloading of meteorological data. The Ku band is used for telemetry and command operations. The satellite each carries a transponder to relay environmental data from data collection platforms to sustain the data collection system. So this is saying there's three different uses or functions for Himawari8. One, the new data frequency band, is for downloading meteorological data. The next band is for downlinking, for telemetry and command. So there's one for downlinking meteorological data, one for telemetry and command, and the third is for DCPs, for a relay of data. So let's scroll down and look at that. So here is the AHI, the Advanced Himawari-Imager, which is something new. It's saying the new thing that they put in so they could download this high band of information with the AH. See that right there? New unit called the Advanced Himawari-Imager. New frequency bands are introduced for this. Then it talks about the antennas, Ku band, Ka band antennas to transfer data. We're going to scroll down a bit farther, and we can look at this in detail. Communications. Again, from the first part, it talked about the 3 things Himawari does. Communications 1, raw data transmissions, Ka band, downlink. 2, DCS, uplink and downlink. That's what you was talking about. 3, telemetry and command. So what you did was you focused on one of the uses of the Himawari8 and confused that with being the full. Because as you said in your video, if we go to the end when you round it up, and as we confirmed earlier, that's why I want to make sure that I don't confuse your data, but just say it right here. There you have it. The data comes from ground-based stations, ships, balloons, and sensors, and transmits them to be processed and distributed to various organizations in the forms of weather reports. But that's not true. Let's go ahead and go back to that page I was looking at and showing you.
So are you saying that these aren't composite images?
Well, right now we're just talking about the data. We'll get into what the images are. Right now we're just talking about the fact that what you said was incorrect. The data does not just come from ground systems. It gets
technically, you said that they were full-on pictures, right? A full picture of the Earth.
So right now you're changing the subject. Right now, all we're talking about now. So all we're talking about is we were talking about the pages we just linked, which was this page right here, right next to the one I'm talking about. And you were saying
the original claim was that there was full pictures, single full pictures taken from the Himawari from 22,000 miles away that are a full picture of the Earth, right? One shot.
That's correct. Your basis for saying that's
incorrect. That's incorrect.
Okay, we're going to get there. To establish this one point we're working on, your claim that is not true is because the data is actually coming from the ground and being sent back. It's not actually coming from the satellite. Is that correct?
They admit that they're composites.
So again, I'm going to ask that question one more time. Your claim was that proof that the data is not coming from the satellite is because it's being sent from ships, islands, meteorological observations, buoys to the satellite and then sent back down is not really coming only from the satellite. Is that correct? You said it earlier. It's recorded.
Partly, basically.
No, you said it. You said
basically.
No, it's not basic. You said it. You said the data is coming from buoys, ships, islands, and you showed me the image. Let's go back to that other page we had there.
That's true.
Okay, so what I'm showing you now is that you focused on one aspect of the satellite. There is a relay station because think about it. If you have an isolated island where there's no data cables being laid, because I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's data cables laid across the ocean that carries data, but there's not data to every single island. When a boat goes out into the ocean, it's not dragging a cable behind it connected to the internet. So what they do is, as you said, they send data from the boat to the satellite, and then send data from the satellite to the land. That's one function of the Himawari. So what I'm showing you right now is what you said was the data, that's where it comes from. I'm showing you that is incorrect. Right here on the same page you showed, it says it right there, raw observational data transmission. The satellite does take raw data and sends that data down. And let's go to another link that shows that image. This is on a page you showed. Now, if you look here, there's no uplink. Do you see that, this image right here? There's no arrow going to the Himawari. It's only an arrow, raw data. You see that right there? It says raw data from the Himawari coming down to the JMA and then being sent to the world. So what you did, you focused on one aspect of a use of the Himawari and said that's it. It's proof that the data is not coming. First of all, if you think about it, if it's some big conspiracy, why in the world would they put online that the data's that's what it is? Obviously, that don't make any sense. If anything,
because they already showed you what the Himawari is doing.
This is my point. If it's some
but this isn't showing any of the ships or any of the ground-based data points or anything.
I know it's not because it's raw data from the Himawari. That's the point. You showed only one aspect. That's why we're showing ships and buoys and islands, because it is what it does. If there's a boat out by an isolated island, there's no wire connecting the boat to the land. So the boat sends the data to the Himawari, and then the Himawari sends the data back. That's what that page you were looking at were saying. That's an accurate use. That's accurate. So I'm going to show that page again. You're right. This is it right here. This is what we're talking about. This is the data coming from the islands to the Himawari. This is the data coming from the seismic gauge to the Himawari. This is the data coming from a ship to the Himawari, because those are isolated things. They're islands and ships. They're not connected to a cord. So rather than plug the ship on the plug a ship that's the length of the ocean to the cord plug a cord the length of the ocean to the ship and have the ship dragging a cord behind it, they say, hey, we have a satellite in orbit. Let's just send the data to the satellite, and then the satellite can send it to the land. That's what this image is showing. That's why this image here does not show that. That's why this image here does not show. Let me find that page again. That's why this image here does not show it coming up from the ground, because it's not. That's the point. That's why this image does not show it coming up from islands and up from buoys, because it is not. That's because the image, the raw data, is coming straight from the Himawari. That's why it's not showing it up with arrow. So again, going back to the system, and this is the website you gave. You gave this website in your video. So if you're going to accept that page, you got to accept this page
because
too.
no, I do.
Okay.
What you're doing though is you're reading it in order, and what it's showing is the Himawari is sending the raw data down, but this is already after the ships and everything have already sent the data up to it.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What does the word raw mean? Like if I have something that's raw, what does that mean?
Usually it means it's not edited or.
Exactly. That means is unedited, is fresh, is new data, raw data. Let's go back to the page again.
They edit it once it gets
nobody
to the
else.
ground.
It's just me and him. Nobody else jump in. We'll open a panel later. So
they edit it once it gets to the ground. You see all those yellow,
No. Let's back up. No. Let's back up. You said that earlier when I said the data is coming from the satellite, you said no, it's not showing everything. You said it only comes back from the satellite after they first send it up. That's what you said. Then I asked you, well, what does raw mean? You yourself said unedited. So by definition, if it's raw data, that means it's unedited data from the satellite being sent down to the ground. By definition, you said it yourself.
I never said that the satellite is the one that disseminates the data, though.
I know you didn't. I'm showing you that you're wrong about that. That's what I'm showing you right now. One thing
How
it does.
am I wrong? I never made that claim.
You said earlier that the data comes from islands, from buoys, from ships, and that's where it comes from. I'm showing you that the Himawari does take pictures, raw data, and send it to the ground. It says it here on this image. It says it in the specs of the Himawari right here. Whether you accept it or not, I mean, we could just move on. But the listeners will at least know that it says it right here.
I never made that claim.
Okay, no problem. It's on recording that you made the claim. It's fine. You made a video making a claim on your channel.
It transfers. I said it transfers the data to the Himawari. The Himawari transfers it down to ground stations that then disseminate the data and distribute it to they distribute it out from there.
I know that's what you said. And what I'm informing you is a different web page on the same website that said that is telling you that's only one use of the Himawari. One use of the Himawari is if a ship is way out in the ocean and is not connected to the internet, the ship sends the data to the Himawari, and the Himawari sends the data back down to the ground. That's one use, one DCS use for the Himawari. That's why if you look at this web page, it's showing that clearly. The data is coming from ships, islands, and so forth to the Himawari, coming back down. I agree with that. What we're not seeming to meet eye to eye is when you look at the actual specs of the Himawari, it says itself that's only one thing it does. Everything you said with the ships and buoys is right here. That's the DCS, uplink and downlink. That's one function of the Himawari. Another function of the Himawari is raw observational data, raw pictures that the Himawari takes in and of itself and sends it down, raw data. And as you confirm yourself, raw means unedited, unprocessed, just like a raw vegetable before you cook it. That's why when you go to this, I'm starting to mix my pages up here, and again, I'm on the same website that you showed. That's why if you go here, again, there's no arrow coming up from the ground. There's no arrow coming up from an island. There's no arrow coming up from a boat because it's raw data. So we have to establish that first. We have to establish that the Himawari does take images on its own that's raw data, not edited by anybody, and sends it down to the ground. Did we establish that yet?
It doesn't take full pictures.
Did we establish that the Himawari takes raw data of its own that's not sent from the ground first? Did we establish that?
No, we
Okay.
didn't.
Well, we're going to move on.
All those color bands just put color into the composite image.
Okay, you're not willing to accept it, but the website that you showed.
No, I can show you where it says that.
Okay, so go ahead and show me what you're talking about.
It's in another section.
Okay, go ahead and show me, and I'll put the link up on the stream as well.
Okay, there's a place called it'll be called Sat Aid.
Sat Aid.
For Sat Aid on the Sat Aid, yeah.
Go ahead and just get the link and give it to me.
You might need to go.
Just get the link and you could post it in the chat and post it in the, or just post it in the Hangout and I'll post it.
Well, I got it on this video that I made. Hold on.
That's fine. Just type it out and you could post it to me. And because I tried to type it out before, maybe I'm not hearing every detail and I didn't type it right. But
scroll down to the bottom of this page.
The same page right here. Okay.
Or actually maybe click on MTSat.
Okay.
Is that MTSat?
All right. So what does this have to do with the Himawari8?
Well, I'm trying to locate the right section. The section actually, is there a search bar up at the top?
There's no search bar,
but
I can actually help you out right now myself. You're talking about earlier versions, like right now the Himawari8. Basically, the Himawari7, I remember right, is the MTSat R. Let me look it up real fast and we can see. So you're talking about earlier versions. No, it's Himawari6. So the Himawari6 is the MSat R, 1R, and the Himawari7 is the MTSat 2. So these are apparently used as backgrounds. So as you can see, that's the Himawari6 and Himawari7. Those are
the MTSat wasn't the right thing. It's Sat Aid.
Okay.
SATAID.
Okay. Sat Aid. Okay. So it looks like I found it.
First one.
Okay. So is this the site you were talking about? It looks like this is the Sat Aid site.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. This service provides satellite animation and interactive diagnosis application and SAT-8 data. The SAT-8 enables the visualization and the manipulation of satellite imagery, NWP numerical weather predictions, observation results, and data. And now JMA released the upgraded version of SAT-8 and its automated download. The new version of the programs enable you to download 10-minute initial observations of Himawari8, which will start operation on July 7, 2015. Okay, so please let us know what point you're making with this page here.
It tells you right there that it's visualization and manipulation of satellite imagery, animation.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me show you something real fast. Are you looking at the stream? Look at the live page stream. And let me show you something real fast. All right. Now, right now there's a video image of me showing. Right now there's a picture of me showing. There's a picture. There's a picture of me and there's a cover of the first book I published. Now let me ask you something. Is that a real picture of me? And
I can't see what you're talking about.
Okay, it might take a little moment for it to show for you. Okay, give me a moment. Let me go to the.
I see part of it, but there's like I have a page that's over it. It says bandsaw.
Just look at the. Let me link the link stream for you. Let me put the link stream inside the
So does it say classes on Course of Miracles or something like that?
to the left. My picture to the left of that. I'll put the link inside the So if you look at in the Hangout, this is the link to the actual stream. So just open that link and you'll see it if you don't see it already. Just look at the Hangout. I'll put a link there, and you'll see a picture of me. You see it at the top left, the picture of me.
No.
Just click the link inside the Hangout I put, where it brings up the live stream. You might have to mute it, but you'll see a picture of me on the top left in the Hangout, on the actual YouTube link of the Hangout, the actual live Hangout page.
Yeah, I'm there, but it's.
So look at the top left.
A,
you see a picture of me, and you see the cover of the first book I published on the left is just sitting there.
No, I see you. I see your face right now live.
Okay, it just might be lagging a bit behind is all. Matter of fact, put it like this. If you look at my stream at the bottom, you see my little image where you subscribe at. You see the picture of me and the cover of the book at the bottom on the right on the stream page. It's small at the bottom on the right.
Not really. I mean.
Okay. Well, put it like this. I mean,
I can see something there, but I can't really see what it is.
And you still can't open up the stream link, the actual stream link that I put inside the Hangout, and see the image of me on the stream page inside the stream.
Oh, yeah, I could probably do that. Let's see.
All you have to do is just click the link right inside the Hangout. It'll open up the stream. I'll put it there again.
Yeah, it's on the left now?
That's right. You see the picture of me on the left at the top?
Yeah.
And remember to mute it so you don't hear double. Now let me ask you, is there a book, and I know it's a silly question, but just to prove the point, is there a book that's constantly floating in front of my face all the time? Like, do you see a book in the live stream floating next to my face? I'm really asking though.
Do I see a book floating in front of your face?
Yeah, just like when you saw me on the live stream. Do you think there's a book floating by my face in real life?
Why would there be?
Exactly. Would you say that that's an actual picture of me? You've seen me live. Would you say that's a picture of me?
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that.
Okay. Would you say that picture has been altered?
Yeah, it's been altered. I mean,
obviously, right? Because there's a book hanging there's no book right there normally, like by the side of my face. So would you then say that picture represents raw data, like it's directly from a camera?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, we're on the same page. Well, it's not even not necessarily no, because I'm the one that did it, so I can tell you that's not a raw picture. I did some editing to it, and I cropped it, and I put a book cover in front of it, and so on and so forth. So now let's look at this page again with that in mind. So I'm going to go back to reading that page about the SATAID. This service provides satellite animation and interactive diagnosis application and SAT-8 data. This enables the visualization and manipulation of satellite imagery. So on the one hand, we have the visualization and manipulation, and of what? Of satellite imagery. That would be the raw data. NWP, numerical weather prediction products, observation results, and data. So imagery, other data, telemetry, so forth. And now GMA released the upgraded version of SAT-8 and so on and so forth. So all this is saying to me is that this is a program that can be used to render and edit the data that comes from the satellite. That still doesn't change the fact that there's raw data coming from the satellite. Just like how you can look at that image of me and it's an edited image, it still doesn't change the fact that on my computer somewhere, if I look for it, there's a raw image of me that's direct from the camera that it has not been edited at all, and it's raw data. So just the fact that I edited the data to put a book cover in it and crop it doesn't mean it's not from a real image. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Exactly. So the same thing is happening. There's image from a satellite, and they've made programs to edit the satellite. Just like how I use Photoshop and Paint and so forth to edit my image, there's nothing wrong with having a program dedicated to the task of editing the image. I don't see anything wrong with that.
The difference is your picture of your face was taken from one photograph, correct?
Oh, that is correct.
You didn't take strips of your face and
I see.
and tie them all together, right?
So you're saying that the Himawari is actually taking strips instead?
Yeah, it's composite images.
Okay, well, we'll get to that. So let me just make a note of that so I can know to come back to it. Strips of data. But now you do acknowledge that data is actually coming from the Himawari. Is that correct?
I don't even know. I mean, I can't say that for sure.
Well, put it like this. You use this
What
website.
I do know is,
Put it like this.
What I do know is,
Well, let's put it like this. You use this website when you want to prove your point when you thought it said that data didn't come from the Himawari. When you thought data didn't come from the Himawari, you used this site to the point that you put it in your video and you read it. So why would you take data from that page when it seems to support your argument, but from the same website? Matter of fact, it's literally the same page. All I did was go from clicking DCS on the same page you utilized to prove your point, and all I did was click to the left where it says raw data comes from the advanced Himawari imager. Raw data. Downlink. Again, the same page you use, I click a little bit to the left, and I click system, and it shows the image of raw data coming down from the satellite. So why is it good enough for you to use this website when you think it proves your point, but all of a sudden now you don't know anymore with the same website? Please explain that logic.
because it's composite images. I already told you.
You're not answering my question. All I'm talking about is the raw data.
Listen, true
Okay.
color reproduction imagery is what it's called.
We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about the acknowledgement.
That is what we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about
That
the
is what we're
acknowledgement.
talking about.
I'm the one that's talking, so I would know what I'm talking about, right? I think I would know what I'm talking about better than you, right? I'm talking about, earlier you said that the data comes from islands, from so on and so forth. I'm simply wanting you to acknowledge that the data comes from raw data from the satellite as well. I acknowledge it comes from islands through relay. I'm just asking you to acknowledge that there's raw data that comes from the satellite as well.
So what you're saying is that the data that comes from the ground stations is not raw?
I don't know. I don't know what data they send. The point is that data comes from the ground up to the satellite to relay. So maybe there's a boat that took raw data of an earthquake and they relay that. Maybe there's somebody who's like making a picture or something that they edited and they relay that. I mean, it's not to say that the data has to be raw or not from the ground. That doesn't matter. The point is that there is data that comes from the ground, whether raw or not, but there's also raw data that comes straight from the satellite. And we could just move on. If you don't want to acknowledge that, that's fine. But people on the site looking can clearly see on the same website you use it says that. So let's move forward. So now we're talking about whether it takes a full picture or not. Give me a moment here. Now what I'm going to do now is go back to another web page you used. You use this image right here to talk about the NASA Blue Marble Generation data set to show, as you said earlier, strips of data. Okay, let's go back. This is the Blue Marble image. I thought people was mostly talking about that, but thankfully you didn't mention that. I don't have to go into that. Let's look at where the blue data set comes from. Yeah, we don't have to worry about it. Cruise with Jay. We know, and let me just say again, I have utmost respect for Fight the Deception, because Chris Berry, the runner, Chris Berry, the inflammatory comments but don't stay, he came to my channel and he said, oh, on one of my videos, this is ridiculous and I disproved it. I was hunting him down trying to talk and he kept running. He claimed he wasn't running. And one of the chats I was in, he said he had to leave, and I have a screenshot of him still commenting in the chat. So my conclusion is he's running based upon the evidence. This man came and he talked. So I have respect for this man. But that doesn't change the fact that what you're saying is not accurate, right? So we're going to talk about that. Are you still with me, by the way?
Yeah.
All right. So now we're talking about the Blue Marble data set. Now the question is, I've already established that there's data coming from the Himawari, whether you want to accept it or not. Now we're going to talk about what that data is. So it does talk about the Blue Marble data set. I accept that. That's utilized. Let's see what that actually is. The Blue Marble is an incredibly detailed, true color depiction of the Earth. NASA is responsible for this data set made from a compilation of satellite images throughout 2001. Most of the information came from NASA's MODIS, the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectral Diameter, which is attached to the Terra satellite 435 miles above the Earth. So let's see what the Terra satellite is. This is the Terra satellite. This says that the Blue Marble dataset images comes from the Terra satellite. This is the satellite. And I'll put this link inside. I'll put both of these links in the chat so everybody can follow along. Thank you, Bansal. Props to him, man. So the Terra satellite, to look at the spacecraft, is a satellite that's in what kind of orbit? Let's find it. Terra is in circular sun-synchronous polar orbit. And I looked up to see what a sun-synchronous polar orbit is. A polar orbit travels north to south over the poles and takes approximately 1.5 hours for a full rotation. As the satellite is in orbit, the Earth is rotating beneath it. When the satellite is in sun-synchronous orbit, that means that it has a constant sun illumination through inclination and altitude. For sun-synchronous orbits, it passes over any given point on the Earth's surface at the same local solar time. So it operates in such a way to where when it gets to that point of the Earth, it's the same point every day. So, since we acknowledge that the Himawari images utilize blue dataset imagery, and since we know that the blue dataset imagery comes from satellites that are in orbit around a spherical Earth, do you then acknowledge that the Earth is a globe with satellites orbiting it?
You're kidding me, right?
I'm not kidding. You pointed to this page in your video. You said it because this is the thing. Let me just give you the overview right now. What happens is when nighttime comes, it can't really see in visible light what's going on at nighttime. It can't really see that. So what the Himawari does is, and I'm going to go back to the specs of the Himawari on that website we had. It has infrared. It has infrared imagery on it. Infrared. Let me see where I could find it. I have it on one of my pages here. Boom. 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 Himawari, visible.
You're looking for true color reproduction imagery.
Well, that's in the
That's
daytime.
what it's called.
I'm about to first tell you what's happened, why they utilize.
No, this talks about infrared too.
Okay, beautiful.
I included that in this other
Okay,
video
beautiful.
that I uploaded.
Okay, awesome. So when it's nighttime, it will utilize the blue marble data to position the infrared imagery on top of the nighttime sky. That's why you can have an image where it shows data for the nighttime side. But when you're talking about a full color image of the planet, that's why we can get images like what's actually in the same site that you linked, by the way. Let's go to some of the images that it's showing. Himawari. Oh, and by the way, the image that's linked in your video, this is proof of that. If you go to the time and date, I put in the day and time of one of the images that was made into a composite image using the Blue Marble data set. As you can see,
and that's when the Blue Marble data is used. Still needs to be making observations.
And as you can see, at this time, it was nighttime, was covering over Australia. They don't use that data when they need to. But still, but I just want to cover why to use the Blue Marble data set. But since we're talking about the Blue Marble data set, if you accept that they use Blue Marble data set, unless you can show me that the website you showed was wrong and they're not really using Blue Marble next generation data set which comes from a satellite, you must also accept that the Blue Marble data set that comes from the Terra satellite proves that the globe is real. What is your response to that?
It doesn't prove the globe is real.
So are you saying that the sources you
How does
use,
it prove that? How
well,
does it prove that?
because you said
It's only taken little tiny strips of Earth as it goes over it. That
so
could
in
be
other words,
that could be taken by airplanes. That could be taken by anything.
right? So this is referring. This is simply what the source you use refers to. Are you saying that the source, another source you use, is wrong? Are you saying this is a lie? This is wrong? Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said that.
Well, if you're saying that this is right, that is using the NASA Blue Marble next
Called
gen.
It's called true color reproduction imagery. Go ahead and look that up.
We're sticking with the data you presented. We're sticking with the evidence you presented first.
Well, this is the Colorado. This is from the Colorado State University.
Okay, let's see it.
True color reproduction imagery. It's called.
Okay, let's go ahead and link it then. Oh, I forgot to show my imagery. I forgot to show my image again. Sorry. Let me turn my video camera on again. Oh, I see what you're saying, Matrix Media. No, I'm not interested in trying to provide you proof of aliens. You could find your own proof. Actually, I don't have any need to prove anything to you. Let me keep on scrolling a bit farther. Let me look at some of the comments while he's talking.
It's actually on that same site you were on before.
And thank y'all for watching, y'all. And while he's looking at that, let me pull up some images here. So while he's looking for that, let me just point out. So I talked about why the Blue Marble data set data is utilized, which comes from satellites, which are on a polar orbit. So if you're going to claim they actually use that data, whether you accept it or not, you have to also accept that it's coming from satellites, unless you got to throw all that data away. You got to say all of this is wrong and you got to go somewhere else. But suffice it to say, let's look at some raw images that have not been edited with infrared and use the Blue Marble data set. This is one image from the Himawari showing the night side of the planet. Because it's night, of course, the true light imagery can't capture what's going on, so it's simply a picture of the planet. If we look here, again, this is a picture of the planet with a partial is not showing the full globe because part of it is at night. The one that's here after it's been rendered
Data from the Blue Marble set.
with the night data.
Now, when Himawari's view
Here's a
goes
real-time raw image that hasn't been edited.
to nighttime, it still needs to be making observations.
And now he's showing one where it's used the infrared data. And the part that was dark, it utilized the Blue Marble data from satellites that are closest to the Earth to fill out that in. So what happens is clouds have they're cooler than the ground. So the satellite with infrared can pick out where clouds are. So it puts the clouds where it needs to be. Also, the bigger clouds, like the rain clouds, since they're bigger, it blocks out more heat. So it knows where to put the denser clouds. It uses the blue marble data set to fill in the ground on the dark side. And that's why you have these images, right? But this image here, straight from the site you linked, is raw data. It's the full planet from the Himawari. Boom. So what you have to do is either throw away your whole argument, because this is the website you use to prove your point, and start over from somewhere else, or you have to admit that this is a raw picture that has not been edited, where it just shows the night side of the Earth. And I'll wait for him to respond to that when he finds whatever site he's looking for.
I already linked it.
Exactly, in the, C4 cherry picking. Oh, you linked it?
What? I linked it in the chat. In the live stream.
Okay, one moment here. Let me scroll up. And you mean on the actual stream chat for the my page?
The live stream on YouTube.
Okay.
On YouTube, yeah.
I don't see the link. Would you just post it one more time? Should take a moment, and the other people can get it as well.
And originally, I had planned on this other video that it's might be uploaded now.
Well, let's talk about this one. This is another thing. I don't think it's intentional, but this is another thing that I notice flat earthers do as well. When it starts to get uncomfortable, let's change the subject. I'm happy to talk about that video with you, but let's save it for another day and finish with this video. So we're still working on the last point for this video here. Maybe after this video, we could work on the other video. But I mean, if the sources here don't matter, then I mean, we still got to make sure we focus on this first. You're right, Cruising with Jay. And you have to. Because the only way you could possibly believe the Earth is flat is to deny a whole bunch of information. It's to disregard a whole bunch of information. So there's no way you can not, you know. So I think it just becomes knee-jerk reaction to disregard a lot of things. And I'll finish responding to the chats. Yes, as often happens with me, just like with Chris Berry, the runner. I didn't just go out seeking Chris Berry. I made a video to somebody else. Let me find that video for you that I made. Let me look for it here and I can just post it. By the way, can explain aliens on the flat Earth come from this planet, not other planets. If you believe in the flat Earth, you could explain it from the flat Earth. I'm aware of that. I'm just reading your chat matrix. I'm aware that they come from, well, some of them come from here, but most of them come from different planets. In my observation and experience, there's no link.
There's no aliens.
Okay, well that's another topic we could talk about it. But for the main thing, I want to just and I want to talk about Chris Berry for a moment and contrast the courage, the integrity of Fight the Deception to at least come talk about his claim. And when he made a video in response to what I did, at least he came to back his claim up. And I'll forever respect and appreciate that. And Fight the Deception's name will go down as somebody who will stand by what he posts. So again, utmost respect for that. But this is the video I made for somebody else on YouTube. It wasn't even for Chris Berry at all.
Believer.
Sun on the shadow, the sun making shadows on the clouds, and he made a video to me in response to this, similar to how
it actually wasn't. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about.
I'm talking about Chris. No, I'm saying talking about Chris Berry, and he said this. He said, "I debunked this in 5 minutes. Only Glurfers would do." If only Glurfers would do their own tests before making such ridiculous claims. So immediately when I saw it, as you can see, within a week apart, Let's get together and discuss. I go to his channel. Let's get together and discuss. I found them in a hangout I came into. Suddenly you have to go. That happened 3 times. Even though I noticed him still chatting in the chat. I have screenshots of that. So yeah, whoever was talking about this chat here was pre-planned as a response, because this video Himawari exposed was a response to me from Fight the Deception. So but at least he came to back it up. So this is a response. That's why it says dedicated to DarrylEBerryJr. So that's where this talk came from. So I was like, okay, let's go ahead and talk about it and get this worked out. And you still not able to find that link you're looking for?
I posted it in the chat twice.
Okay, let me try to look again. Oh, you know what it is? Because you're not a moderator, so your links don't show. That's what's going on. Just are you able to post it in the this place? Post it in the Hangout, like the Hangout where we talk, and just post it there. That's why your link is not showing. I thought you were still looking for it all that time. My apologies. When I didn't see it, I was like, well, maybe he's still looking or something. Just post it right here.
I'm not quite sure how to do that.
Just bring up the actual Hangout itself, and at the bottom to the left, you'll see the link. The matter of fact, show messages, and you can see it right there, and just post it inside the Hangout to the left.
Okay, I gotta. I was doing it from my phone, so.
No problem. It might be easier. I should be able to easily add a moderator here. Let me just add you as a moderator real fast. Man, it's moderators. I'll copy your link here, and I'll just add you as a moderator, and it should show now. So understand you're on your phone now. Here, Fight the Deception, save. So you're a moderator. So now it should let you post. Maybe you want to refresh the page just to be sure, like the actual stream page, refresh it to make sure it captures your moderation status, and then it should show your link. And then we could take a look at this link you're talking about, and we will see. This is what I'll tell you what I think is going to happen. It's simply going to show one of the things that happen with processing the data, just like the one you showed before, but it doesn't change the fact that this is raw data from the advanced enhanced imager. But you go to the stream page now, and it should allow you to post since you're a moderator.
And originally, what the argument was if it was a one full picture.
That's it right here. That's what I'm showing. If you look at the stream right now or the Hangout, that's what this is. This is full one picture, raw, unmodified, right here. Boom. So unless you can somehow prove that this is false, that's it right there on the web page that you gave. This, I lost the other one, right here. Another raw image with no nighttime blue marble data filling in. This is this raw data right here from the Himawari, HIM daily. Again, from the link that you gave. So then what they may do is take this nighttime picture and use the infrared from the satellite to find out where the satellites are and everything. I mean the clouds are. And then use the blue marble strips that they piece together to put a foundation there. But the satellite data will still be raw data. So the satellite data, even when they use the blue marble data as a foundation when it's nighttime, the satellite data will still be raw data coming from the Himawari8. Let me find that again. So even then, they will still be taking the raw data, as this image shows from the website you linked, just on the same page, just a click to the left. They take the raw data, send it down to the JMA. They send it wherever they got to go, cloud services and so on and so forth. And they may use the program that you linked earlier to edit it. They may use the program you about to link now to edit it. But it's still coming from raw data, which is why I used the picture analogy I used earlier. That picture of me is a real picture. A friend of mine took the picture with his camera. The raw image is still on my computer, but I edited the image and cropped it and put a book in it for my own purposes. But it still doesn't change the fact that it originally comes from raw data. So then I go back to the page you linked earlier in your video, the NOAAVV site, which was good enough when you thought it was proving your point. Here is raw images from the Himawari8. This is a raw, real live image of the night side. You can see a little bit of the day side is not completely on opposite the sun, but that's it right there. So unless you can prove this is a false image, that's it right there. It's very simple. And I'm pretty sure whatever image whatever page you show is just going to be software to use to edit the raw data anyway. So
where does it say that that's raw data, raw images?
well, it says HIM daily, simple contrast. I don't see where it says it's edited. I'm simply going off the site that you gave.
Does it say it's raw?
Okay, you're correct. Maybe I'm assuming it's raw than it really is. Let's take a look and see. Let me check myself and see if I can find where it actually says raw. Where can I go? Let me do a search and see. By the way, did you post that link yet?
I'm still working on getting it.
You should be able to go straight to the stream again. What was happening was you was posting it, but the link wasn't showing because you wasn't a moderator. But if you go back now, it should show.
Yeah, no, I was doing it from my phone, and now I'm on my laptop trying to find the same link. I found the PDF.
Here.
Found the PDF, but
matter of fact, let me go to the Himawari real time. That's probably be easier than me trying to find the actual archive of images. So let's see here. Oh, and I did actually have that page up. I just didn't realize it. It's right here. I did have it in one of my pages. So, real time image. Which one shall I find? GMA website. Boom, right here. Raw image straight from that satellite right now. Boom. This is the infrared one. This is the visible one. And color. Full visible. Boom, right there. So thank you for challenging me to up my game. So maybe I was slipping a bit earlier. I assumed that was raw data. This site clearly says real-time image. Satellite imagery. Animation rate 10 minutes. Animation for last 3 hours. So this is literally was taken within 3 hours. Raw data. Boom. There you go. One full photo, unedited raw from the Himawari. Let me go ahead to your
link just.
I'll put the link in the chat as well.
Now, did the link that I just put, did it come through?
That was the link Bandsaw? Oh, Bandsaw posted it.
Yeah, mate, it was the link. Yeah, I got it from.
Okay, awesome.
What?
So this is the link from Bandsaw from the one that you put. This is what you was talking about, right? This is the one that you pulled up on your phone, satellite imagery? And it says visible, infrared, water vapory, color enhanced.
That's one of them.
Awesome.
I'm trying to post a couple of them.
Actually. Well, let's start with this one. Let's start with this one because
that is it actually.
Okay, so show us on this page where it says that there's no raw image from the Himawari. Just let me know where to go. Like right now, I'm looking.
Did I say that it doesn't say that there was raw images from the Himawari?
Okay.
I never said that.
Okay, well, let me know what it says if I misheard you. Just let me know what you're trying to prove with this page.
You might as well just read through it.
Okay, let's read through it. So starting from the top, satellite imagery. The Himawari series of geostationary meteorological satellites provides constant and uniform coverage of the Earth from around 35,000 kilometers above the equator with an orbit corresponding to the period of the Earth's rotation. So, being that you're using this as evidence or what have you, do you acknowledge that the Himawari is a satellite orbiting in a geostationary orbit around the Earth, which is the globe, because it has to orbit from 35,800 kilometers above the Earth. Do you accept that? Do you acknowledge that now?
No,
So why are you
no,
using?
absolutely.
So why are you using this as a source? Why are you using this as a reference if you're not even going to accept the very first thing it says? The very first thing it says that the Himawari is a
So
geostationary.
what you're saying is that that there's no lies anywhere. Like everything that they
That
say is
I'm not.
is 100% fact. Is
No,
that what
I
you're saying?
simply said what I said. I said you use this as an evidence, and you're not accepting what it says. I asked you to tell me what you want to put. Don't come back and say I'm act like I'm twisting things around. I gave you the floor. I said this is your website. Let me know where to go. Tell me what you want to prove. You got quiet. You said we might as well
I
read
never
from the
said I was
start.
trying.
You said we
I
might
never
as
said
well.
I'm not trying to cherry pick like you guys are trying to accuse me of.
Okay, then if you're not trying to cherry pick, if I read from the top, then don't just start discounting when I'm reading from the top. It has to be one or the other.
Oh,
If you're
that
going to,
doesn't mean that I believe that. That doesn't mean that I believe that everything that they're saying.
okay, so what on this page is true then? Why don't you let me give you a moment to look through the page and you tell me what's true that you're trying to use as evidence. Why don't we do it that way?
Scroll down.
Okay,
Scroll down.
and let me make it a bit bigger. So it's not within view right here. Is that correct?
No, scroll
Okay,
down.
so what about here?
True color reproduction imagery is what it's called. Right there.
Okay. True color reproduction technology enables the display of Earth images taken from space in a way that is familiar to the human eye. The imagery consists of data from three visible bands: one near infrared band, one near infrared band, one infrared band. To reproduce colors as seen by the human eye, RGB signals observed by the AAH are converted into CIEXYZ values and reconverted into RGB signals for output devices compliant with sRGB, an international standard for RGB color space, Murata et al. 2018. In this process, as an alternative to the bispectral hybrid green method outlined by Miller, the green band is optimally adjusted using band 2, 3, and 4. To make the imagery more vivid, atmospheric correction, Rayleigh correction mirror is applied to AHI bands 1 through 4. Software for this purpose was provided by the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere, established by NOAA, NESDIS, and Colorado State University in the United States of America. So this sounds like you were saying about the Colorado thing. Okay, so what are you saying? What are you saying that paragraph says? Say again?
All and these aren't full pictures. This is not a full picture of the Earth.
What is your evidence
They're
of this?
composites. Oh man.
This does not say that. All it says is that the technology is utilized to take the data and make it look presentable to our eye. That's what the computer does. When I type something right
Right.
now, like I'm going to type something, right? I'm going to type test inside the chat. What happens is on my computer I type TEXT, right? The computer takes that data and makes it into ones and zeros and ones and zeros, like computer data. It's turned into digital data. It sends through the computer network, which travels the world. It hits your computer. Your computer takes that data, translates it back into a form that's viewable to the human eye and recognizable by the human eye. That's why it doesn't come out as 10101100101010. It comes out as test, because the computer takes that data that I sent, that was a thought in my brain. My body takes that thought and makes it into physical movements with my hand. My hand takes and translates that to the keyboard. The keyboard translates that to the computer motherboard, sends it through the internet. It comes out as test. This is all I'm seeing here. It takes the raw image taken from the computer, translates it, and matter of fact, let's look into that. And with the website you said is a good source of data confirms that. I went through a lot of websites, so I can't remember exactly which one it was. But it talks about how the data from the Himawari is put into the form is put into when it's sent and then put back. Let me see if I can find that. Mm, Operations status. Operational status. I'm pretty sure that won't be it. But I mean, really, this one is good enough as well. Anyway, it's not saying that the image is not a full image. It's saying that satellite images, the data is taken and put into a form that we can recognize, because we can't see a bunch of ones and O's and realize is a just like you can't see a bunch of ones and O's and confirm that that means test. It goes into computer language and it comes back out. If you can point out in there where it says it's not a full image, then I'm open to it. But you asked me to show you where there's a full image online raw, and I just showed you. If you that right there doesn't say it's not a full image from the Himawari, unless I'm missing something. Do you want to? Is there a certain line or something you want to point to where it says that?
Yeah, there's more.
I'm talking about right here. You use this first. I'm saying let's start here. So, because this is what I want. I want you to either say
you have to look at all of it. You know, you can't just. I mean, now you're trying to cherry pick little parts and pieces when you got to look at all the information.
Okay, so is this coupled with something else? Okay, what's your something else, and we'll look at that.
I'm trying to find it here. It's called the Color Image Data PNG 24-bit. I'm trying to find exactly where that's at. It shows you it shows you, and it tells you that it's composite.
Okay.
Composited images.
Okay. I'm willing to look at it. And you could just do like you did before. Whatever you did before, Bandsaw got the image. So whatever you did before, Bandsaw, I mean, we'll get the link, and then I'll copy it from Bandsaw's link. I'm going to scroll through the chat while you're looking for that. By the way, I'll respond to some of the chats. So Matrix said the Globers expect the people portraying the conspiracy to confess and leave a paper trail. My God, man, no discernment of your own. But yet, the video that Paul on the plane utilized this link right here, saying that it's proof. Saying, go right here. Let me see, where was that again? Check description. Yet y'all utilize this right here to say it was fake that the data set is used. So I noticed that.
How would you know if it was or wasn't?
The question is, how would you know? That's the point. You're the one that's saying you're proving that it's false. How would you know? That's the question.
Because we've already determined that they use all these ground-based towers and weather balloons and all this other stuff.
Okay, so let's go back to that. What do they use those things for? Because we already discussed this. But is acting. And what happens with that data that comes from the islands and the buoys and stuff like that?
It gets transferred up to the Himawari, and then it transfers it down to other ground-based stations that disseminate it. And
so it sounds like you're going back again to saying that this right here shows that the Himawari doesn't get raw data. Is that right? That is really coming from the ground. Is that right?
Well, it is coming from the ground.
Okay. So again, why do you accept that on the same?
It never said that the raw data wasn't coming from the ground.
Yes, it does on the same website. Let me show you again. So we go into the same web page you used to try to prove it's coming from the ground. It says raw observation data transmission downlink. No uplink, downlink. So the raw data, which is coming from, what does it say? The advanced Himawari imager. The Ka band used for downlinking of meteorological data using the Ka band 18.1 through 18.4 gigahertz. Downlink. No uplink, downlink.
There's gonna be an uplink, obviously, and a downlink.
What does it say right there on the raw observation?
Okay, that's fine. The DCS, the ground-based stations are the uplink, and then the raw observation data is the downlink.
Let me ask you, what does it say right there under raw observation data transmission?
What do you mean? What does it say?
I mean, right there. What does it say right there?
It says raw observation data transmission, Ka band, 18.1 to 18.4 gigahertz downlink.
Under raw data, is there a part where it says uplink? In the number one use of the Himawari, where it says 1, raw data, is there uplink there dealing with raw data? I mean, maybe I'm missing it. I'm asking you, do you see it say? It would need to be if it was utilizing raw data uplink. I mean, that's what this site is giving the specs of what it says. It says downlink for raw data. I just want to confirm that you see that at least. Do you see where it only says downlink for raw data? No, I mean, I'm asking.
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
It's just downlink, yeah.
Okay. Now, going to this image, it was fine for you when you saw this arrow going up, and you said there's arrow coming up from ships, up from islands, up from seismic gauges.
But see, the thing is it never said that the data coming from the islands and from the ships isn't raw data.
I know it doesn't say that, but it's just simply saying that it's coming from the ground. I acknowledged that earlier. It could be raw data, it could be new data, just whatever kind of data. It's data coming from a boat or an island that they send into the Himawari to get to the land, because there's no internet cable dragging behind a boat. That makes sense to me. But you were fine pointing out that the data is not coming from the Himawari, it's coming up from the ground. But yet, for some reason, when we're looking at this page right here, and there is no up data, there is no upline. All there is a downline saying raw data. So when I look at this page, and what I'm going to do, let me open up a new window so I could go back and forth with it, and then maybe it'll make more sense. Give me one moment here. So when I look here, it says raw data, downlink. And then when I look here, it says raw data, there's only a down. So so you're the one who said we can't look at one page before you was looking for that other link. You were saying we have to put it together. That's what you said. So when I look at this, there's only a downward arrow that says raw data, and I see the raw data there's only a downlink. Clearly it's saying the raw data, which you yourself said is raw, unedited, is only a downlink. This is talking about the raw data from the satellite. The DCS is a totally different function. As it says right here, the data collection system, there's an uplink at 402.0 at a totally different channel, and a downlink at 18.1 when it sends it back down to the ground. So DCS's has an uplink and a downlink because it's transferring data back and forth, as it says right here on the same page. There's up and down. Well, this is mostly talking about the telemetry. So we actually have to go to the other page. Give me 1 second here. So this is the data right here that's coming up from the ground, which is talking about the DCS. So the DCS is the second use of it. Uplink and downlink, it says it right there. It's clear. It's clearly right there on the page. You may not want to accept it, but it's right there. And when we go back to the first page, this is talking about the third part. I didn't even look at this one closely. There's the telemetry, tracking and command, right there. This is the third use of the Himawari. Telemetry, command. So the telemetry and command is going back and forth to tell the satellite what to do. And then there's the data coming down when it's doing this command thing. So there's 3 different uses for the Himawari. It's all right here. For some reason, you want to focus only on the DCS, and you want to tell yourself that the DCS is actually responsible for the raw data, when clearly that's not what the site says. So either you have to call the site a lie altogether and do whatever you're going to do to prove that the satellite is false, or you're going to have to take it all, and that's what the site says. You can't logically and reasonably, just like when we got back to this page, you're like, let's just look at this part of the page. Where's that first link again? You want to focus on just this part right here. You're the one who said we got to take everything together, but you want to totally ignore that the very same page says that the Himawari is a geostationary meteorological satellite providing constant and uniform coverage of the Earth from 35,000 kilometers above. You said, when I pointed out the the saved images, and you say, well, how do you know that's raw? And you were right. It doesn't clearly say it's raw. So I took some looks, and I found one that clearly says it's raw. Right here. Satellite imagery. Real time. Within the last 3 hours. Boom. So every time you ask for evidence, I show it, you just miss it except for the one little part you want to focus on. So do you have your other link? Because, I mean, I think I've pretty much proved my point. I mean, you may not want to accept it, but, I mean, it's all right there. So you either have to throw the site away altogether and not use the NOAAVV site, not use the JMGOJP site, not use any of that, and do whatever you're going to do separately to prove it's fake, or that's what it says. And again, the thing that you try to point, I've gave the example already of just how the keyboard turns data into computer data and puts it back into something we can see on the computer screen. Your motherboard doesn't see, you know, a planet or this. It sees ones and O's and stuff. It's just software that's rendering the raw data, which is coming from, which is what it looks like to the human eye. This is what we will see. Did you give Bandsaw that link yet? I don't see him posting a link yet.
Yeah, no, I haven't got it yet.
Okay.
I'm still
Okay.
trying to find it here.
So are we done with your video? Is there any more you wanna say about your video? Huh? Say again, please.
Here, I just gotta find it. I said it's here. I just gotta find it. There's all these.
Okay. Oh, I see it now. I see the first one you put into the. So awesome. I was able to see the one that you put into the Google Hangout there. So you can put it right back into the Google Hangout. I'll be able to get it next time. I'll scroll through the comments while you're looking. You're right, C4. I think it's really not a lack of understanding. I think there's a lack of wanting to accept it, because this is what I found. I found that flat earth believers come with a presumption that it's flat, and they try to just pick information to support that rather than simply looking at what the information says. So I'm sure it's not intentional.
The original claim was that it was full pictures, and
that's right.
They're not full pictures.
You haven't proven that yet. I'm showing that right here. This is a full picture. I showed the one here, whether it's rendered or not, whether it's been formulated through a program or not, is a full picture from a downlink that I showed from the AIH, the Advanced Imagery, the Advanced Himawari Imager. So yeah. So unless you can somehow show that they're lying and this is not a full live image, this is it right here, a full image of the planet, not stripped, right there. Boom. You're saying it's not, but you're not giving proof that it's not. You're not giving evidence that it's not. And even if you say it strips, again, the only strips your evidence points to is the blue marble data set, which comes from satellites. It's just satellites that goes around and around and around and pulls strips. So again, even that evidence comes from satellites. So either way it goes, it proves the Earth is a globe if you accept that, because the satellites are going around the globe. So, you know, what y'all would have to do is actually do some kind of investigation to prove what you're saying. If you're saying like you know, so, and of course if you do that, all you're gonna do is do like let me pull up the Rob Skiba video when Rob Skiba did some original investigation. Let's see what Rob Skiba found. And I'll just pull up one of my videos. It'll take more time to probably find the link for him. Actually, let me just go straight to his original page. Yes, it should be no problem. It should be easy enough to find that part. I think I remember off the top of my head where it's at. Here we go. Testing the globe. So this is Rob Skiba's video when he did some original research, when he tried to prove that the Earth is flat. And he sent up a weather balloon, which I respect. I respect the fact that he sent up the weather balloon himself. I respect the fact that he posted the data himself. But this is what he found. And I'll pull up this data here real fast and show it to the people that's listening. This is what Rob Skiba found when he sent up his own video. He saw a curve.
.fi.
Let's go to around 150 here. He saw a curve.
A minute. Dude, I'm
right there
telling you this.
with a non-fisheye lens. He said that one fisheye lens at the top and the non-fisheye lens at the bottom, and there's curve. And he even says it. I respect the fact that he acknowledges it. Let me see if I could find where he says it.
I'm under no delusion
Those
that this.
videos of ones that are higher than that. That
Now
don't
let me
show
just
curve,
say
though.
that no correction has been made
Go ahead.
to
Present your
this
evidence.
video.
Process here. This
Present your
Are you
evidence.
saying
I'd be
that
happy to
there's
see
not?
it.
right.
Say again,
So
please.
this is what I.
Say again.
Are you saying that there's not ones from? Are you saying that there's not ones from higher than that that show it flat?
Let me ask you, why do you do that? Like you said, there's some from higher that shows it's flat. I said present your evidence, and
Yeah.
then you ask if I'm saying something else. Why would I be saying something other than what I said? You said there's videos from higher not showing curve. I said present your evidence, and you said, are you saying something else? I said present your evidence. That's what I said. You know, I don't know who you usually talk to, but when I say something, that's what I
Well,
mean. When
I don't
say
know if you've. I don't know if you're just cherry picking this one instance, or you really haven't ever seen one.
That's what
I mean,
it doesn't matter. When you said there's evidence, I said present your
matter.
evidence. When I say that, I really mean it. Present your evidence and let's look at it. There's no need to ask, do you mean this? Do you mean that? Do you think there's been? Just present it and we can look at it. It's no problem. So you know, I don't know who you usually talk to, and I know that a lot of people I've seen Hangouts and a lot of people use this nuance and you know this underhanded language. When I say something, I mean it. When I say present your evidence, present it. I could play the video and we could talk about it. So if you have a video of something higher than this that doesn't show curve, let's look at it and we can see what's up. But for now, this is the video that we have. So Rob Skiba around 150, he says, at least go back to where you see the curve right there, very clearly. Curve from, was like what? I don't remember the highest height he reached. There it is. Last altitude, 99,806 feet I'm seeing there.
Now
you
we're
can
at
see some
Highway
curve.
13.
So if any of you guys are watching out there and you happen to
And that thing is blocking it.
what did it?
13.
Boom. Right there. Curve. And if you go a bit farther in this same video, here it is. Right here, I believe.
I'm under no delusion. This video, I'm just.
See, there's slight.
He says you can't deny that he saw curvature.
Just like a lenses is it's
Let me see
very
if I can
correct.
find that accurate, that
I kind of
exact
wanted to show you
screenshot.
guys how that looks. So in general, lenses.
Let me know when you
distort,
find that link, by the way. I'm just keeping the stream
there's
going
what's
while you're
called
looking
veil
for it.
distortion. And
But what I'll do is pull up my own video, because y'all have the link to the original video. I actually made a video called Rob Skiba's Accumulating Proofs for the Flat Earth. And
Hello, Flat Earth believers.
it's a lot easier
This is
because
DarrylEBerryJr. back with
I have it all, you know, all of the data points are put into the video directly, so it's easier to find. But I just put his
Hello,
original
Flat
video
Earth
link in
believers.
there so y'all can
This
go
is
to
Darryl.
it. But let me find the part where he says he saw curvature.
This round, then include time.
Right here it is, right here. 20. So it's at 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 54 seconds. So if you want to see the part where Rob Skiba admits that his balloon that he sent up shows curvature.
Or soda.
Hopefully y'all can hear it.
Well, obviously by now, if you believe in the globe, you're quite happy to have seen curvature in a lot of this footage, even from the 7.2mm lens. If you believe the Earth is flat, you're probably denying that you did see curve. Well, when I saw this footage, I gotta be honest, I couldn't deny that I did see some curvature. That was naturally quite frustrating for us, but
So Rob Skiba did his own independent research, not going to a website somewhere. He sent up his own
you're
balloon,
quite happy to have seen
and he found
curvature
curvature.
in a lot of this footage, even from the 7.2mm lens. If you believe the Earth is flat, you're probably denying that you did see curve. Well, when I saw this footage, I gotta be honest, I couldn't deny that I did see some curvature. That was naturally quite frustrating for us, but
Okay. So if you have a video higher than that that doesn't show curvature, again, I'm happy to see it. And let me take a look again and see if you posted your link inside the chat there.
Not yet, mate.
Okay. Okay. Well, so it seems like, I mean, unless you have something else, man, I understand you don't accept the point, but I mean, all the data is there, so people can make their own decisions. But from my perspective, you did not prove that it's not a full image. I see this image here. You did not prove that the Himawari is not taking its own images of things and sending it down. The same website you use says it right here. It says it in the specs of the Himawari itself. Raw data, observation, transmission, downlink only, using the advanced HimawariImager at 13.1 to 13.84 gigahertz. I do acknowledge that it does have a data transfer function, which it says on the spec page. That's the second function it has. Data collection systems, where it transfers data back and forth between ships, islands, wherever else, up and back down, because it's simply convenient. But that does not mean that something can't have more than one function. For instance, my cell phone. My cell phone has a camera. Has a camera right there. It also has a part for talking and speaking. I could also search online. So a device can have more than one function. So it's simply that the satellite has more than one function, which is understandable. Also, there's the third function, which is the communications, the command and telemetry aspect of it, which is right here, where it shows the telemetry and communications going back and forth, which is also listed on the spec page for function 3, telemetry and command. So again, if you look at that website you presented in whole, it shows that the Himawari8 has 3 functions. One of those functions is raw data of the Earth for meteorological data and so on and so forth. It does use its real-time imager. Going back to the page you linked, let me find it again. Visible imagery. Visible imagery captures sunlight reflected off of clouds and land. Developed rain clouds reflect sunlight well, and thicker clouds appear wider in visible imagery. At nighttime, visual imagery is black due to the absence of sunlight. The spatial resolution of visual imagery, blah, blah, blah. So this is an example of that. Let me go back to the raw image from Japan. As we can see, there's the white that's there in real light. There's the dark is black because there's, can't see in the dark. Infrared imagery, that'll be more like the image you put in your site. Water vapors. When you take all of this stuff in total, clearly it's sending imagery. There's also software to work with the imagery when it comes in. There's translation data to make it understandable to us, so it's not just a bunch of ones and O's, which is nothing but what a regular camera does. When I take a camera with my cell phone, or like when my friend takes like this video camera here, it takes an image of me and different type of data. It translates it into a data that my eye can recognize, and then you can see the image of me on the screen right there. So all it's basically doing is saying it does what any camera does. It takes data, translates it into computer data, renders it back into data we can perceive, and then we can see it, and so on and so forth. So I think I pretty much proved my point well. And you still haven't found your link yet. I don't want to keep everybody waiting for the link.
Yeah, I already posted it.
Okay, awesome. Are you able to forward that for us, or is it in the Hangout? Let me go to the Hangout and see. Beautiful. I see the link. So I'm loading this other link that we got from Fight the Deception. So let's take a look at that. And what I'll do. Oh, and I meant to bring this one up as well, by the way. We didn't even talk about this one yet. It talks a little bit more about its specs, but I just have to remember to click the back button on some of these links. Okay, so we're going to this right here. Redirect notice. Boom. All right, that's fine. We'll work it out. All right. This is a YouTube video, so let me just try to copy this and put this up in there. All right, now we're talking. Here we go.
Okay, let's back that up, huh? He says he sped it up 3 times.
Looking at this, I see that on the outside edges, if you look at this, the cloud formation is actually going up. It looks concave. Do you see that? That's clearly edited. So that's what I'll say about that. It's actually going up on the outside. Why don't we do this? Where's
I linked another one too.
Okay, yeah. If you took an actual video, let him show the raw video like Rob Skiba was honest enough to do. Again, I don't agree with what Rob Skiba says, obviously, but I could at least say, like, let me go back to my before I load that next one. He put another video. We'll load that as well. But let me finish this point. Let me go back to Rob Skiba's video here. This is what Rob Skiba did. Rob Skiba, he took his video.
Hello, flat earth believers.
He took his weather balloon and he streamed it. He put it up there and he let
Your
everybody
presentation.
see exactly what he was seeing live. Raw, unedited, just like they're doing with the Himawari8. So when I look at this video that's raw, unedited, showing curve. When I look at this Himawari video, raw, unedited, showing curve. Did I overwrite that one? That lens treatise to me, that is curve. Now when I look at this video again, the one that you linked, why is this fool going to show a single image? If he really sent up a balloon, then show the video. And then we'll be able to see a raw, unedited video where it's showing curve. Edge is going up, so let's look at the other link that you're showing. I don't buy that crap. So I'm going to load this second one that he put into the whatchamacallem. And let me ask you this though. Why did you even accept that as evidence? I mean, why would you not accept Rob Skiba's video when it's live and streamed? You don't want to accept the Himawari video.
I've seen plenty that don't have a curve, that are raw.
Okay, let's look at one, because this one wasn't raw. You're saying you're seeing a lot, but that one is obviously an image that he put up inside there. And while we're on the topic, let me see. And I went through so many videos that I lost my place one moment here. But let's go through this first. Let's go through this link first, and I'll come back to the one that this guy in Australia where he shows imagine the cloud formation in this area. But let's go ahead and go to this one first. Boom. All right, so this is going on again, but we know what to do about that. Boom. This doesn't look live. This looks like something that he put up that was edited again. You can see the edges going up. I don't buy it. But I see it going up on the edges. But yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. But let me show you what I do buy. Let me show you this. Let me show you this and let me see what you say. One moment here. But again, Rob Skiba's was actually live. This is obviously, he says raw video, but I don't buy that as raw video. We won't even hear. Let me put the volume on. Rob Skiba was actually on his phone while it was going on. You could actually see it. That was literally raw. Can't tell this is raw. But it's interesting that you will say there's something higher. How do you explain that, by the way? Like, how do you explain that Rob Skiba's, which he's actually streaming while he's in the car, is showing curve, and this one you're saying doesn't show curve? How do you explain that discrepancy?
I don't know. What did Rob say himself? You didn't finish playing the video of it. You only played it till he made that one comment.
We're not talking about his assessment. We're talking about the fact that the video shows curve. That's all we're talking about. The raw data. That's what we're talking about right now. So how do you account for that one? Because this one uses a camera as well. This one uses a camera and that one uses a camera. There's two different types of camera. Fisheye, basically, right? Fisheye lens and regular. Would you agree with that?
There's all kinds of different cameras, but sure.
Basically, as far as lenses. So why would this lens?
Honestly, I don't think that there's any lens that's not going to distort it a little bit because they're all round.
Yeah, well, I don't buy it. When I look at this right here, let me show you. and I'll show you why I accept this data over that. That's something that could easily be just an edited video that's put up. This, by the way, cannot. Let's look at what's going
when
on.
Himawari's view like this still match up with Himawari. Firstly, we time lapse. There it is.
Boom. So he's
Also,
taking images from the Himawari and showing that it actually matches real time
because, as you can
what
see,
he's
they're
seeing.
literally to just cherry pick what they need to keep.
Here again,
pretty easy.
This is where he lives. Let's look at let this play for a little while.
My location, which gives us a good idea of where I am. There's the sand dunes, and I live on this peninsula just there. And the view from my house I'm using is looking out to the northwest. All right, here's the first observation.
So, as we can see, this is the clouds in this area. This is his location, and he's showing
clear skies,
that the clouds match with the Himawari
shows.
Clouds
there, and one cloud which we'll see go past when we press play.
Yeah, but
so you see this cloud going past right there?
I wasn't watching it.
Let's go back. Let me back up a little bit. Look at this cloud right here.
Looking out to the northwest.
Where you can see my mouse. I should have my mouse showing in the video.
So you're saying that this is from the Himawari satellite?
That's right. This on the left is from the Himawari, and this is at his location.
From 22,000 miles away.
That's correct.
What you're saying.
That is correct. That's what I'm saying.
When the ISS doesn't even get that clear of footage from supposedly 250 miles. That's what you're saying.
Well, I haven't really looked at all the Himawari footage, but let me ask you this. Are you aware that there's different cameras of different types of strengths? Are you aware of that? Different cameras of different types of magnifications and strengths and specifications. Are you aware of that?
Not on the Himawari.
I understand that Himawari has its own camera. I'm saying amongst cameras, do you understand that there's one camera that's this strong and another camera that's that strong? Or do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that the ISS can have a camera that's this strong and the Himawari can have a camera that's a different strength? Do you acknowledge that?
Oh, it's a possibility, yeah. But,
okay, then.
That's not.
Okay, then. So just do. So prove what they do then. But I just want to acknowledge the fact that just saying that the Himawari has.
You can look at all the footage from the ISS. Nothing is that cool. I mean.
But if they have different. But if they have different strengths of cameras, then it stands to reason that they might have different qualities of data. I mean, why would you expect different cameras of different qualities of strengths to show the same type of photograph? We have a satellite.
Look at the weather balloon footage that we were just looking at. You can't see the Earth that clearly.
So let me go back to that point.
100 and some thousand feet.
So let me ask you this then. What are the specifications of the Himawari camera, and what is your proof that it's not strong enough to take these pictures? Let's go that route. What do you know about the Himawari that proves that it's impossible that it takes this quality of imagery? Let's go there, because it sounds like you're saying the Himawari can't take pictures this detail where it shows that level of cloud specificity. Like I could look at this cloud formation here, I'll use my mouse, and you can see it matches that cloud formation there, but you're saying the Himawari can't do that. So first you have to explain how he got this image from a Himawari that does match his location, first of all. And
because
secondly,
the ground towers transmitted the data up. Come on, dude.
Okay, but you just said the ground doesn't get quality that strong. So you're saying two different things.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so tell me.
I said the ISS.
I see what the balloons do. I got
weather
you.
Balloons.
Oh, I got you. The balloons could get quality that strong. Okay, so what is your evidence that the Himawari, the technology on the Himawari, is not strong enough to do that? What is your evidence of that?
Just by knowing what the imager bands were.
Okay, so let's go to that.
Pulling it up right now.
Okay, so let's go to that. Your knowledge of what the bands were. So let's go back to the bands and the specs. Give me one moment here. Okay. So what is your knowledge of these bands? Like, what is your knowledge of these bands and what they mean and so forth?
Look at the images from from the Himawari.
No.
Just look at the images.
No.
No, just look at the images.
No. Let's do
None
one
of
thing at a time.
the images are that close. Come
Let's,
on, dude.
I see what you're saying. I apologize. I misunderstood your question. You're saying that the image, the Himawari satellite is not that close. Give me a moment. Let me show you something. Maybe I just misunderstood your question. Do you see this right here?
Yeah.
Boom. Boom. So let's go back to his video. Boom. Any other questions? He simply zoomed in.
You showed one from in the air, right? That's not the same image.
It's not the same image. I'm just pointing out that you could zoom in on Himawari images like he did. If I'm understanding what you're saying the Himawari is not this close, is what I understand you're saying. What I'm telling you is that the resolution is strong enough that you can take this full planet image and zoom in because the resolution is so strong. All he did was he took this full image, he zoomed in, he did something like take a snap and he cut out a little bullet of it, and let me show you what he did. So I'm going to zoom into this picture here, and I'm going to do exactly what he did. So again, this is the full image from the GeoGov satellite. I click it, I zoom in. Let's say I'm going to zoom in over this landmass right here. I'm going to zoom in over this landmass right here, right? And boom, and I zoomed in over this landmass as far as my computer will let me go. That's the detail. That's the detail of this landmass. I'm going to take a snip tool. I'm going to cut this little part of this, and this image is going to show up in my video in a moment. I'm going to show you this is going to show up in my video, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So just give me a moment, and I'll save this image, and I'll put it in the stream, and then you'll see what this guy did with his video, and then you can let me know what disproof you have for that. So this is, I'll name this the Himawari zoom capture. So that's the Himawari zoom capture. I'm going to go to my OWS. I'm going to add image. Add another image. Let me see. Matter of fact, I already have an image here. I could just change the image of me. So I'm going to take the profile of me. Actually, I don't want to do that. Then I'm going to have to add it back. Make myself extra work. So let me add image. I'm going to say Hima image zoom. That's when I zoomed in the image and took a screenshot. I'm going to browse my computer, find that image, and let me see here. Himawari zoom. Boom. And now you see it. Just give it a moment. It may take a second to go through the stream. But now you can see what this guy did. So I'm going to go back to his video, and that's all he did. All he did was zoom in on one of the pictures of the Himawari for that day and time at his location. He zoomed in on the image. He cut it out like I did with this image at the top right of the stream. He put it in his video. He took a camera picture at his location and showed that the cloud image matches. That the Himawari. So you may say
I was talking about the image that you showed from in the air. It was right before or right after this part.
Oh, you're talking about this right here? This? This right here?
Right.
That's not from the Himawari. That's a map or something. The Himawari doesn't have maps.
Oh, I thought that's what you were saying.
No. This is him just showing where he lives. I didn't even talk about this image at all. So it looks like it was just a miscommunication. I was not talking about this at all. I was just saying right here is where he lives. You see this arrow? This is what I was talking about. I was saying this is where he lives, where the arrow is, and he's going to show this cloud go by. You see that arrow that shows up? So this is what I was talking about. It just, I mean, it's a video, so I just happened to click past that. But this is what I was talking about right here. This is what I was saying. Well, he says this is my location, so I'm saying this is where he is right now. And you can see this little circle of cloud going by, and he's saying that's the cloud that I can see in my video right there. Right there. That went by. If you go a bit farther, you can see this image here. Went a bit too far.
Now, this
boom, and you can see that cloud formation here matching that. All he did was take the full picture, zoom into his location because the imagery on the satellite is strong enough to have a very powerful resolution image, so you can zoom in like this. He zoomed in and cut it out and did that. So this is what you can do. This is what I challenge you to do, or challenge that guy. If you
I've already done it. I've
no,
already done it.
no,
I
listen,
have.
no, listen. If you think that video is real, if you think what that guy is doing is accurate, you could do the same thing. You can take a
No,
video.
I've already done it, and it doesn't work.
Maybe I'm
I've
misunderstanding.
done it.
You did
I've
what?
done it. Okay, the ISS, not from the Himawari.
Mhm.
Okay, from the ISS, from the ISS tracker app, and it notified me that it was going to be flying over. It was middle of the daytime, not a cloud in the sky.
Mhm.
Okay, not one cloud in the sky. It was a
Mhm.
beautiful day.
Mhm.
It went over, and I was watching the live stream
Mhm. Of the
of the
ISS.
ISS. Yeah, and it was nothing but clouds everywhere.
Mhm.
There was no clear
Okay.
area. That was I mean I posted that on Facebook, but
So let me make sure I'm understanding properly. The ISS was going overhead. It was a live stream. It
supposed to
showed
be.
it showed clouds everywhere, but at your location you didn't see clouds.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Okay. So if it was all clouds in the stream, how do you know what location the ISS was at?
Because it notified. Have you ever looked at the ISS tracker
Mhm.
app?
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
so then what's your question?
So this is what I would say. If you were
Supposedly, when you can see the ISS at the horizon, it's over.
Mhm.
It's like a couple thousand miles away. Supposedly.
So it sounds like you're talking about two different things. This is what I've seen before on YouTube.
No, I'm
Well,
not.
well, let me
And not only that, but I've seen Iridium 77
one at
satellite.
a
It
time,
said it was going
one
to
at a
flare.
time, sir.
I went out.
One
Okay,
at a
well,
time. One at a time. Right now we're talking about the ISS. This is what y'all do.
this is how I know it's bullshit.
It's as
This
if
is what I'm saying.
I'm thinking what you're saying is
You're
bullshit
trying
because
to
you're not.
act like I don't know.
I'm thinking what you're saying is
Well,
bullshit
that's
because you're
fine.
not letting me respond. Before I respond to the
That's
first thing, you're
fine.
trying to talk about something else. Let's talk about the ISS. If you think
Okay.
what you're saying is real, then it can stand being discussed. If it's bullshit, I can see why you got to hurry up and jump to the next topic. So you said the ISS live. Let's talk about that, right? So let's talk about that. So
Sure.
this is what I've seen. I've seen channels show ISS live, but it's actually a recording. So
Oh,
this
I
is
know.
what
I know that.
you know that. So I challenge my understanding would be that what you,
But
so you're not
what I'm gonna say.
okay, go ahead.
No, before you go into a long description, I'm going to
Mhm.
tell you exactly what it is. The ISS Tracker app, okay, the app that tells you where the ISS is supposed to be,
Mhm.
has a live stream on the app. I'm not talking about on YouTube, whatever. I'm
Mhm.
talking about on the app. There's a live stream that's supposedly going on, and when it's supposedly going into dark, that's when it gets dark.
Mhm.
There, they shut the cameras off or whatever,
Okay.
and so that one is not supposed to be. That one is supposed to be.
I understand what you're saying now. Okay, I understand what you're saying. This is what you're talking about is simply a misunderstanding of geometry. Okay. Let me listen to what I'm saying.
Of course.
When we could only see the ISS, we could only see the ISS at dusk or dawn. That's when we can see it. So that means that the ISS is coming above the horizon or going down towards the edge of the horizon. It's only at the sides. Is that correct?
That's not what I'm talking about, but
Well, I understand what you're talking about, but I have to lead
whether,
into
whether,
it.
or not, whether it's daytime or nighttime, it's still supposed to be flying over the top of us, right?
So
Right?
in order for me so maybe I'm still misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying that on your app it said the ISS was visible to you or overhead of you.
It was going to be passing by, and it was one of the times that it was going to be passing right overhead.
Mhm.
I know I can't see the ISS
Mhm.
during the daytime,
Mhm.
but it shows the map position of the ISS supposedly where it's at, where it's flying over, and it also shows the live stream of clouds and shit that it's supposed to be passing over. What I'm
Okay.
saying is when when it says that the ISS is coming into California,
Mm-hmm.
I live in New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when it's coming to California, when it's getting above California, I can supposedly see it from here
Mm-hmm.
all the way over there, 1,500 miles or whatever. And by the time it gets to the other horizon, it's going over New York,
Okay.
supposedly, or
Okay.
whatever, whatever trajectory it's supposed to be on.
Mm-hmm.
And during the time that it supposed to fly right over my house, there was nothing but clouds all over this whole screen was full of clouds,
Mm-hmm.
but there was no clouds in the sky for me
Mm-hmm.
anywhere,
Okay.
not one.
Okay. Well, what I would have to say is this: given the preponderance of evidence of the fact that you're talking about the ISS, which is an orbiting satellite, which in itself proves the globe, it's simply this: the ISS can only see a certain part of the sky, and the fact is we can only see a certain part of the sky. So overhead doesn't mean directly over your head.
Oh, that's what the map says. And actually, yeah, it does, because at nighttime, when it's supposed to be going by, it's pretty accurate. I'll admit that it's pretty, but that's not to say that it's actually
So,
what they say it is.
so to make sure I'm understanding properly, you're saying this app is like saying it's right here, it's right over here, it's right here. It like zooms it by the second, or is it saying it's over this location? It's over this location. What is it saying?
No, it shows the ISS supposedly flying, and then it has a big diameter around the ISS
Mm-hmm.
that anyone that's in that big circle can supposedly see it.
Exactly. That's my point.
Right.
So it's not saying it's pinpointed over your head. It's saying it's visible in this circle. So you yourself could be standing underneath no clouds, but someone else could be under clouds. Also, what angle was the camera pointing at?
There was never any point when the camera showed no clouds in the sky. It was nothing but clouds. That's what I'm saying.
Again, looking at the image that's on my screen right now, I think what I find is that flat earthers misunderstand
You couldn't see any blue. I have it recorded. It's on Facebook.
I don't doubt that it happened because it's established that the ISS is there. You may want to deny it or not. So if the app is saying that the ISS is over your head and you're seeing clouds, you're not seeing clouds and the ISS is, clearly it's an instance of where the camera is pointing. Clearly it's an instance of the app may not be precise because it's moving at how many thousands of miles an hour. Clearly there's a simpler explanation. Then the ISS is not real. When there's people going back and forth to the ISS, when it's constantly going around the planet over and over, when you can look at it on your telescope and it's right where they say it's at. So
just because you see a light in the sky flying over doesn't prove that it's as high as they say it is or what they tell you it is.
You're right. Let's take a look and see some pictures of the ISS where it's not just a light in the sky.
How about you look at some footage of the people that are supposed to be on the ISS that are on wires.
So again, you're changing the subject again. Right now we're talking about the ISS and pictures from the ISS.
It's all relevant.
Right now we're talking about the ISS and pictures from the ISS. Pictures of the ISS or whether it's there. This is a picture of the ISS when it's not really you can see it's not really just a light in the sky. This is what I found.
That's it.
Okay, then I tell you what I challenge you to do. I challenge you to get your own telescope or your own camera and look at it yourself. Will you do that?
I already have.
Did you look at a strong enough camera to zoom in and see what it is or not? How far were you able to zoom? How big was it in the aperture?
It's pretty hard, but here I'll tell you another.
No, change the subject. Did you zoom in enough? How big was it in your aperture?
It's kind of hard to focus on. I'll admit.
Thank you.
It's kind of hard to focus on.
Thank you.
But
so don't change the subject. No, I'm not going to let you change the subject.
Well, it's relevant. It's still relevant.
It might be relevant.
Satellite is a satellite, right?
Whatever you're saying might be relevant. We're going to focus on this first. So this is what I noticed you do. We have all the time in the world. I'm off today. But now it's getting uncomfortable. So now you want to jump to something else. We're going to talk about this first. So when we're talking about zooming on the ISS, if what you see is blurry or unfocused, it tells me one of two things. It tells me either you have poor equipment where you can't zoom in on it, where your equipment is unable to zoom in on it, or it tells me that you're not using the equipment properly. There was another flat earther in the
that's the conclusion you come to. You don't factor in weather or anything like that, huh?
You said you saw it. I'm listening to what you
It's
said.
ridiculous.
I'm listening to
No,
what you
I've
said.
I've seen a light in the sky. I'm not.
So let me ask you this. So going off what you just said, you're saying you're after the truth, and you think weather might be interfering with your image, and you don't wait till a clearer day to look again? Is that what you're saying?
No, I've tried to see it a bunch of times.
Okay, so you have looked on the clearer day and it was still blurry. You couldn't really tell what it was.
Yeah, my tripod's kind of shitty, but yeah.
Thank you. You just said it yourself. So why are you going to call me out
Yeah.
when you just said yourself your equipment is shitty? So if you have shitty
No, well,
equipment,
you're saying you're chalking it up to one of two things when there's plenty of other reasons. There's plenty of other reasons that it could be
I apologize.
fucked up.
I apologize. I wasn't specific enough. You're right. I wasn't specific. I didn't take into account all of the variables. So let me repeat myself more specifically. One moment. Let me repeat myself more specifically. If you're on the clear dawn or dusk, where it's clear, there's no cloud interference, there's no surrounding interference, there's no environmental influences to impede the image. And you turn the telescope or a camera at the ISS on the clear night where there's no environmental influences and it's blurry. That tells me one of two things. That tells me your equipment is not strong enough or powerful enough to zoom in on it properly, or it tells me you're not using your equipment properly. Is that specific enough? So this person here who took this image, you see that telescope there? It's a nice, lovely telescope.
The last one, over half of those shots will be discarded.
And this is what he sees with that nice, beautiful telescope. Did you use something with an aperture that big?
About 6 minutes.
No, I was using a P900.
Thank you. So, and I've seen people. In one moment, I've seen people use a P900 and it works.
That's not conclusive proof. That's not conclusive proof. I mean.
Well, you might not call it conclusive proof, but I'm saying you could do it yourself. That's what I'm saying. Why don't you do it yourself then? That's what I challenge you to do. I challenge you to get and the fact is, Res Rhetoric used a P900. So, as a matter of fact, let me pull up Res Rhetoric with a P900 and see what he sees.
No, I mean, even Jaronism.
But they didn't just see something blurry. They saw the eye. See, look at there.
Yeah.
It's not something blurry. That's with a P900. So if you're not able to tell,
but you're discounting the possibility of it being, holographic technology.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so prove it.
The holograms are.
So this is what I'm saying. We have descriptions of how they built the ISS, how they put up the modules piece by piece. We have videos of SpaceX sending things up to the ISS. We can see the ISS going over in our cameras. We can see it transitioning the moon. We can see it transitioning the sun. The preponderance of evidence says that the ISS is a real object satellite traversing in orbit of the planet. If you're saying it's something different, where's your evidence that it's something different?
I'm just saying that those guys aren't really doing what they say they're doing.
Where's your evidence that they're not doing what they say they're doing? All the evidence I've seen says that they're doing what they're doing. If you're saying they're not, then where's your evidence that they're not doing what they're doing? And when you look at the preponderance of evidence, then you can think logically about why I don't see clouds and the ISS sees clouds. Well, maybe the ISS is thousands and thousands of miles away, and maybe it's like to the right within the circle. Maybe it's not literally directly over my head. Maybe it's to the side. Maybe that's why they can see clouds and I don't. Maybe it's not literally directly above my head directly. That's one reason it might be. Maybe there's a bit of lag in the app. Maybe the app is lagged a bit. Maybe by the time it passed you, there were clouds, and by the time the app said it's there, the clouds moved away. It doesn't have to be a hologram, blah, 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 unless you can prove that. The preponderance of evidence says that you were just mistaken, or the timing was not right. These things are not accurate. It's things going over thousands and thousands of miles at thousands of miles an hour. It didn't say it was to the second. So if you're saying it's a hologram, where is your evidence? I'll wait for it.
Where's my evidence that it could be a hologram?
Yeah.
Or that it definitely is a hologram?
Whatever. The evidence that it could be, that it definitely is, whatever it is. Let's go.
Well, I got one link already going up,
Okay.
and I'll get the other one in a second.
Okay. Is that the link that was just put in right now, 539 just now?
Yeah.
Okay, let me put that up. And we have this again. I know what that's going to do. Let me just go ahead and copy it out, even though sometimes it works.
See, these guys are going to get ready to get caught on wires.
To learn how to control that when I set things down on the ground.
Okay, so let's look at this. Watch the guy on the right, his left leg gets hung on the wire.
As you can see, I'll float, Mark is floating, and so it really takes a lot of effort to learn how to control that. When I set things down on the ground, you can let it go and it sits
Okay,
there.
let me ask you something. So let's go this piece at a time. So where's my camera at? Let me make sure I'm looking at this.
It gets caught in his wires too.
So give me a moment.
Time.
Did my hand just hit a wire right there?
I'm not watching you.
So let's look at the video again. Did my hand hit a wire there?
I can't see your hand. I don't know what
Look at this. Or maybe the stream is lagging a bit. Just look at the stream for a second. It'll come up momentarily. But when you see the stream, let me know if my hand hit a wire there.
I can't see your arms out of the view of the camera pretty much.
Am I still presenting? Am I presenting in the Hangout? Maybe that's what it is. That's right. I have to
you
present.
are.
I have to present.
I
so
can see your hand.
Okay. Did my hand hit a wire right there?
I couldn't see. The area was too small to see.
Did you see my head go forward and go back or turn left or right at any point in the video? Did you see my head move and go back in the other direction?
No, I wasn't looking for your head to go back.
Well, why don't we do it this way? And I ask that you actually play along with me. Would you put your hands in the air and then put it down and put it back in the air momentarily, and let me know if that's proof that your hand hit a wire? Because I don't see any evidence of a wire in this video. Is it possible that the person simply didn't put his leg down right away? Have you ever ran or jumped or anything, and you put one foot down and then you put the other one down? Just because his leg didn't go down at the same time as the other one doesn't mean it got caught on a wire, unless you can point out the video evidence that there's a wire. Just saying there's a wire doesn't mean there's a wire. There's other explanations for the reason why both his legs didn't hit the ground at the same time. So are you saying there's some evidence in this video that there's a wire? Because just the fact that his leg didn't go down at the same time as the other leg doesn't mean there's a wire. Just because you say there's a wire doesn't mean there's a wire. Isn't your contention that it's impossible for a human being to put one leg down and then the other one down?
Sure, I guess if you wanna believe that.
I'm asking you a question. Are you saying it's impossible for a human being to put one leg down and then put the other one down? Is that impossible without there being a wire stopping a leg?
And so it really takes a lot of effort to learn how to control that.
I'm really asking you a question. Is it possible?
Sure, it's possible, I suppose.
Okay, it's not a suppose.
Is it possible for people to teleport?
I want to stay on topic, sir. We've just established that it's possible for
We're
somebody.
on the topic of We're on the topic of the ISS being up there and being legit.
Okay. So talking about teleportation, right? Are we trying to prove teleportation is real? I'm asking you a question.
Is it?
Are we trying to prove teleportation is real? I don't know. I would say yes, it's possible. Teleportation is possible. I can conceive it being possible. They've already teleported light rays, as a matter of fact, or particles. That's correct. I remember reading about an experiment where they teleported a light ray or an electron, something like that. So yes, teleportation is possible.
Okay, how about actually, if you stay on that same video that we were on.
Now, where are you going with the teleportation thing? Let's finish this one part of the video.
Well, before we change videos, because it's
I'm
on a
still on
different
this one
video.
part. I'm still trying to get your because you kind of acknowledged it, but you didn't. So
Go to 3 minutes and 50
no. We're talking
seconds.
about this part right here. We still didn't finish this part. This is the point. I will acknowledge this. I'll acknowledge that it's possible for people to fake videos. I'll acknowledge it's possible for people to make sound stages and we see it all the time. There was a movie called Gravity where Sandra Bullock and your boy was out of space. So obviously it's possible for people to fake things. That's possible. But it's also possible that somebody can put one foot down and then put the other one down.
Yeah, but when you
I'm not finished
you
yet.
have to look, you have to look at all the evidence.
I'm not finished yet.
If you
I'm not
if you
finished
don't
yet.
if you
I'm
don't
not
want to look
finished
at all
yet.
the evidence,
I am not finished yet. The difference is you said his foot trapped on the wire. So we have a situation where it's possible things can be faked. It's possible things so he could just put one leg down and not another one. So it's up to you to prove the wire is there. You're saying the wire is there. So since we know it's equally possible that I wouldn't even say equally possible because it's to me you haven't proved that it's equally possible. Let's just say it's possible somebody could be on the sound stage and there's a wire. It's possible somebody could put one foot down and another. If you're saying it's a wire, what's your evidence that there's a wire? I see no evidence there's a wire because it could be just simply that he put one foot down and then put the other one down. Simple. So if you're saying there's a wire, where is your proof there's a wire? I don't see a wire there. Are you able to see a wire and point it out to me in the video?
Not that particular one, but
okay. So does this prove there's a wire? Let's establish that.
To me, it does. I mean, so because there's so many other videos.
So the fact that to you it does mean it doesn't. Because if it did, it simply would prove it. Let's go to the next part. Let's go to the next part of the video.
When I set things down on the ground, you can let it go and it sits there.
So we're not talking about personally belief. We're talking about evidence and proof.
Okay, I got some right here for you.
Okay. This time he hugs his arms on the wires, hangs his arms on the wires. Okay.
Yeah, that one we can skip that one.
So
go to 3 minutes.
So,
3 minutes and 50
hold
seconds.
Hold up now. You use this as evidence. Yeah. But now since I pointed out the fact, that a human being can simply move his arms back and forth. Now that I pointed out the fact that just because your arm stops or your leg stops doesn't mean the wire stops it. You have to prove there's an actual wire there. Can you prove there's a wire here?
Okay.
You cannot prove there's a wire there. Is that correct?
I can prove there's people on harnesses.
Can you prove there's a wire here?
No.
Okay, so let's go to the next one.
Prove it on this one.
So let's go to the next one. And let me just say something. We're going to keep going, but I want to. So this is proving a point that I said earlier. I'm talking to all you flat earthers now. I'm talking to the ones that are strict believers. There's nothing I'm going to tell you that's going to change your mind. And I'm talking to the ones that's on the fence. What you have to do is actually look at the evidence, the preponderance of evidence, and think logically. I find that people. Let's go back to Paul on the Plains video. I want you to look at it and listen to it yourselves.
Come on, man.
Well, we're going to keep going, but I want to make sure I make this point because that was my purpose for doing this in the first place, to make this point, because I already knew what the data would say, so I knew you wouldn't be able to prove it. Oh, come on. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong part. So we have to go view. We have to go GA85. Here we go, about GA85. So I want y'all to listen to Paul on the Plains video. Paul on the Plains says it's weather prediction or weather something. This clearly says, and you read it when you couldn't hear the video, predicted surface air temperature departure from the 20th century average. So he was absolutely wrong. I don't know if he did it purposely or he just didn't read it, like apparently you didn't, because you put it up in your video as if it was right. Give me a moment. Let me find that video again, because I want to make sure I make this point before we move on. Let me find your video, so since we're talking to you, but it's in your video at the front. And let's hear what he says.
Data seems to be,
I'm going to put the closed caption on.
Fortunately for the ballers, we're going to debug for themselves.
So I want you to listen to him. Can you hear him?
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's.
Out of it, go. You know what it says, and you have the video up.
So when you archive use the underlying and current oceans using climate. They have. Now, don't take my word for it.
So this is what he says.
But to move on, and then to just briefly show
He says
you
to
how
briefly
they
show
generate
you
a picture
how
every
to
10
generate a
minutes,
picture
what
every
appears
10
to be
minutes
accurate and current
of what
weather.
appears
This
to
is
be accurate
basically
current
what they do.
weather.
Now, don't
This
take
is
my word
basically
for it,
what
as I
they
always
do.
say.
He
Go
says,
check it
don't
out
take
for
my word
yourself.
for it, check it out.
Number one,
And he says,
they
number
have
one,
already created and
they have
stored
already
transparent
created
images of the weather over the oceans using
transparent
climate
images of the
simulation
weather.
software, which they openly admit right
That's what he
here,
says.
of
Look
the
at it.
weather over the oceans using climate
Transparent
simulation
images of
software,
weather.
which they openly
This is what he
admit right
says.
here that they've done
But he's
climate
showing a
simulation.
page that clearly says predicted surface air temperature departure. So he's telling y'all this is predictions of weather patterns so that it matches like what I showed you earlier in that video. But the page itself says is temperature departures from the norm. His source itself doesn't even support what he's saying.
If
It's
you
in
look
your
at the
video.
year,
The year doesn't matter.
come
We're
on,
talking
man.
about what he says happens. He said they're using transparent
They
images
have already
to
created
predict
and
weather.
stored
That's what he
advanced
says.
what
It's in your
appears to be
video.
accurate and current
You
weather.
know what it
This is
says.
basically what they do.
He says
Now, don't take my
current
word
Yeah,
for
weather.
it, as I
they
always say.
were.
Go check it out for
Look at the
yourself.
image that it just
Number one,
showed.
they
What
have
does this say? It says predicted surface air temperature departure. This is not
Yeah, go
being
to the next
utilized to
little
predict
image.
weather.
Go to the next little image, the Mercator projection that was there.
I know what you're talking about, but it is not supported
Right
by the
there.
evidence you put
Right
forth.
there. You just passed it.
and the NOAA
You know what this?
has.
You know what this supports? It supports what the actual Himawari people say it does. The high cloud cover, and it's going to take a moment. I think I pulled up too much imagery. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, this is it right here. The background image of the land, and I'll put this out there so y'all can see it. This is what's going on. We're talking about the Himawari right now, and why its data imagery is still accurate, even when it uses the composites for the background. Let me put this in the chat, and I'll put this in the Hangout. And then again, this is talking about the marble data set that y'all like talking about when it seems to support your position, but certainly it's not so popular. So
Well,
it says
not a
this could not be done in a single day or even week because on a given day. Okay, this is not the one I was talking about.
Yeah, well, keep reading it. It's telling you right there that it's not a full picture.
I know it's not a full picture because this is the blue marble data set from the Terra satellite that's done over the course of from June through September of 2001. This is not talking about the Himawari. This is my point. You're actually making a point for me. You actually need to read what you're talking about.
It's the same shit. It's the same shit.
Show me
dude.
where it says it's the same. I'm going to put that on you then. You're saying this is the same. Show me it's the same.
I'm not saying that it does say it's the same.
Why,
These guys are fucking. These guys lie about everything, man.
So you're saying it's the same, but it's just that they're not saying
These
they're
guys lie
lying.
about
Okay,
everything.
how do you know it's the same? No. I want you to back up your claim. This is talking about the Terra satellite, which it clearly says took this data from June through September of 2001. You're saying it's the same with the Himawari is not one picture. You're saying they're lying. Where's your proof that it's not the same? How do you know it's not the same? I'll wait.
That looks real to you? Does that look real to you?
You said this represents the same thing that's going on with the Himawari. Is that what you said? That is not really one picture. It's not really one picture. Where's your proof that they're doing this with the Himawari and it's not one picture? You're saying you know, but they're lying. So obviously you didn't get the data from them because they're lying. You got it from somewhere else. Where did you get it from?
These guys lie about everything.
How you know?
Lie about everything.
How do you know that they're lying about this and the Himawari doesn't take a single picture?
Because there's hundreds of hours of them fuck it up, man. You obviously either
hundreds of hours of them fuck what up exactly? Be specific.
Green screen failures, harnesses.
You're talking about NASA and the ISS. That's not the Himawari data. Again, you're changing the subject. We're talking about Himawari. We're talking about Himawari. You said that it's not one picture. How do you know? Don't change the subject. And it already proved that you're wrong so far about you said there was wires. You already admitted you couldn't prove it's wires, and you're still trying to go back to that. Let's talk about Himawari. How do you know? How do you know that
look at the other links.
We can get back
Go
to that.
look at the other links.
We can get back to that. Right now, we're talking about the Himawari. You said they're lying. You said the Himawari doesn't take one picture. How do you know?
Because they admit that it's composite images.
You're talking about when it says right here for the Blue Marble data set. Are you saying that they're saying that's the Himawari when they're not clearly on the evidence you gave? They said that the underlying color land image is utilized when necessary when it's night. When we go back to the ones where there's a daytime picture or they're not worrying about a daytime picture, like the live footage, like right here that I pulled up earlier, boom. So it's what you're doing is the same thing you did for the DCS. You took the one function of DCS, one of the several functions of the Himawari, and you made yourself believe that's his main function. You took this one function of the DCS, all you put in this web page was this DCS function, and you said the data in your video. The data is not coming from the Himawari. It's fake. They're sending it up. And you focused on that one thing. And you totally ignored that the Himawari has an advanced imaging system that sends down raw data on the same web page you're at. Right here. No upward arrow, just down for raw data. Now you're doing the same thing with the Himawari. They let us know.
If you think
let me finish.
That thing has,
let me finish.
Has a.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You think this thing has what?
How powerful do you think that the imager is?
It's powerful enough to make images like this. That's how powerful it is. How do I know? Because I'm looking at the image. As I said earlier, I asked you before, where's your proof that the imager is not powerful enough to do that? And give us your evidence. You just saying bullshit does not make it true. At this point, it's just bullshit. You're just saying it's not true with no evidence. You're just saying that it's not strong enough to do that does not mean it's not strong enough to do that. And again, there's somebody who zoomed in on an image at his location and showed where it matches at his location. So until you take this guy's image and duplicate the same thing and show that he can actually take this flat image and take pictures that match weather, it's bullshit.
And where was that guy when he took that picture? Do you know?
I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. Let him tell us. Let him tell us where he's at. Let him tell us what the cloud formation looks like, and then we can see if it matches. But so far, it's just an image that he edited, and it's bullshit. So going back to what you said, so you admit that you have no proof that the Himawari is false. Is that correct? I don't know. He didn't tell us.
So you don't even so basically you presented evidence that's, I mean, it could be anything really. I mean,
you talking about
because the Himawari only takes pictures at certain places, right?
Oh, maybe I misunderstood your question. You talking about the guy that presented the video at his location?
Yeah.
Oh, he told us where he's at. I apologize. I thought you were talking about that bullshit edited image that you showed. Give me one moment. Let me pull up his video again. He tells us. I showed you that, man. I don't know why that slipped your mind. We even had a misunderstanding about that.
I was in the middle of looking for other links.
Oh, okay.
Remember?
No problem. I apologize. Let me go back to it.
And I can't hear.
If I don't use the right images, it doesn't match.
What he said.
I can't hear that channel.
Absolutely,
I can't hear that channel.
So this is where he's showing where he's at, right here. This is his exact location. Remember we had that misunderstanding? You thought I was talking about this? And I was saying, no, he's showing where his location is. This is his location.
And where is that? Where is it, though?
Nelson Bay. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. I could look it up real fast. One moment.
Australia?
I believe it's in middle Australia, southern Australia. Let me see. Nelson Bay, Australia. Let's look it up and I can find it. One moment.
So you remember all those ground-based towers are all spread out through that area.
Again, you still haven't disproven that the Himawari does have raw data that matches the world. You're just saying that it's not true.
But I have proven that they send up data from all those different balloons, airplanes.
Yes, they do. As a part of the DCS. You're still not willing to accept that it does the DCS thing and it also does the raw data thing. You're still trying to conflate those two things so your flattered worldview makes sense. This web page will never change to match your delusion. It will never change to match what you're saying. The DCS is one stream of data where it does send data from the ground to relay information from islands and so on and so forth, because a buoy out in the ocean doesn't have an internet line connected to it, or whatever it is that's coming from an island, a ship, or whatever. So it sends it to the satellite so it can forward the data to the land. That is fact. That happens. That's true. But they're still trying to conflate that with the fact that the Himawari also has raw data coming from
That's
an,
not a. That's not a.
an
To me,
advanced
that's not a
Himawari
fact.
imager. You may not accept it, but it still remains a fact. It's coming from an advanced Himawari imager, and it's showing here. This is what you can do, which I've given you the opportunity to do several times, and you haven't done it. Prove, because you're saying you know it's not true, but you haven't told us how, except you're just saying it's not true. You said images in the ISS, we debunked that, even though that has nothing to do with the Himawari anyway, right? Show us how you know that the Himawari is not really taking its picture and that the camera is not powerful enough to take that image. What is the specs on the Himawari camera? How do you know it's not powerful enough? I'm really asking. If you would just present that evidence.
It doesn't even take actual pictures.
How do you know? We pointed out the blue marble imagery that's coming from a totally different satellite. You can say it's the same satellite, but it's not. Unless you can prove that it's the same satellite and his website is lying. It clearly says that this data comes from a satellite that picked up the imagery over the course of, what was it? I'm looking at let me find that page again. Right. So it clearly says that this data comes from a Terra satellite, the Terra satellite, which is 435 miles above the Earth, that took this imagery from June through September of 2001. It says that. That's totally different from the.
And it looks just like the Himawari. I mean, it looks like it's about the same distance as the Himawari, right?
Do you know that you can zoom in on things with a camera? Do you know that? I'm asking you a question.
Of course I know that.
Okay. So that means that I could be standing 10 feet away from you, and I could make my zoom so that you fill up my screen. And I could stand 100 feet away from you with a stronger camera and zoom in on you and it fill up my screen. Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay then. So that means you can have a powerful image on the Himawari satellite that zooms in on the Earth so it fills up the screen. And you could also have a smaller satellite closer to the Earth that takes strips and strips and strips and pieces it together. You know why it looks the same? Because the Earth is a globe. And when you take picture by picture by picture and strip them together so it pieces up the globe, it'll match a solid picture of the globe from the Himawari because the Earth is a globe. It's simple. So if you know, an example is like for instance, I've seen pictures online of just people, where the camera wasn't like it wasn't wide angle, for instance. A good example is the panorama zoom feature on the cell phone. You know what I'm talking about? So you start the panorama, and it goes like this, and it takes picture after picture after picture after picture, and it puts them together, and you have this panoramic view. Does that mean that whenever somebody takes a panoramic picture on the cell phone, that the location they take a picture of is not a real location? I'm asking you. Okay. So the fact is, you can take picture after picture after picture in the panorama on your camera, and you can see that you can put those pictures together to get a panorama. That's all they did. There's this satellite that's 435 miles above the Earth. It's so close that it can't take a picture of the full Earth. So it took strip after strip after strip over the course of, 3-4 months. And then you take those strips and put them together, and wow, it looks just like the Himawari that's like 30,000 kilometers away, because the Earth is a globe, and it's far enough away so it can zoom in and take one solid picture of the Earth. That would be why it looks the same as the Himawari, so I'm glad you pointed that out. The reason why the strips together looks the same as the Himawari as one, because the Earth is a globe. And just like how I can be, for instance, I can be at a building. Let me know if you can imagine this to be possible. I could be standing right in front of a building, like directly in front of a building, right? And let's say I can take a picture of this part of the wall, and I can take a picture of that part of the wall, and I can take a picture of that part of the wall. And when I put those pictures together, can I put all those pictures together where it looks just like one long picture of a building? Is that possible?
I guess so.
Are,
Here,
are
I'm
you,
sending the link. I'm sending the link
so
right now.
let me make sure I'm understanding
To
properly. You're not sure it's possible to take one picture of a building right here and one a little bit farther and one a little bit farther and put it together so it looks like one long picture. You're not sure if that's possible?
No, it's possible.
Okay then. So
Go
they
ahead
did
and
the
go ahead and
same. No, no,
open
no. I'm
the
still talking about this.
link.
I'm
Go
still
ahead
talking
and
about
open.
this. I'll open it, but let's finish
So
this
am I.
first. I'm
So
happy
am
to
I.
open it. I'm happy to open it, but I'm going to finish this first. So we know that's possible.
Mm,
Is it also possible to get far away from the building so you can take a picture of the building in one shot? Is that possible?
yeah.
Okay, so by the same token, it's possible to take a satellite close to the Earth, take snips and snips and snips, put those pictures together, and it makes the whole Earth. And it's possible to have a satellite far enough away, like the Himawari, where it takes one solid picture and boom. So until you prove it's false, which you haven't done yet,
Okay, open up the link
okay,
I just sent, dude.
okay, okay, that's fine, that's
Come
fine.
on, man.
Let's do it.
There's the specs of the imager. There's the strips that it takes every 2.5 minutes. Just like I was saying.
Okay, show me what you mean.
Open the link I just sent.
I'm looking at it.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at it. Are you able to see it in the what's it called them?
Yep.
Okay, so show me your. What do I scroll?
Push the little play button on that animation there that you just scrolled past.
Just give it a moment. It's loading. I find it so interesting that you still believe you can go to the Himawari people website and think you're going to find something that disproves Himawari. It makes no sense to me. That'd be a stupid person anyway who will put a video in there, in the middle of their dishonest misinformation campaign that disproves their campaign. That makes absolutely no sense to me. But you're saying it's proof, so let's do it.
Just watch it, dude.
I'll go ahead and watch it.
You can scroll down to that little picture there right below it,
and
it shows you that it's all strips. See that? It's taking strips of data from different, starts at the top and then it starts taking some from down by Australia. And
okay, let's take a look and see what's actually happening.
Watch. Why aren't you going to watch it?
Imager. Well, see what's actually happening. Imaging bands. The Himawari8 and Himawari9 will have dedicated meteorological missions where the MStat performs both meteorological and astronomical functions. The satellites have new payloads called the Advanced Himawari Imager. Table 1 shows the observational bands. The functions and specifications are notably improved from those of the imagers on board the MTSATs and enable better nowcasting, improved numerical weather prediction accuracy, and enhanced environmental monitoring. Color images will be derived by comparing 3 visible bands. Boom. So it's talking about the 3 visible bands.
Compositing 3 different bands.
Okay, so what does that mean to you?
Well, you said comparing. I was just correcting you.
Oh, excuse me. Compositing three visible bands. So it tells me that it's taking the 3 different bands of colors and making the actual color just like your computer does. Let's keep on going. The figures below show the SRF spectral response functions of the AHIs onboard Himawari8 and 9. Microsoft Excel workbooks of the SRFs and AHIs on Himawari8 and 9 can also be downloaded from the hyperlink. So this looks like it's showing the actual wavelengths that the data comes from. Test results. The performance of the AH on board of the Himawari8 is evaluated in ground testing. The test results including data on the center wavelength bandwidth, bits, SNR, dynamic range, radiometric calibration accuracy, internal calibration accuracy, emissivity, and out-of-band response can be accessed via the following link. Boom. Himawari8 and 9 will each carry an AHI scanning 5 areas. Full disk. Images of the whole Earth as seen from satellites. Boom. Let's keep on going. The Japan. So we know that according to the evidence.
5 areas.
So again, you're doing the same thing. So obviously, this is what this is saying.
Watch the animation, dude.
Let's look.
Watch it.
Let's look at everything together. Matter of fact, let's watch it. Do you see there's already a full picture of the Earth that's there? I was actually saving you. I didn't want to just put words in your mouth, but I want to hear you say it. Obviously, it has an image of the Earth, and then it comes back later and fills in more detailed data, but it's still taking one full picture of the Earth as the baseline, as it says right there. Himawari8 and 9 will carry AHI scanning 5 areas, full disk, images of the whole Earth as seen from the satellites, 8 and 9. Images of the whole Earth.
They're taking strips of it, dude. Come on.
What does this say? What does this say?
Go ahead.
We're going step by step. What does this
All
say?
you have to do is look at the picture right below the animation.
I'm not going to deny that it does that, but you're denying that underneath that there's a full picture of the Earth. So obviously what it's saying is, I mean,
because they already have that image there, dude. I've been telling you that the whole day.
You're having a denial going on where you're simply unwilling to acknowledge the evidence you put before me. The first thing it says is it scans 5 areas. The first area is full disk, images of the whole Earth as seen from the satellite. This would be the raw data that's coming from the Himawari8, where there's only a downward arrow. We're still talking about raw data from one image. Let me find that image one more time. Here, we're putting. You can deny it all you want, but it's there. One of the things it does is take a full picture of the Earth. Let's go to what else it does. So that's one thing it does. 5 areas. First area, full image of the Earth as seen from the satellites, from the Himawari8 and some Himawari9 satellites. Second thing it does, the Japan area, regions 1 and 2. Third thing it does, the target area, region 3. And then 2 landmark areas, 4 and 5. So as we can see on the web page you put in front of me, it takes one image of the whole Earth. It takes regions Japan areas 1 and 2. It takes target areas 3 and 2 landmark areas 4 and 5. That's in the page you gave me. Let's keep on going. I notice how you want to skip over everything.
It's taking strips, just like I told you.
So you're doing the same thing you did before. You're trying to focus on the DSC and skip the fact that it says it has an advanced Himawari imager that sends only a downlink. You just want to focus on that DCS. And now you want to skip
this is only about the imager here. This whole section is only about the imager.
You're not understanding. The same thing you did where the overall functioning, the same thing you did where the overall functioning of the Himawari is that it does advanced enhanced imager, what we're talking about here. It does DCS and it does command and telemetry. It does those 3 things. You wanted to focus only on the DCS in your video and say that's where the data comes from when that's only one function. And you're doing the same thing here. You want to focus on just one little function of how it renders images or what have you, and totally ignore the fact that one of the things it does, it takes images of the whole Earth as seen from the satellites. Whether you want to deny that's what it does is on you, but that's what it does. This is totally different from the Blue Marble data set, which it clearly says is from the TerraSat. This is totally different. This is totally different from the Blue Marble data set, which is the underlying data when it's taking pictures at night when it's using infrared. This is clearly saying this is coming from the Himawari on the download link. One of the 5 things it does. So let's go back to that.
5 strips, dude.
I can't expect you to accept it, sir, but the people who are looking at it and reading it themselves, they'll be
Go ahead.
Let's keep on going. While the scan ranges for full disk and the Japan area will be preliminarily fixed, those of the target area and landmark areas will be flexible to enable prompt reaction to meteorological conditions. So what they're saying is that the scan ranges for the full disk, the whole Earth at once, will be fixed because of course it's the whole Earth. The range for the Japan area right here, regions 1 and 2 will be fixed because it's a Japan satellite. They want to cover Japan. But the target area, which is region 3, and the landmark areas, regions 4 and 5, will be flexible to take into account more data. But the whole Earth is fixed.
So what does the word scanning mean to you there?
we're
scanning the whole disk of the Earth,
I'm,
scanning
I'm
5 different sections.
off the top of my head, I would say is taking the data that the Himawari took from his picture of the whole Earth in this orbit 30 something thousand kilometers away, and is inputting the data piece by piece into a form that we can see and recognize. Just like how when I take an image on my computer and I render it, oftentimes I might see what do you call it, like like timing or working. It doesn't all happen at one time. So what it's telling me
You
before I read
realize,
it, off the top of my head, before I read it, that's its process of adding the data that it got. So in other words, the more things the computer does at once, it takes more processing power. Are you aware of that?
sure.
So just because the computers or the processors may not be powerful enough to take all the data at one time and just go boom, doesn't mean that just because it takes this data and puts it there first and takes that data and put it there first, it doesn't mean it's not still data taken from one whole picture of the Earth at one time. We already went through
You
this
know,
logic.
you just contradicted yourself, right?
Right now I'm talking
Because
about the
you
data.
said, can I take a panorama of a building, strips, and will it still be the same whole building? Yeah, I guess it will.
hmm
Same thing with this. It's taking strips of the Earth and putting them together, and they're calling it the full disk of the Earth. It's the same thing.
Okay, so it sounds like we're just having a misunderstanding of how the data is rendered. Is that what it is?
Go ahead and play the animation.
Put it like this: do you
Oh,
deny that the
man.
Himawari 8 is 30,000 miles up and it has a view of the globe as an Earth as a whole? Do you deny that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
that's what I was trying to answer. I was trying to answer. It sounds like you're saying, going back to what you said earlier, you said that the blue marble data, just like how that's taken from a satellite that's close, that strips. It sounded to me like you were saying that's what the Himawari is doing. Is not far away, taking a full picture of the Earth. It's close, taking like in a balloon or something, taking strips of data and putting them together. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'm
Multiple
saying that is false.
balloons.
I'm saying the Himawari. That's what I'm
Well,
answering.
you
So
can't prove
so
it.
so so
You
so
can't prove it's real.
we were talking about two different things. I could acknowledge. That's why I was talking about computer power. I can acknowledge that the Himawari can take the data and put it in piece by piece. That doesn't prove that it's not out there taking the full picture of the Earth, which it says on the same page. So in other words, you can't take this and say, ooh, it's really close taking strips, and totally overlook the fact that it's saying that it does take full pictures of the Earth. So the way that those things make sense is that yes, it's far away taking full pictures of the Earth, and the data is so much that it may have to take that data and plot it down piece by piece. I don't understand why it's so difficult. But you're trying to
Watch the
take that and
animation. Put
you're
the animation on.
it's
Put the
not going to
animation
change
on.
anything I said, but I'm happy
It's
seeing it
not.
if it
It's
makes
not
you
going to change
feel good.
anything. This is scanning. This is what they call scanning.
So to you, this means that the Himawari is not far away looking at one picture of the globe.
No, it's
This
not.
this you're saying this is proof
It's
of that.
scanning.
Let's keep on reading. Let's keep on reading. You could deny that all you want, but that's fine. Let's keep on reading. And I tried to answer your question without understanding what it was actually saying to appease you. Let's see what it's actually doing. While the scan ranges for full disk and the Japan area will be preliminarily fixed, those of the target area and landmark areas will be flexible to enable prompt reaction to meteorological conditions. At the beginning of Himawari 8's operation, landmark area data will be used only for navigation and are not intended for use as satellite products. In the future, JMA plans to use Region 5 for observation of phenomena such as rapidly developing cumulonimbus clouds and to provide the resulting data to users. Each 10-minute period, the AHH will scan full disk once. Boom. This proves what you said. The
Yeah,
Japan
every
area,
10 minutes.
the
Keep on
Japan
reading,
area
dude.
and target area 4 times, and the 2 landmark areas 20 times. These 10-minute divisions are basic units of observation scheduled called a timetable. In Himawari 8 and 9's observation time baseline's observation, the timeline will be repeated every 10 minutes, except for their in-house keeping operation. The observation areas and frequencies shown on Table 2 and scan images on the timeline are shown in Figure 2. The Japan area is shown in Figure 3. The observational areas are shown in the observational areas and numbers of pixels are shown in Table 3. Pixel numbers for the regional observations may be changed in orbit testing after launch. The following movie shows the concept of the ARH observation sequence on a 10-minute timeline.
Yep.
What does it say that it does not take a picture of the Earth at one time? Or what does it disprove that?
It just told you that it's scanning different sections of that.
So again,
image.
you're
scroll down a little bit. Scroll down
maybe,
just a little bit.
Maybe I was
just a little bit.
Maybe I was imprecise. Are you saying this means that the Himawari8 is not far away to see the Earth in one shot?
Scroll down a little bit. Keep on going.
Here?
Right there. Figure
3?
Go up. Figure 2.
Age observation sequence within the 10. Okay, awesome. So it looks like
Zoom
it is.
Zoom into it. Zoom into it.
Full disk. 1.
Yeah, that's all these different parts. 5. See the 5 different sections?
Okay.
Okay, they're doing all these different sections separately.
Let's
to make up a full disk.
Let's look at this properly. Let me
every 2.5 minutes to add up to 10 minutes. Why would it take 10 minutes to take one picture of a globe?
You're still conflating. Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not, dude.
Okay. So let's say I'm wrong about this. Let's say I'm wrong. Let's say that it's saying here that it takes a full disk image of the Earth. When it says it's taking a full disk image of the Earth, it's saying that it's scanning it. Let's say I'm wrong about that. Let's say when it takes this full disk image of the Earth, let's say that it goes through and it scans a little bit of the Earth there, and a little bit of the Earth there, and a little bit of 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 Earth there. Let's say I'm wrong about that. Let's say it's impossible for the imager to take a full picture of the Earth. It takes a picture from there, and a picture from there, and a picture from there. I'll give you that. How does that prove that the Himawari is not that far and is not seeing as the Earth at one time from far away?
That wasn't the claim. The claim was to take a picture, one full picture at once.
Okay.
That was the whole argument.
Okay.
Which I said it didn't.
Okay. So I apologize then. I was wrong about how the Himawari renders images. According to what I see here, I was wrong about how the Himawari renders images. How does that prove that it's not a satellite orbiting 30,000 miles away that has full view of the Earth at one time?
Oh, it doesn't prove that. It doesn't disprove or prove it, really. I mean, to me, it looks more likely that it's not up there because it's not taking a full image because it's taking these scans. But keep on scrolling down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Keep on scrolling.
Here?
Scroll down. Scroll down.
I don't see anything down here. That's why I'm asking. Do you want me to stop?
There was some more of that animation. I guess let's scroll down to the next one, figure 3, right here. Oop,
figure 3.
Went too far. Right there.
So what about this?
See how in the areas that are white,
mm-hmm.
white sections, it has the land outlines there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are that's the base image. Okay, and as they scan, they overlay the clouds, and as they gather all this other data from...
No, hold up. If you're going to say all that, present evidence. You need to present evidence for all that. Right now we're talking about does it scan.
They already told you they do that. Come on, man.
You're not saying that's what they're doing here. We're talking about how the so now you're making it to a different thing. Right now we're talking about does the Himawari takes images from space. A second thing is how does it, if it's nighttime, does it add underlying things? That's not what we're talking about now. What are you saying about what it does about taking pictures on this area?
About nighttime. I didn't say anything about nighttime. I'm saying that they have that outlines of all the continents there. And then as the data comes in with all the clouds and all the, temperature and weather stuff from all the different observations, okay, put together, they overlay it over this image, and that's what you see.
Good. Well, it seems I was mistaken about how it renders images. So I'll look into it a bit further and see if it does anything different. But it seems like you're right. What does that prove?
Well, it proves my claim at very least.
What claim is that?
Right. That it gathers data from weather balloons and ground-based. Come on, dude.
That's
you
my
knew
point.
What the claim was, man.
So how does this? I need you to explain it now. Maybe I'm just a slow globe earther. How does this prove that the images are not really coming from Himawari, but coming from weather balloons?
Well, it tells you it comes from weather balloons, ships.
How does
towers.
this prove this? So you're going back to the DCS. How does this prove that the image does not come from Himawari?
I'm saying all of the data put together is how they render those images, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Prove it.
I just did, man.
It sounds like it. So it seems like maybe we're conflating two different things. Let me back up. Are you saying that this proves
your whole argument was the imager, and now you're seeing that's not that's not how it was.
No.
That was your whole argument. The imager.
I acknowledge that the rendering of the image is different, appears different than I thought, but that does not prove that in other words, how are you saying? Let me. I need to put some things side by side. Let me put some up together. Give me a moment. Okay. Do you see here where it says that the Himawari8 gets image from the raw data from the advanced Himawari imager raw observation data download?
Yeah, I see that.
That's what this is right here.
That's what scans the strips.
Exactly.
Obviously.
This is totally different from the DCS and balloons. You're saying this is DCS and balloons as well. That's my point. So that's what I'm asking you to prove. I'm not denying that the DCS is there. I'm not denying that according to this, it doesn't do it all at one time. It picks up data. I accept that. But you're saying that they're the same thing. You're saying that you're trying to take that to mean
it all goes together. It all goes together. Yeah, it does.
In other words, you're taking that to mean that the satellite is not really out there, is not really taking raw data, is all from here. Is that what you're saying?
It might not be. I'm pretty sure it's not actually.
Then you did not prove that.
But,
now you're even saying no. Now you're even saying you're not sure it's not. That's my point. So it seems like we're kind of.
I do know.
No. Let's stop. No. Don't change. No. Don't change the subject again. Don't change the subject. No. You are. We're not talking about images. We're not talking about images.
It's all relevant to the same argument, dude.
And this is why it's getting mixed up. You're trying to conflate my acknowledgement that the way it renders images. That the red renders images may be piece by piece because of the detail to mean that the satellite is not really out there and is really DCS. I didn't say that. You have to prove that they're lying when they say this is from the AHH and is really DCS data. You did not prove that. You've shown me how the AHI renders data, but you still have not proven that these are not two separate things, and I'm not going to let you do it. You still have not proved. You're from what you're saying.
Listen, dude. I've read more on this site than you have. I can promise you that. Okay?
Then you don't understand it, or you just. I believe you're being honest, man.
I do understand it.
I believe you're being honest.
I do understand it.
You still have not.
I do understand it.
This does not take away.
We haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten there yet. There's a whole bunch. Dude, this site is fucking huge. There's all kinds of different little links and different shit that you have not looked at.
Why don't we do this, man? I think we've gotten as far as we can go. Let's go ahead and open up the panel, and we'll get some input from other people because we're just going around in circles at this point. You're claiming that what you did makes it a DCS, but it doesn't. No matter what you say, the site doesn't say that.
Oh, I said it all goes. It all gets compiled
That's not what the site
together.
says. The site says there's the download data from the raw
It
data
does.
from the
It
AHI,
does say that.
and it also says here there's the DCS data that goes up and down. The site doesn't say that. That page with the AHI how it's rendering data. It doesn't magically mean that the satellite is not out there actually taking images going around the planet. As much as you may want to make it say that it doesn't, you may not accept it. But the people who are thinking, who can read it themselves, can still see that these are still two separate things. But let's go ahead and
here's another
no,
link.
let's go
Here's
ahead.
another link.
We're gonna keep going around in
No,
circles,
here's
man.
another link. Well, because I keep presenting more and more evidence, and now you're finally starting to concede. See, that's the thing is I've been top to bottom through this whole fucking site, and you haven't. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're still trying to claim a point that you didn't make here, so there's no point in going forward. You're still trying to say that this AHI data is really DCS data when it's not. So if you're not willing to acknowledge that these two things are separate, there's no point in talking.
Together.
Then there's no need to keep talking.
Together.
The site here says these two things are separate. It says there's raw data and there's DCS. Farther on the page, it says these two things are separate. It says there's DCS data that's coming from these ships in the island that goes up and comes back down. It says there's the tracking, the telemetry and command data. Here, that's different, and it says there's the raw data that comes from the Himawari, which is the data that's actually scanning. I thought it was one, but it's actually scanning, but it's still Himawari data coming from the satellite that's orbiting the Earth. That's why this right here has those three different things. You're trying to make them be one thing, and it's not. Until you're ready to acknowledge that those are two different things, there's no point in going forward because you're just going to gloss over the plain data.
Because you're not paying attention, dude. You're not paying attention.
Then we'll just have to agree to disagree. But if you're not
I just put a link, another link.
We didn't get past this yet.
Because you won't shut the fuck up for a minute and let me talk and tell you what the fuck's going on.
You're going on to something else. We didn't get past this. If you're not going
it's the same. It's not different. It's not different. It's all relative to the same shit. Okay? They have.
All right.
They have
to humor you, sir. To humor you, just hold on, people. To humor you, let's go through this same thing one more time.
They have sensors that.
To humor you, let's go through the same thing one more time. Let's go.
Why you keep interrupting, dude?
Go ahead.
They have sensors that do typhoons specifically on the MTSAT, the S
just
weather.
Like I said, sir, I have to stop you, sir. You're talking about something else.
Why the fuck do you keep interrupting, dude?
This is the link you gave. This is the link you gave.
Listen for a minute, okay?
Okay.
They have different sensors that pick up different things: fog, volcanic ash, sea ice, yellow sand, low P, S weather, typhoon. It's all compiled from different places, and it goes to one observation, to one data point. I mean, and these links, these different links will show you that, like it says here, low pressure monitoring. Oops, shit.
You're saying this is coming from the ground, right?
Observations. No, I'm saying it comes from the MTSAT.
Okay, let's see what the
which
MTSAT
is not the Himawari.
Exactly. So again, you're changing the subject. That was my point. That's why I didn't want to even go through this. You just admitted it yourself. This is not the Himawari. This is not the.
Shut up for a minute. Will you shut the fuck up?
Say it one more time. Is this the Himawari? Is the
data goes back to the Himawari? Yeah.
Is the MSAT the Himawari?
It's one of the devices that transfers data to
Himawari. Okay. Is the MSAT the Himawari?
Idiot. All the data goes back to the Himawari, yes.
Is the MSAT the same as the Himawari?
No, it's not the same as the Himawari.
Then we're talking about something different.
I've been saying this the whole fucking time because the data comes from not just the Himawari, dumbass.
You have not proven that. So again, that's why
because
I didn't want to go.
I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting me. You keep fucking trying to brush it off when It says right here, sea fog. This is an example. This is one example I'm going to give. Sea fog monitoring. Sea fog frequently appears over the waters around Japan.
Go ahead and post.
Imagery.
Go ahead and post the link.
Imagery. I already did, dude.
This one here.
Why do you keep interrupting, man? Why do you keep interrupting me?
Go.
Will you let me fucking read this shit or
go
what?
Ahead and go.
Sea fog frequently appears over the waters around Japan. Imagery from the newly loaded 3.8 sensor and infrared differential imagery from MTSAT are capable of detecting nighttime fog and showing its distribution over a wide area around Japan. Sea fog information retrieved from MTSAT imagery is therefore useful in advancing the safety of maritime navigation. Although infrared one image below left side does not show areas of fog, the infrared differential imagery does show fog areas in the daytime. Fog areas appear as white or bright regions with smooth surface in invisible imagery. So this is one of the data points that sends information to the Himawari, which compiles it and overlays it on the picture that I was telling you. Because you think that the Himawari, even if it was 22,000 miles away, you think if it took a picture and it was scanning, it can see the thickness of the clouds and shit? No, it has to do with ground-based towers and shit that sends LORAN and radar and reflects. It reflects back to see how thick the clouds are and shit like that.
Okay, so go ahead and show it. So in other words, the Himawari is not powerful enough to do that. It gets the data from here.
It compiles it from a lot of different places. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you the whole day.
Show that that's the case. I haven't seen that yet. So how do you show where this data goes to makes the Himawari data?
Okay, I'm linking it right now.
Okay. So this again was the sea fog one he linked. The original one was the weather one from the MSAT.
Which had already said that MSAT is one of the DCSs that transfers data to the Himawari.
That's right. That's right. So you're talking about right here. It's the backup data set, right?
It's not,
let me see if I can find it. I'm sorry, not backup, but yes, it's one of the ones that, yep. All right, I know the page you're talking about. I'll find that page and we could just do another merry-go-round. It's fine. But I'll find the page you're talking about.
You can call it whatever you want. Here's one for typhoon. Typhoon monitoring is usually generated over tropical ocean areas far south of Japan. An important role of MTSAT again.
Is that a link you just posted?
I will post it right now.
So go ahead and post it because I want to read along. I mean, I don't want you to read it and I'm not looking at it.
Why? What's the big deal?
Because I want to see it myself and I want to show it for the people that's watching. There's people that's watching that want to follow along as well. So I'm putting it up on the screen so I can read it and they can see it too.
Sure.
We don't want to just take your word for it, right? We're talking about science. So
I told you I was going to link it.
Okay.
I was reading it real quick, but sure. Where ground-based observations are limited, MTSAT continuously monitors the generation,
Is that it right there?
And speed, intensity of typhoons. The animation shows an imagery of typhoon NABI 0514 captured by MTSAT. Okay. Yes, I posted it.
Okay. So this is talking about right here. This is the page here.
There's one called S-Weather, Severe Weather Monitoring. Localized torrential rainfall in the warm season and heavy snowfall in the winter are typical of the severe weather events found in Japan. MTSAT enables detailed monitoring of the movements and developments of these phenomena by providing frequently observed images at 30-minute intervals, even outside of the observing range of the rain radar network. These images make significant contribution to the analysis and forecasting of such events, as well as the issue of necessary warnings and advisories.
Well, I'm still not seeing the exact page you're reading. Warnings. I don't see warnings on this page. Post that link one more time, the one that mentions warnings. So I want to make sure they see everyone. And in the You just
one,
said the
the
word
one I
warnings
just
on that
read.
page. So
The one I just read.
yeah, I'm not seeing that specific
Did you
link. So
get?
post that link.
Did you get the one about typhoons?
Yes, I have the typhoon one right here. The typhoon one is up.
Okay.
But where's the last one that you linked right there too?
It's right here, man. You think I'm just coming up with this shit out of my head or what?
Well, I don't do what flat earthers do and just take somebody's word. I want to look at it myself and see. But again, all you're doing is
I
proving
never
it.
said I would. I never said I wasn't gonna post it, dude.
Mhm.
All you just keep doing is interrupting me, and you don't want to listen to any
Well,
of the
I guess I'm
evidence that
trying
I'm
to save time
presenting.
because you still just all you did
Well,
was just.
I thought you had all day. I thought you had all
So I'm
day.
starting to get
Come on,
bored of
man.
going around the same thing over and over. I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Yeah.
I bet you are.
But
Yep.
let's keep on going. So we're talking about the MSAT, how it sends data. I agree that it helps send data back and forth with the Himawari from the ground and so on and so forth. We're on the same page. So I'm still looking. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, I'll put that up. All right, so that's the typhoon one right there. And let me start posting these links in the chat as well. I'm sorry I've been not keeping so much up with the chat, but we just have to go around this one more time. Let me just go back to the chat and post some of these links. So that was a typhoon one, I believe. We'll go back to the one here that had the warnings mentioned in it. So just so people can see, and I'll put the link in the YouTube as well. But you know, easy enough to find, I believe. So yes, the MSAT observations. Plenty of information about the movement and development of low pressure systems. Warnings. But yes, low pressure system, sea fog, volcano. Yes, I see what you're saying. Okay, so how do you prove that this is not really the AHI, but like there's no AHI data from a satellite really out there, that is only this? Because you should.
Dude, I'm done trying to prove anything.
Okay, so let me show you what I mean.
Basically, I'm only doing it for the people that are in the.
That's fine. So let's look at this. We're talking about the MSAT. So now let me speak again since you finished. MSAT, sea fog, right? MSAT, sending the data up. I agree with you. MSAT, sea fog, MSAT, typhoon, sending it back up. And as you said, it sends it back to the Himawari. MSAT, local weather data. We're going to go back to the page where it talks about that. Where it talks about what that is, what that means. Right here. The collection of meteorological observation data as a backup for the Himawari8, what? DCP. MSAT R1 has a function to collect meteorological data, which is all the stuff you was pointing out to me, typhoons, fog, and everything. Seismic sensitivity, gauge data, tide gauge data from DCPs installed on remote islands and so forth as a backup for the Himawari8. And again, what does that have to do with?
Where does it say backup?
It says it right there. Let me go back. Let me find the page again. This is the MSAT page that you linked earlier, that you said you read millions of times.
Putting words in my mouth now, huh?
No, you said you read it. You said it has a whole lot of data and you poured over it a whole lot.
I
You said
said
that
I've poured through this site.
Well, I said millions of times, but I mean, you have to give me, I mean, everybody knows I don't mean literally a millions of times, right? So, you know what I mean. Come on now. But collections of sorry, I'm so excited I can't even read.
Okay,
Collection of meteorological
backup.
observational data as backup for the Himawari8's what? DCP. MTSAT R1 has a function to collect meteorological data, like you were saying, fog, all that stuff, seismic activity, gauge data, tide data, so on and so forth, which was the MSAT, which goes back to exactly what I was saying earlier. So we're back to where we are from the start all over again. You're talking about the MSAT satellites helping the second function, which is the DCS, which, yes, it comes from ground things and low things and all of that stuff. That's not the HH1 still. So all this time, you're still talking about DCS.
All the information that I just told you, it never said that the Himawari's imaging could detect all those different things.
Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does something else. Either way it goes is different from the AHI
it
page.
does.
is different from the AHI page. Whatever the case is, the point I'm trying to prove is that there's the AHI from the Hubble satellite that's 30 kilometers away and takes the full pictures. Maybe it does it rendering line by line, but it takes a full picture of the Earth. And then there are these closer satellites that sends images back and forth from the Himawari on the ground, but that's the DCP, which is totally separate from the AHI system, which is only raw data going down. So you still did not disprove that the Himawari8 is still out there sending raw data as a part of the ACH. The ACH and the DCP are separate things. So yes, the MSAT satellites are backups for the DCP, which they don't lie about. It does the DCP stuff as well, and sends satellite data, weather data back and forth with the fog and stuff, and everything is all there. What you're saying is not anything they don't openly admit. You're still not accepting that there's the DCP that does that. And then there's the AHI, which is still the satellite from far away that takes full images of the Earth, that it could see it, that it may render part by part, but it's still out there far away. And even the MSAT satellite, how can you accept the MSAT where it doesn't say it's a balloon? You pointed out other ones where it says it's a balloon, and I acknowledge that there are balloons getting data, but the MSAT is still the satellite orbiting the Earth. So still you have to cherry pick even in the same pages that you're pointing to. How can you try to use this to say that it's not out there orbiting when the MSAT is a satellite that's closer, that's giving data back and forth? You're still, which is why I want to say was from the time of having to go through all of this to go back to where we were at the start. But at least people could see us go through it and they know what happened. But I mean,
it's kind of like Sophia. Sophia is on an airplane that sees farther than Hubble does.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
okay. So go ahead and show your data and show the specs of the satellites, and we could talk about that. But for now, we'll go ahead and open up the chat to everybody else who wants to come, and we could just open up the talk to the people that's here already as well. So give me a moment here. So anybody who wants to join, go ahead and join, and we'll go from there. It's not working anymore? Try that one. Let me turn off this web browser for a moment here. Chrome. Boom. All right, y'all. I'll scroll through the chats. Who all is joining this? Hope some people join.
Yeah, Darryl, this link's working, mate. How we going?
Awesome. Welcome back.
Interesting conversation, guys.
Mm-hmm. So who also is going to join? Maybe C4 will join as well. How long have we been going? We've been going for 4 hours. We've been going a while.
Oh, 4 hours, mate. Yeah,
man.
It's a marathon, mate.
Man. So,
good effort, both of you.
So why don't you? So right now we have Bandsaw with us. He was a flat earther and he's no longer a flat earther. What are your thoughts on what went along? And let me address Matrix Media, by the way. So like I said, I was just trying to save us from going through the whole rigmarole again. But as we showed right there, we showed his fog images from the MSAT. We showed his typhoon image thing from the MSAT, and it says it's getting that data and so on and so forth. And all I did was go right back to the Himawari page where it says the MSAT sends that DCS data back and forth. And I went back to the DCS image where it says that's what's going on. That's still separate from the AHI raw data. So as many times as you want to try to conflate the DCS with the AHI, the website, it doesn't say that. So Matrix Media, I didn't mind going through it because I know people was going to say stuff like that, but now you can't see it anymore because I gave him his chance. I quieted up. Oh no, let me talk to Matrix Media.
Okay.
I
Go
gave
ahead.
him his chance. I let him post all his typhoon links and fog links from the ASAT and all of that stuff, and I let him give his explanation. And now it's there, so nobody can say like he was trying to say. And I guess maybe he said that before I gave him the chance to do it. But to make sure that couldn't be said because I let him do it, I let him post his typhoon links and all of that stuff. And again, let me post that again so I could make sure we wrap it up before we finally move on. Uh, it's starting to get hoarse up in here.
Can I get a word in here?
After I respond to
Mm.
to Matrix Media and whoever else might think the same thing.
And I just have a question for you, really.
Okay, well just keep track of your question, and I'll make sure I go back to this. So I don't know why it's not showing it now. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, there we go. So that's why after we did all the, uh, uh, you know, fog imagery stuff, severe weather monitoring from the MSAT, the typhoon from the MSAT, the sea fog from the MSAT, never denied any of that happened. The volcanic ash from the MSAT, all of that stuff is going on. Is a closer satellite, doesn't have as advanced AHI. But again, all that's talking about is the data in the DCS. Because when we go back to the DCS for the MSAT right here on the Himawari page, it clearly says that MSAT 1, MSAT 2, which is what those are talking about, MSAT 1, MSAT 2, the MSAT series meteorological data, relays back and forth, relays, collection of meteorological observational data, backup for the Himawari8, the function of the DCPs, relays, all right there, which is talking about, again, the this function of the Himawari, which is coming from the ground, the MSAT satellites and so on and so forth, is not raw data. Still, that does not discount the fact that the Himawari8 has an AHI that takes raw data, and whether it does it all at one time or it does it in strips, it's 30,000 miles away, sending the raw data from the Earth where we can see the Earth as a whole. As it says right here
22,000.
on the same, 30,000 kilometers, 22,000 miles, or what have you. Just like it also has the command, the one that transmits command data. So again, we're still dealing with the three uses of Himawari, and still you have not proven that the DCS function conflates with the raw data function. You still have not shown that. You may not accept it, but anybody who's reading it and read the sites themselves and understands what it's saying will be able to see that. So
now here's my question. Now, if Himawari was up there 22,000 miles, okay, how would it gather if MTSAT is just a backup, like you're trying to say? How would they get the temperature differences at different elevations? Okay, how would they get the different cloud thicknesses, the ocean currents, all the different little things that Himawari supposedly does, all the different wind currents and the all the typhoon, typhoon. It didn't say anything about Himawari being able to detect typhoons or to detect space or ash and all that shit.
According to what you
It
showed
didn't say
us,
anything
they're
about the
using.
Himawari.
According to what you showed us, they're using the MSAT. We already covered that. Apparently, they're using the MSAT to do that stuff.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
we already covered that.
So you okay?
But that still doesn't change the
Just
fact that the
clarifying
Himawari is
that.
still out there with the AHI that's taking pictures. So
Sure it is. Sure.
you haven't proven it's not, and I mean you've proven there's a DCP.
You haven't proven. You haven't proven it is. I think I've proven what my claim, and I mean, you wanted me to prove my claim, and I think I've done that.
Okay, well, we'll let the people decide themselves. Thank you for joining, Sean. Thank you for joining,
Yeah.
Bandsaw. So,
No
what do y'all
problems,
think
mate.
about the interaction? And I'll bring up my
I
chat
think
so I can focus on the people as well. What do you say?
I think it's been pretty good, Darryl. You try to keep it on point, the whole conversation, and not diverse, and go through everything thoroughly, which I think is a pretty good tactic from the flat Earth side to go from one point to the other and not really cover anything thoroughly. So I think
Exactly.
props for going through everything and everything that was supplied to you to go through everything. And not just cherry pick certain bits of information. So good on you for that, mate.
Thank you, sir. Based upon what you saw presented, is the Himawari8 really out there, like I was saying, or is it not really out there and is really all the data coming from the islands and everything that they're putting together?
More skeptical or less skeptical?
Is that directed towards me or fight the perception?
To you all, to Bandsaw and
yeah. No. The more information that I get, and I'm not going to call it evidence. I'm going to call it information. All right. The more information I get on stuff, the more credible it makes it. Now, some information is being beamed up there with the information that's being presented. So, and information is coming back. So something is up there, obviously.
Exactly. I tried to get him to acknowledge that, because he would acknowledge that they're sending data to the Himawari and back, but he won't acknowledge that the Himawari is there. You notice I started with that. I said, you saying this is the marble data set, they're using that data. Okay, well, let's say the pictures are not real, then it's really a marble data image. Where does the marble data images coming from? It's coming from the Terra satellite. So you have to admit that there's a satellite taking the data. So,
exactly.
So, I mean, what do you say, Sean?
I don't have to admit that.
What do you say, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it at all. But I mean, how can you admit there's a satellite up there that's outfitted with everything it needs to do what it does and deny that it does what it does? That
just like I said, I didn't really get to present all the other little bits of
go. I don't want you going away saying go ahead and get whatever you got to present.
Yeah.
We can do it while we all here.
Exactly.
And maybe that's what we can do. Maybe that's what I needed. And to be clear, maybe that's what I needed. I needed a break. So why don't we do this? Now I have Bandsaw here and they can help look at the evidence with me. And we can do it that way. So get whatever you got to get and you can see if you can convince Bandsaw and Sean. As a matter of fact, I'll do that. I'll get some water and be right back. Because you realize it's been 4 hours. I didn't get up from this seat. You want to take a break as well? Because we've been here for a while, man. You want to take a break, get some water, use the bathroom, and, I mean, you can just come right back or something.
I'd rather just get it done with.
Okay, keep it going. I'm gonna get some water and stretch my legs and be right back. I'll be right back, y'all.
Oops, that's not the right one. Let's see. So, are you guys aware of weather balloon satellites?
Yeah.
You guys acknowledge those? Okay.
Yes.
Now, I acknowledge weather balloons with instruments on them, but not weather balloon satellites. There's no such thing as satelloons, okay?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
There's no such thing as satelloons.
Okay,
There's no
so what's a
such thing
satelloon?
as balloons
What's a
as
satelloon?
satellites.
Really?
Yes, absolutely, really.
And you're willing to stand by that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Now you can show me the one, the big, huge thing looks like a space age bus with mylar wrapped around it and a parachute cord hanging up in a tree out in South America or wherever that picture's from. You can show me that one, but it doesn't convince me. I've seen the pictures. and those are weather balloons that have crashed. Those aren't satellites that NASA claims are up in space orbiting that have just happened to crash. That's not what that is. That's a satellite. That's a weather balloon.
In space, they're not in space. I'll
Yeah,
agree with
absolutely.
that part.
Satellites are in space. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm talking about there is satelloons, and
no, there's weather balloons.
Oh man, there's just weather balloons, huh?
Yeah, but the things that we bounce cell phone stuff off of, and the stuff we bounce like media, cable or internet and satellite, TV. Those are in space satellites. Those aren't bounced off balloons. GPS is not balloons floating around with receivers on them.
Do you have a link for Satelloons there? Fight the Deception. Do you have a link for Satelloons?
Yeah, I'm posting it right now.
Cheers, mate.
I have a couple of them actually.
Because I've actually never heard of a Satelloon myself.
Yeah, they send up like 10,000-pound satellites.
Now scroll the chat to see what I can respond to. By the way, y'all.
Stay up there. They stay up there for about 100 days on average.
Right.
And they can control them. They can control them. They can control them by the weather patterns, the wind patterns, by letting, because normal weather balloons will float up and they'll pop and they'll fall down, right? These ones are huge. They're huge. And what they do is they let air from the atmosphere in, so the weather balloon goes down. In the nighttime, in the nighttime, I think they want to go up higher, and then when the sun's out, they automatically drop down.
And what are these used for?
Satellite. Sorry, Sean.
They're used for everything from satellite. They're used from anything from observing galaxies to weather to you name it. They're just what
observing. How do they observe galaxies? I'm curious about that.
They have some kind of gyroscopic mechanism on there that. Just watch this video. It's official NASA shit, dude. I mean, I'm not.
This is the thing, though. Thank you for joining.
Go ahead and post that link or screen share that link I just put.
Oh, certainly.
Is this the official?
It's
NASA
called. They do it from
Wallops
program.
Okay.
They send them from Antarctica.
Okay. Just right. Is it showing?
Yeah, this is. You want to go back to the beginning of the video, probably.
Okay. Just let me make sure everybody can see it at home, elsewhere. Though, just give me one moment. Let me adjust the.
I think this is it. I'm pretty sure this is it. I might be here. It's one of my videos, but
this is it. Or should I go back? You're seeing it in the Hangout.
To the beginning.
To the beginning.
Go back to the beginning. It's either this one or another one. I made two that are similar, but if not, I'll know right away.
This is if I remember right. Let me turn this down. This, if I remember right, is the one that you showed me when we was in the chat. When we was in the chat that day.
Yeah,
and I said it was a 55-minute video. You have to tell me where to go, and you told me right where to go.
It's funny that flat earthers they look at real photographs of the Earth and real photographs of things, and they say, "Oh, those are cartoons and CGI and fakery."
Mm-hmm.
But in flat Earth videos, 99% of the videos are CGI and cartoons.
That's right. Plainly.
Well, this is NASA and Google, and this is all from official. I mean, this is not flat Earth. It's not flat Earth shit. Okay.
Okay. Let's look at this.
I mean,
let's give you that there's weather balloons. Let's give you that there's satelloons or whatever. How does that prove that there's not also Himawari out there? Like, is it possible to have multiple different devices to do things? Like, in other words, like I have a desktop computer here. Like, let me give you an example. My desktop computer, I watch YouTube. I watch YouTube on my desktop computer. On my cell phone, I watch YouTube on my cell phone. On my TV, yesterday when I was making lunch, I was watching a YouTube video while I was making lunch on my TV because I have a TV that has Wi-Fi. So does that mean that my desktop is not real anymore because I could watch the internet on my cell phone?
That's kind of irrelevant.
So you may not recognize how it's relevant, but it's relevant. I'll tell you how. Just because they have balloons that can take.
Are you going to play the video or what? Are you going to play the video or what?
I've already been playing it. People can. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I started pressing play. Showing this video doesn't. So what? I told you I'd give you that. That's why there's no need to play the video. But I mean, I don't mind playing it. But I mean, I give you that.
No. Now Sean made the claim that there's no such thing as weather balloon satellites, and they're right here.
Okay, there's an experimental program testing the feasibility of long range weather balloons.
The feasibility, they're more feasible than rockets,
but
supposedly.
This is a one-off.
It's not a one-off. They've been doing it for 50 years, dude.
This does not account for the satellites that we use for telecommunications and radio.
So
it doesn't.
You're still
watch the video. Watch the video and then say something.
I mean, I don't mind watching the
video. I've seen a lot of your videos. I saw one of your videos was very horrible.
This is what you're not understanding, Fight the Deception. Given that there's weather balloons and satelloons, it still doesn't mean that the satellites can't be out there. It still doesn't. Just showing that there's this doesn't mean, and thus there's not that.
Yeah, but it does show that they could be gathering data with these and not the other things.
So you have to prove that there is.
I think it throws more doubt on the possibility of them being out there than not.
Okay.
What is this like string of pearls that is along the equator that we can see at night through a telescope? These little dots that line up in a perfect arc. What are those? They're not stars. They move against the stars. They're geostationary. What are they?
Well, let's not change the subject. Let's not change the subject. No, let's not change the subject.
I made a video about
those are satellites. Those are telecommunication satellites.
I made a video about that. You can check it out after the stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're talking about this
videos, man.
So let's talk about what he said though. You said that it's possible that they could be, because they have these things, it's possible they could be using these things and calling it Himawari data. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's possible.
I mean, I'm asking, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying it's possible that that's what they're doing.
Then let me ask you this. Is it also possible that the Himawari is really out there sending data to us?
Not to me. But
okay, so this is what's going on.
To you guys, yeah.
So this is what's going on. This is what's going on. You're willing.
Why is the sound off? Is the sound off for you guys?
Yeah, it is, so we can talk. You know, because I was interfering and we couldn't talk. I mean, I could post a link in the chat and people could look at it themselves.
Listening to what you guys are saying.
But I mean, we're talking about
look at that satellite. That satellite's 10,000 pounds. Right there.
But let me finish my line of questioning though. Let me, at least not even line of questioning.
Stays up for 100 days, and they're constantly sending these things out. Constantly. All day long. They send them out, pop them, retrieve them, pop them, retrieve them. Yeah. They've been doing it for 50 years, dude.
Right. That's not what they use for communications, though. For telecommunications and phone, that's not what they use. The ones that we
haven't watched the video then, because
are always
they admit that they do that. They admit that they're doing that. The Google Loon satellites.
Not for dish satellite. Not for TV. No, you can see those all the time.
Let me try to clarify for you, Sean. This is what Sean is saying. Sean is saying that there are satellites that are used for the telecommunications that are not this. He's seen them.
Yeah.
Didn't you see them?
Yeah, I've seen them from my telescope.
So what he's saying is, even if some people try to do some kind of project or they're trying to do something separate or different, whatever their reasoning is, even if they're using satellites or satelloons for that reason and they exist, it doesn't change the fact that there are telecommunication satellites. There are satellites like normal satellites that Sean has seen himself. That's why
5 minutes ago,
I can show
5
you.
minutes ago,
I can
he said there was no such
show a
thing
video.
as a satelloon.
Do you admit
5
that?
minutes ago,
So do you admit that you were wrong? That there are these things that he's showing evidence of right here. Do you admit, Sean, that these things
Okay, there's
exist?
long range satellite. There's long range balloons, or there's long duration balloons. They're not satellites. They're weather balloons that stay up for a long period of time.
They have satellites attached to them.
But whatever we call them,
10,000
No,
pound optical satellites for looking at galaxies. Yeah.
Well, no, I understand his point. Let's give him his point. He's saying
That's
this.
not a satellite.
Well, to him, it's a satellite.
How
No
is
matter
it
what
not?
we call it, I can see how it's a satellite. So I give him that.
That first, listen, that first satellite, that first one was in a storeroom. It was supposed to go up on a rocket launch, supposedly, and they were going to send it up in orbit or whatever, and it never got sent, so they put it on a balloon instead. Okay, if you watch the video, listen to the experts, the NASA fucking people, they'll tell you that.
Okay,
They
so if I take a airplane and I put wheels on it and an engine and I drive it around like a car, is it still an airplane?
That's irrelevant. I mean,
no, they found the thing in the storeroom.
It's a satellite. It's a satellite, dude.
I think it's okay to give him that, Sean. Because look at it. It looks like a satellite.
Well, yeah, he's had such a hard day. I'll give that to him.
Yeah, give it to him. It looks like a satellite. So to me, I can see it. They put a satellite on a balloon and they're floating it on a balloon. I give them that. How does that disprove that the satellite Sean saw is not really there? How does that disprove that? How does that prove that the Himawari is not there? How does that prove that?
How do you know that? How do you know that you didn't see one of these balloons up there?
Okay, how do you know that, Sean? Sean is the one that saw the that's telecommunications one. How do you know that wasn't a balloon?
Because they were staying still. They weren't moving. They're always in the same position at all times. They're never in a different position.
They have the technology with these.
So let's look at it one at a time. Let's let them finish. You're saying that you see that same satellite over and over again over days and weeks and months. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, if I look at it, but everyone's dishes see that same satellite day after day over and over again, and no one has to readjust their dishes.
Okay, so you said yourself that these balloons, they last a long time, but they only last so long. But he's saying he sees it on an ongoing basis. Now I heard you say, fight the deception, that they may have technology that can still make the balloon look that way. Is that correct?
They have the technology to send the balloon up. And
no. Don't change the subject.
I'm not changing, dude. Stop interrupting me and let me fucking get my point out, okay? I'm not changing the subject. It's the same argument, okay?
Okay.
They send the balloons up, and then they can control where the balloons go. They're called geostationary weather balloon satellites, dude. That's the official name.
Okay, so
come on, man.
So
watch it.
So show your
Turn the volume on.
Okay.
Turn the volume. The evidence is playing, but you guys won't listen to it.
Is a technology.
Merriam-Webster defines satellite as
to get us to the edge of space.
Usually, a manufactured object or vehicle intended to orbit the Earth, the Moon, or another celestial body.
There's lots of great science to be done that we can do on these platforms at lower cost.
That's what a satellite is.
Get them
That's an orbiting satellite. So you're
they're
saying that
very high value.
There's no such thing as geostationary satellites, you're saying?
They orbit, but they stay in an orbit that's in
real innovation.
In synchronicity with the Earth's orbit.
Right, exactly.
These aren't. These are floating around.
They have the technology. If you watch this video, they have the technology to send the balloons up by utilizing different.
I'm sure they do.
Well, look it up, dude. I mean,
look up the Wallops. So just help us find it in this video.
Wallops.
Okay, I mean, they have the ability to do this with these few satellites, but that does not discount the fact that there are thousands of satellites in the air, in space right now.
Let's take it a step at a time. He's saying that let
Show
him
a picture of one. Show us a picture of one.
I
Why
already
don't you
did it
show us a
earlier.
picture of one?
I already did it earlier in this video. Maybe you didn't see it. I could pull it
A
up again.
real picture of a real satellite in space.
Remember I showed you the ISS picture, that dude with the big telescope? Remember I showed you that?
Oh, the one passing between Earth and that's awesome.
Remember I showed you the ISS picture with the guy with the big telescope? I'm asking you. Do you remember that?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
yeah, I
then.
do.
So I did.
I remember it.
So I did show you. So
I'm not saying that that's real, but
the ham radio club that I got my license at, their club put a satellite on a NASA rocket and sent it into space. They put up a ham sat.
One balloon to provide real power.
I wasn't there when they did it,
So
but
then you
they
try
did
to
it. That's
find
one of their
locations around the world that had zero wind.
They had some,
But then
some engineers build one.
at a reasonable cost.
It was a 2-meter repeater. They put it up. You can talk to it. You can communicate with it.
That we can do on these platforms at lower cost and get them
Hey, you
I don't
know,
know we can do on these
What's up?
platforms.
I don't know what's on my mic.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Good, good. Can I clarify the whole
we may test out
balloon thing? Because you guys are kind of veering on the wrong. Just get so they have balloons that they do use for satellites or artificial satellites, but this would be a situation of the Olympic Games in China. You know how all those people in one central place, they'll use one of these as a quote unquote satellite for phone services, so to speak. They can use them for other situations, military probably, and they last 90 days. They are remote and they are also programmable. You can go to Raven Aerostar. They're like the leading guys in doing this. They've been doing it for a very long time. And this is, and I know this because it's kind of part of that geoengineering crap I do.
Awesome.
But yeah, there's a few different types of balloons that you guys are talking about. But even then, you would need a lot more balloons to say have a GPS system.
But to clarify though, even though it's in this long video, we might be clicking through it. Even though I already gave it to him, you acknowledge that there are balloons that stay up for a long time that they could control, just like Fight the Deception is saying.
Yeah, 99 days or 90 days,
Okay.
And right now there are other experimental tests to try to get it to do 180 right now. Okay. But again, they're not capable of doing the same things that we know satellites do.
We don't have to go there.
But I'm just we don't have to clarify.
Where's your proof? Fight the Deception that's really what the ISS and the Himawari and all those things are.
Oh, definitely not that high. Oh, no. But definitely doesn't move like that. No.
Hey, can I present my screen?
Well, let's get his answer first, though, but certainly after that. So what's your proof that the Himawari and all of that is really those things?
It's all in the video, dude.
We've already given you the fact that those things exist, but you're not still proving that that's what the Himawari is.
Here's one thing that I was trying to get out earlier, but you kept interrupting me. Okay, about a year and a half ago, I had the ISS tracker, like I was saying. Okay, it notified me that Iridium 77 was going to be passing by my location. Okay, in 10 minutes. So I went outside, got my spotting scope. Okay, set it up in my backyard. Waited. It flared like it said. The flare really looks like a flashing light, kind of looks like a tow truck amber colored flashing light, amber and white. Okay, it flashed for I don't know, maybe 5-6 seconds, and then it was 3:20 in the morning. Okay, I put the spotting scope on it, and I was able to watch this Iridium 77 satellite that's supposed to be going 17,000 miles an hour. I watched it for an hour in my backyard. I came inside at about 4:10. It was about 50 minutes that I watched it. Okay. And I finally came inside because the mosquitoes were out and they were starting to bite me. So I came inside. I made a pizza. Okay. A cheap pizza. I sat down on the couch of my living room, and okay, now when it said, because I was watching it and I was looking at this app, this tracker app, okay, that was telling me, oh, it's over the North Pole. Oh, it's, and then as it went over the North Pole, supposedly, but I could still see it. The app crashed. Okay, the NASA app crashed, and I tried to reload it. And when I reloaded it, it didn't have Iridium-77 on the list anymore. Okay, so I was like, well, I know that NASA and the Air Force have a website you can
You're
go
on the
to.
Earth. You couldn't see
So I
it.
went.
Wouldn't be on the list.
Dude, shut the fuck up for a minute, would
No,
you?
hang on. I got a question. Why did you go to a NASA site? Because NASA doesn't. I don't think NASA has a satellite tracker. I think you would go somewhere else. And I was going to ask,
dude,
did
you guys
check
let
to
me
see
talk
if it was it a geostationary satellite? That's all I want to ask.
Sean. Let's let him
Will
finish
you
his
will
point.
you let me finish?
And
That
then
way,
so after
that
the
way
discussion finishes, then Sean will talk.
I can get it out, and then you guys can try to pick it apart from there. Okay.
I just wanted.
So
I was going to ask what the name was again.
Let's let him finish, and then Sean will present, and then we can talk about it all.
Can you guys not hear me or what?
We can hear you. Keep going.
Yeah. Go on, buddy. Go on.
Iridium-77. Okay.
Thank you.
That was the one that I was watching. Okay, as it said it was going over the North Pole, the app crashed. I tried to reload it, and it no longer had Iridium-77 on the list of satellites anymore. Okay, so I went to NASA/Air Force website, which there is one, and they're supposed to track all satellites that are in the air all the time. Okay. So I went to that site. I typed in Iridium-77, and it said that it was directly over the Indian Ocean, but I could still see it in my backyard. Okay. Now, so I watched it for a little while. Like I said, it was about 50 minutes. I came back inside because the mosquitoes were biting me, sat down on the couch, and the app went off, and it said, oh, Iridium-86 is going to be passing by your location about 10 minutes. And the way that these apps work is you point your phone up into the sky to a certain part of the sky, and it tells you which direction it's going to be coming from, so that way you can see it. Okay. So I pointed my phone up, and what do you know? It was in the same place that like I said, I watched this thing for 50 minutes. The only reason I came inside was because mosquitoes. I was still watching it. I sat down on the couch, pointed my phone up, and it said, oh, Iridium-86 is going to be come by your location in 10 minutes. And it was in the same place that fucking Iridium-77 where I quit watching it at. So basically, in my opinion, they have these balloons or whatever the fuck they are. They turn on a flashing light at a certain time of the day or a certain time of the night, because it couldn't have been the sun, because it was 3-something in the morning. Okay. They turn on a little flashing light to get you excited or whatever the fuck, and then they shut the light off, and then they turn it back on at another time, calling it a different satellite. They just changed the name.
So to make sure I'm understanding properly, you're saying that's a balloon satellite in the same place, but they changed the name of it and say, oh, this one is coming over, this one is coming over, because they have to pretend that it's really orbiting the Earth, but really it's the same satellite that they give a different name to, and people look.
That's what I think.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing.
I mean, back then, I wasn't real. I was still really trying to investigate whether or not this shit was true and NASA was lying and all this. I was really investigating. I was putting in a lot of hours watching the ISS feeds and all the different shit, trying to track these satellites, trying to get footage of the ISS and all that. I mean, I believed in the globe before. Okay, I haven't always.
Let's not go too far, Phil. Let's stay on this.
I'm just saying. I'm just being honest. And
this is what I would suggest to you. Let's not go too far, Phil. This is what I would suggest to you. I would suggest that if data is saying the satellite is moving over, and you're seeing something that's stationary, I would suggest you're probably not looking at the right satellite. So I would suggest that you get a better look, because you've already.
Dude.
But let's go ahead and see what Sean has to say. Go ahead and present Sean, and the floor will be yours for how much time you need.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead. Man, I just got here. Go ahead.
I mean, other Sean. I'm sorry.
Yeah. My apologies. I forgot.
Wait a second. Hold on. Shit. What happened here? It just froze me up.
Can I say a quick something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Do your thing while he's getting set up.
Yeah, it's just real quick. Have you tracked the? Sorry, have you guys tracked the or have you tracked the ISS?
Yes, I have. I have looked at the IRS a few times. ISS a few
I
times.
think I was more direct towards the fight.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I have a bunch of times.
Okay.
I've seen it pass by and then turn around and go back the opposite direction. Yeah.
Can you
shut the lights off? No,
did you-
I don't have a video for that. But you know, I know what I've personally seen. I know that I've probably put 5 times as much time into it as you guys have.
No, don't say that.
Well,
You don't. No.
I know
Just like we don't know. You don't
How
know.
many
So
hours?
you
How
can't
many
make that
hours?
exist.
How many hours have you put into it, dude? How many hours?
Enough that I've tracked the ISS, and I've never in my life seen it do what you just said it did. But I would definitely suggest you get images of that, because you could really, you know, do something groundbreaking for flat Earth if you had that footage. You know that, so why wouldn't you get it?
Have you spent 20,000
I don't believe you. I don't
hours?
think you've done 20,000 hours.
Okay, well, that's your opinion.
That's my opinion. Yeah, 100%.
You don't know what the fuck I've been doing the last 4 years.
I have no clue at all. But go ahead.
Am I presenting?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
And let me make sure everybody can see you.
The first, I think, 160 satellites released by SpaceX. And this is the first launching of the thing that will eventually become, I think, Skynet, but, you know, that's just me.
Okay.
But are those balloons? What are those, man?
I don't know.
They are planes, man. They're going way too fast.
I made a video about this.
And they're in space.
A video about it.
Just remember, you can't travel that fast in our atmosphere.
No, those are going incredibly fast. So
what's your response to showing Fight the Deception?
Well, I have a video that I made about it.
Okay, so he's gonna answer you with a video he made, and we'll
I
watch
think
his video.
Okay, cool. I thought you said you hadn't seen that.
Good point, Sean.
Are you doing the ISS one? Oh, that'd be awesome. I want to see it turn back.
And also,
actually, matter of fact, I made 2 videos about this, and I didn't actually just see the one that Sean shared. Actually,
well, you should look at it. I mean, if you want to, how can you respond to his point if you didn't see it? I mean, that's what you was telling us, and we was trying to look at what you were saying.
Well, because I know what he's talking about, and but I don't know if it's the same exact footage. So play it again.
All right. It's interesting that when I was trying to do that, when I was like, we already know, keep going. You was like, no, we got to see it, show it. And I was like, we already know, we give you that. And we're like, no, but you're doing that now. You're like, I already know what he's talking about. Let's go. I don't mind doing that. If you know what he's talking about and you can give him that, I don't mind moving forward. But I just noticed how y'all do the double standard thing.
I was moving from the garage back into the house, kind of carrying a bunch of cords and shit.
So Sean, would you share that video one more time, please? And I'll put it big for him so he can see it.
Is it green or is it black and white?
Right now, you should see Sean's face and big and
No, I could see it, right. But I was just saying, is the video green or is it black and white?
I saw it when it was black and white when I saw it.
Shit! Actually, hold on a second.
And here's a guy took a video of Astra 2C. Here's the geostationary satellite. I'm not sharing him.
Play the first one again. Play the other one first.
Okay, hold on.
And would you put the link in the Hangout as well? I mean, I could actually even just share it.
Sure. Yeah, here's the one. Let's start back from the beginning.
Leave it, but I can see it.
You there? You got me?
Yeah, everybody can see it. It's like the main thing on the screen there. Everybody can see what it looks like.
And those will eventually deploy off their line into, they'll position.
Now watch, as the camera moves, most of the stars move with the camera. Watch.
Right, because the telescope that is looking at those is locked onto the stars.
Oh, I know, but when it moves, when the telescope moves, see the stars are moving with the telescope?
No, they aren't.
Bullshit.
Let's see.
No, they are, dude.
Oh,
let's show it again. Let's see. Let's look at the evidence.
Okay, let's go back. Well, I mean, the dots that are burned into the screen temporarily.
Stars. Listen, the fixed stars.
Right, the ones that are kind of burned into the screen temporarily.
They stay in the same place on the screen.
Hey, Sean.
Right, and then they fade out, right?
That went fast. But...
Right, and they go over the clouds. How do they go? How do you see them up on this side of the clouds?
I was talking about the stars.
No, I saw
have
what
way
you're
better,
talking about. Yeah,
I have way better footage than
the
that.
things that kind of burn themselves into the screen, into the image, you know, while it was stationary on the stars, and as it moved, and you could see them on this side of the clouds as it was moving across. No, that's just an artifact. And here's another one. Let's see. This is various geostationary satellites moving along their orbital paths. Now these are on different paths. These aren't on the same orbital path. And you see those streaks of light going? Those are stars. Because the salt could probably sped up a little bit. But yeah, the camera or telescope is not moving to track the stars. It's actually stationary.
I got better footage than that.
So that's a geostationary satellite.
Okay, I got better footage.
So
you guys would probably like this footage better than what you're showing anyway.
Can we see it?
Yeah.
But that's not a balloon.
Impossible. No, I don't think those are balloons.
Okay.
So what are those?
I don't know what they are. Honestly, I don't. I'll admit that I don't know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
They could be, but if you watch this video that I just
let's talk about one thing first. So we gave you the
same
chance.
thing, dude.
It's a different video. It's a different video. Well, one moment. We gave you a chance to present. And now we're giving Sean a chance to present. So let's talk about what Sean presented. So you said that you don't know what they are. Is it possible that they could be satellites like they say they are?
I don't know. Watch the footage.
We're talking about the video that Sean just presented. So you're just saying you don't know if it's possible?
How is it? You know it's not an ISS, but you don't know what else it could be.
But you know it's not what every bit of evidence points to what it being is. Can you see the discrepancies we have here?
Right.
ISS.
Okay. But Sean presented his note. Apparently he doesn't know what it is. So let's go ahead and what video did you want to show? Fight the Deception.
Yeah.
Oh, he's already in the Hangout. Okay.
I have some speculation of what it is. I don't know.
Well, go ahead and speculate. I mean, that's what we're here to do.
Hey, Sean, the ISS has a wonderful, wonderful visibility for California on the 26th.
Does it? I'll try and
play the video.
I'm having to configure
it's the same.
I'm configuring it now.
I'll put the link in the chat. This one I use.
Cool.
And let me let them know real fast. I'm not trying to delay you. I turned off the website so I can do the screen share. So now I have to put the website back, and I'm not a pro at this yet. I'm new at this, so forgive me if it takes a little while to get everything back in place. But I am trying to play your video. It's just I can't do it right away like Sean G might be able to do because he's a pro at this.
He's a young'un. He knows all that tech and shit.
Yeah. But it takes me a while to get it back set up again. So here we go. So I think y'all are seeing it now. This is the video you just linked, right?
My bad. I was on my phone.
Linked. They were using.
Hold up. Let me pause it and we can hear your explanation because I couldn't hear you. So what were you saying?
They're using night vision, I think, or something.
Okay.
So you can really see. You can really see them.
And what are you saying this is?
I don't know. I mean, they're using some kind of night vision telescope or some kind of night vision instead of black and white.
Hey, Sean.
So you can see more of it than
Sean.
Okay.
Did he say this was his evidence?
Yeah, he doesn't know what it is. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
All right, but let's go.
I didn't say
evidence. Oh, okay. That's why I asked. I was asking.
Video playing or
what is? Okay, it's playing right now.
Playing?
So go ahead and take a look
at
it.
It's playing. It's playing.
You can't see.
Yeah, that's the SpaceX satellites.
Press Darryl's icon and you'll be able to see it, mate.
Yes, it's on. I should be presenting it, I believe, inside the Hangout. Am I?
You are now.
No, it's on my iPhone.
now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There we go. Now you can see it.
That looks like the SpaceX launch.
The link, the Starlink.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back and look at it one more time so everybody can see it now.
Hey, Sean, did you ever hear my my SpaceX launching experience?
Oh, sorry.
No.
I didn't. I made a mistake and clicked pause. Okay.
Okay, so I'm sorry. You remember when they launched out of LA? Wherever the hell that is. Okay, well, they launched south. And at the time, I was living in the mountains here in San Diego, and I didn't know they were launching. So I walk outside to smoke a cigarette.
You see these things kind of have...
Hang on, I'll finish in a second.
Almost like a filament in between them, you know? Like, almost like a rope or some kind of a string. I don't know. I would expect that these tails, I'll call them tails, okay, like comet tails. I would expect that they would have a specific length, you know, that would be similar to one another. But if you notice here, they kind of look elongated, you know, longer. Some of them, you know, the ones that are closer you can't really tell, but the ones that are far apart, they kind of look like they have a rope or some kind of, I don't know, some kind of string, or I don't know what it is.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be from the light moving, and that's just a optical kind of illusion. But
exactly,
I don't know.
And to make sure I'm understanding,
I don't know
properly,
that. I don't know that for sure.
And to make sure I'm understanding properly, you don't know what it is.
I'm just being honest. Well,
I understand, but
you were right first shot.
Huh?
You were right first shot. Very good.
When he asked if it was satellites, but this
when he said it's probably it might be the light, you know, trailing off where it's not, where it's burned.
Well, my first shot was saying that there was some kind of tether,
and it goes by,
some kind
like
of cable, maybe.
That was my first thought as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't know how Starlink is made. For as I know, they might have a wire. I don't know. But let's look it up and see. But my first thought was, as the infrared is you know, like, pretty sure all it was is taking night vision photos with something, and you can see how the image might lag a little bit on any kind of image. But,
go ahead and keep playing that video, though.
Okay, I'll keep on playing it while I'm looking for how the Starlink is made.
You don't really need the sound, so it's not going to affect anything.
You notice how, like, there really isn't one, like, with the ones that are far apart, there isn't one right before, right? It dies down. They all have sort of the same length of tail.
Well, not really, though.
Yeah,
you
see
the ones that are... See this one right here? This one right here, it kind of looks a lot longer. Once it gets to a certain angle, you can see the tail is still kind of long.
Yeah, that's artifacting from compression.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Could be.
So look
at no rope there. Where is it right there?
I'll back that one up just a little bit so we can see.
We had enough time for it to completely die down out of the system, out of the image, and now it's dark. Now it's just a dark screen, or dark. You know, now it's a flat. See that?
And one follows close behind it, so it reignites basically that after image, before, you know, because it didn't go away yet.
Yep.
Good eye, Sean.
So what do you say now, Fight the Deception?
Like I said, I don't know. You know, some of them look longer than others. Some of them don't.
Yeah.
Keep playing it. Keep playing it.
It's still playing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to minimize it. So this is my question, and it's really interesting to me. You said you don't know what it is, but you're not willing to accept the possibility that is a satellite. Why is that?
Well, the thing is these things are only like about between 100 and 500 pounds a piece, supposedly.
These right here?
And they're supposed to be, I think, what did I read? Like 1,200 miles or some shit like that away from the Earth. And at that distance, in the middle of the night...
Communication satellites can be as small as a school bus and weigh up to 6 tons. The Federal Communications Mission says most weigh a few tons.
I'm talking about these ones specifically.
The
I'm not
Starlink
talking about
specifically?
in general. I'm talking about these ones
No,
specifically. I looked it
those are
up.
the average. I just read the
Go ahead
average.
and look it up. Go ahead
I
and look
did.
it up.
I just read the average.
For the Starlink? For the Starlink.
Well, let's let them speak. Go ahead. What did you find about Starlink?
Look it up. Look the Starlink satellites up.
But I mean, for expediency, go ahead and let us know what you learned.
Specifically, the Starlink satellites.
But I mean, for expediency, what did you learn about the Starlink while I'm looking for it?
I'm pretty sure it said they were between 100 and 500 pounds.
Okay.
Each.
Okay. So
and I think maybe what did they say? Fuck, I can't remember how
okay,
tall
I found
they said they were.
I was able to find it. One moment, let me put it in the video. So Starlink, this is the actual Starlink page, the official page. Less mass, more compact. Each satellite weighs approximately 227 kilograms. Let's see what a kilo. I don't even know how much that is in pounds.
It's about 500 thereabouts.
Okay, 500 pounds. Okay, so we found this is like you said. We looked it up. This is the Starlink webpage.
You guys aren't going to get me lying about anything. Okay.
I'm not saying you're lying, sir. It's just like looking at the.
I'm just saying that everything that I've made a claim about has
okay
has panned out.
So my question was, like you said that my question was, you don't know what it is, but why don't you want to accept it as satellites? And you said it weighs this much. So what does that have to do with it not being a satellite?
Well, because that 1,200 miles away, if it's only 500 pounds and the size of it is, and they were launched in the middle of the nighttime when the sun should be on the other side of the globe, right? Then what's causing the light? Where are they getting lit up from?
I'm not sure what you're saying. When we can see it at night, how it's getting lit up?
Yeah, if it's on the other side of the globe. If the sun is on the other side of the globe, that means this side of the globe is dark, right? So how are they lit up? And then the other video, the one that Sean shared the first time, I made a video on that one because someone tried to present that one.
One moment.
Hold on.
No. Wait.
Just let me finish.
No. We need to take one point at a time. I'm going to forget your point. Let's take one point. Why don't you?
It's the same point.
Okay, go ahead.
It's the same point. Okay, the first video, there's a couple of those satellites that actually they're lit up and then they go dim. They go dim. The light just totally goes off out of them. There's no real explanation. I mean, there's nothing that could have made them go dark unless they have lights on them that are actually lighting up and shutting off. I mean, so my point is
how do you know so much about those videos, but you don't know the information surrounding other things with information?
What do you mean? Like what?
Like the satellite that you said. No, you said the IS. You tracked the ISS and it went there and back. Like that.
It went over my head. This has happened several. This is not just one time. It went over my head. The light was on bright, and then the light just turned off. And it stopped and turned around and went back the way it came from. And no, I don't have a video of that. But I mean,
how do you know that was the ISS?
I wasn't, because I looked at the app, dude. I looked at the
app showed it going back. It showed it going back the other way.
No, it showed it supposedly going over the top of me, and then it. I saw it turn around though. They have some kind of lights on there, kind of like a cop car light or something.
You don't see those. You don't. No. You don't. It's too high.
They do.
No. It's too high for that. The reason you see it is because the sun's glare off of it.
Dude, I see it at 3 a.m. too. That's a bullshit story.
Well, then wherever you're at, it's either the fact that the sun's coming up from the east.
I live at really high elevation.
Oh, that helps. That helps.
7,600 feet.
That helps a lot for that observation as well. Then, because what time does the sun rise where you're at?
Well, the light, it starts getting light. I can see the light hit on the top of a mountain. I have mountains all around me that are, up to 12,000 feet. I can see the sun hit onto a mountain about 5 o'clock maybe, but by the time the sun actually direct sunlight gets here, it's not until about like 7. It's not for like a couple more hours.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. So at 3 in the morning, the ISS would be visible because the sun's rays that are not hitting Earth are going to hit it still.
It's not just at 3 in the morning. It's at all times of the morning. It's at all times of dark. I see it all times of the dark, at all times of night, morning.
And you don't document any of these anomalies?
You see ISS at all times of the day and night.
Well, not in the daytime.
That counts as an anomaly.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
But let me make sure I'm straight though. Are you looking at this with your naked eye?
It does. It does for me.
You could go out right now if it was nighttime, and you'd look up and you could see the ISS.
I've only
I've
only
just
made
your eyeballs.
visual
Well, I don't know
contact
if it's
with my
ISS.
naked eye.
It's
Yes,
just
I
the
do.
light in the sky.
No, stop. I've made observation of the ISS twice. The first time I wasn't 100% sure. Second time, 1,000% sure that I had observed the ISS. Yes, only twice, and never have I seen it do that. And
I've seen it probably 50 or more times. That's how much time I've put into it.
This is the key, though. This is the key. Did you say that it looks like a light in the sky?
Yeah, it's a light in the sky.
How do you know that's the ISS?
It takes about 6. Well, the ISS tracker app tells me that that's what it is.
Let me ask you this: Is it possible? Is it possible that you're intending to look at the ISS and you're trying to look at the ISS, but you happen to see the wrong thing? You happen to look at the wrong thing and mistake it to be the ISS. Is that possible?
Well, here's the best part about that.
No, it's not
here's
possible.
The thing.
It's not possible
With the distance that they tell us it's at, and the time it takes to track your sky, was only possible from that distance at that speed, which cannot be done in our atmosphere. That's kind of an issue.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
So when I observe the ISS and I track it from in my sky, when I look on my tracker, I look where I'm going to be able to see it from, and I see a light that tracks across my sky. The time it takes to cross my sky is accurate with something that is 200 or let's say 300 miles away, tracking across the sky at 17,000 miles an hour.
So how many minutes does it take? It takes about
seconds. That's how we know. It takes seconds.
Yeah, dude, it goes fast, man.
That's it. No. That's the best part. That's how we know it's traveling at such a high speed. Because if it took minutes, I would say 1,000 miles an hour is the fastest anything could go and take minutes across your sky. But 17,000, 17,000
travel 3,000 miles.
At 17,000 seconds. Seconds is all it takes.
Wow, that's incredible. Maybe it's just because of my elevation.
No. I live in the mountains too. I live in the mountains too. That doesn't work. Sorry, I live in the mountains too, and I live at 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet.
You live at 10,000 feet right now.
Big Bear, yeah, Big Bear. I know, not the second, no. But when I made my observations, I did. So letting you know, your altitude only makes it better. There's less atmosphere and less light pollution. So I don't think you were observing the ISS when you said you did.
Okay.
This is all you have to do.
I've seen it twice now, and it lasts 20 seconds, maybe thereabouts, maybe 25.
Wow.
The longest in my area is 6 minutes, and that's on a good day, like once a month or twice a month. Yeah.
Thank you. That's about
I live
5
in
to
Texas
6
right
minutes.
now.
Okay, now here's the problem. Look,
I think it depends on altitude.
You said you live in the mountains. I live in the mountains. The reason why we have seconds is because we don't live on a plane that's flat like Texas is, where they get to see a lot further because they don't have mountains in their way.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he would get it longer.
the higher up you are, the easier it's going to be to see.
The better
on
the better of an
on a
observation.
flat surface.
The
On a
best,
flat surface, the higher you up.
Dude, the better an observation you're going to have, the higher you go.
This is all you have to do.
The less mountains, the longer you'll see it.
Mm-hmm. But this is all you have to do. All you have to do is get a telescope.
Maybe on a globe, but not on a flat Earth.
And take a picture.
There's only one. And observations are pointing towards the globe. Sorry.
I didn't catch that one. What did you say?
Sure. I said on a globe, it would be. He would have been right.
Okay. So wait.
If you're up taller in the mountains, you're going to see farther.
Okay. So then, how far can you see?
Like
how far can you see?
Like Darryl said a minute ago, I've tracked it, and it's about 5 to 6 minutes. I've seen it.
No. I asked you, how far can you see?
Well, supposedly, if the ISS is where they say it is, I can see all the way to California and all the way to New York.
Can you?
I don't believe that, but
wait.
According to the ISS tracker,
no, stop. Why did you say in the ISS tracker? I'm asking you
because
how far
it tells
you can see. I'm asking you how far you can see because you live in the mountains.
How far I can see? I can see 100 miles. It depends if I go up to the top of the mountain. If I go up to the top of the mountain, depends how how much smoke there is, how much fucking chemtrails has been sprayed,
Chemtrails aren't real.
Much. Oh, come on, dude. Are you serious right now?
No. Check this. I do geoengineering, weather modification, and weather cloud seeding. Trust me, I know chemtrails isn't real.
What's Operation 112?
Whoa, before we no. Let's not go too far. We're talking about no. We're talking about
Operation
satellites. Wait.
The CIA.
No. Sean, let's not go into chemtrails. Let's stay with the satellites. So we're talking about how far he can see, so we can establish satellites.
How far can you
get off the chemtrails?
How far can you see? Yeah, sorry. How far can you see?
It depends on how much stuff's in the atmosphere.
Best day you've had.
100 miles, 150 miles.
Can you show me that observation?
Yeah, I have videos of it. And that was from 9,000. I don't have any videos posted right now. I'll have to go to my my memory cards, but that was from 9,000 feet. I can see the mountains, Blanca Peak, that's like 70 miles away, and I can see ones that are a lot farther than that with my P900 easy. And that's only because the atmosphere the atmosphere stacks up all the little particulates. You're looking through, it's not like looking up straight up. You're looking through a layer that's, horizontal layer of smoke and dust and, all the shit that's in the air. So you just can't see that far. But if there wasn't all that shit in the air, you can see a lot farther than that.
It's because there's more atmosphere.
Particulates in the atmosphere.
Yeah, more atmosphere. Atmosphere. That's what it is. So then we know that there's a pressure gradient too. Then right, so that makes it easier to see the ISS as well.
Sure. Whatever. I guess so. I don't know.
Well, we know.
So Project 112 or Project LAC, Operation Shad, Operation Sea Spray. None of these are real. They're all fake, huh?
What were the intentions? What were the intentions of them?
Chemical weapon dispersal.
When? What year?
Shit, they've been doing them for a long time. Project Shad was the one. Project Shad was the one that actually brought it all out because there was a bunch of veterans who were trying to get disability Are you going to interrupt, or are you going to let me talk?
Oh, I'm going to teach you some.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Project SHAD was, okay, here it is, an acronym for Shipboard Hazard and Defense. It was part of a larger effort called Project 112, which was conducted during the 1960s. Project SHAD encompassed tests designed to identify U.S. warships' vulnerabilities to attacks with chemical agents or biological warfare agents, and to develop procedures to respond to such attacks while maintaining a war-fighting capability. Now, this is the one that uncovered the rest of them, but Operation LAC. Let's see, Operation LAC was large area coverage, and that one was around the same time. U.S. Army Chemical Corps and operation, which dispersed microscopic zinc cadmium sulfide particulates over much of the United States and Canada in order to test dispersal patterns and the geographic range of chemical or biological weapons. They actually dumped out live viruses like large area coverage.
Can you share that link, please? Did you?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Because there's nothing that says that.
It's on Wikipedia, dude. It's declassified. It's declassified. Come on.
That's how I want to see it.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm telling you the names of them. You could very easily just, instead of trusting my link, you could actually.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I actually know all these projects you're talking about. I'm just seeing if you know what you're talking about. And
I do.
I'm now trying to explain to you that what you're trying to talk about are the little field tests that they were doing when they were testing for the Agent Orange, or the Project Orange, when they used weather weapons in the Korean War. And then they established the NMOD. That's why I asked you what year, because anything after the 70s they weren't doing anything like that. And when you say something like they were putting viruses in the chemtrails and the chemtrail people, that doesn't even make sense, because people try to use that for Margellans, but it wouldn't make sense that there's only 300,000 with Margellans in an area of the United States that's not concentrated over where it would be spraying. That's one.
Wow.
Two, it'd be easier to do it. It'd be easier to do it at the doctor. Oh no, yeah, this is my main subject. Like, I love when people talk about.
Well, then how do you not know about this stuff?
Oh, I know it all. I just told you I know it all. I know all about these things. And I'm making sure that you're not going to just smudge it, because it's not chemtrails. Because like I was trying to tell you, I'm going to tell you like this. The CIA, all the research you guys do, you should know this as well, because I knew it. The CIA, is the one who came out with the term chemtrail, right?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, you should check it out. It's a freedom of information, declassified information.
Yeah, that's what these are too.
Yeah. You should check that out. So you can say, when you keep saying chemtrail, you can understand that is a psyop.
So if you know it all, if you know all about this, what did they put into the air besides what I've already said?
Mainly they put out sulfates, because what happened is with the radar systems, that Raytheon.
I'm talking about germs.
Oh, none at all. Zero, zilch. You don't have any proof for that at all.
You're gonna go. So we're gonna go for 3 today, huh?
3. What's the first 2?
Well, Sean said there was no satellites.
Yeah. Okay.
Darryl said that there was no.
I want to hear us too. You said what was the first?
Darryl said that.
Don't strawman me.
I'm not strawman anyone.
No. Let him get. Anybody with a thinking mind can pick it up, but let's let him have it. Say what you say.
Yeah, okay, but.
Well, you guys are all making claims.
No.
I mean, what's your first 2? I want to hear.
I have all my evidence right in front of me right now.
What's your first 2? I want to hear.
Like I was saying, Sean was wrong about the satellites on weather balloons.
No, he wasn't.
You were wrong about the strips of housing.
Actually, he was incorrect about the capabilities of the balloons, and you were incorrect in the capabilities of the balloons. It's kind of weird.
How?
But yeah.
How was I wrong about the capabilities?
Because you can't use them for what we have as in GPS and television, like the direct TV systems, all satellite systems. Those balloons, we see those balloons. They don't go that. They wouldn't be going that high. And also the satellites that are in space, they cover such a range that is possible from that distance. I explained exactly what you.
Sure.
I explained what they use the satellite alternative ones. I told you what they use those for.
Yeah, but you can't prove that that's what they are, and you can't prove that they're up
Yes,
there.
I can. Watch. Want me to show you?
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Watch. I'm gonna show you right now.
Because they could just as easily be on the balloons that if you guys watched the video that I presented.
One moment. He said he's going to prove it. You asked for proof. He said he could prove it. Let's let him prove it. Let's give him a moment.
Okay, well, let me finish this one thought here.
Okay.
About they're not spreading germs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The purpose of Operation DEW, was to study the behavior of aerosol-released biological agents. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what they did, biological agent, also called a bioagent, biological threat agent, biological warfare agent, biological weapon, or bioweapon, is a bacterium, virus, protozoan, parasite, or fungus that can be purposely used as a weapon in bioterrorism or biological warfare. Addition to these living and replicating pathogens, toxins, and biotoxins are also included among the bioagents. More than 1,200 different kinds of potentially weaponizable bioagents have been described and studied to date. Okay, this is just a description of what they are.
I want you to understand what you just read. You just read something that they are testing and didn't say anything about spraying over anybody. You can laugh, but that's exactly what you just read.
You don't know what Operation DEW was, dude.
Wait. I do, because I'm staring at it right now. What are you talking about? I'm literally, you said it, and as you were saying it, I was pulling it up on my computer. Do you understand that? Like, I'm reading as I go exactly what you're saying, and you're wrong.
The purpose of Operation DEW was to study the behavior of aerosol-released biological agents. That's what it says.
Okay.
I don't know where you're reading it, but
where's your link? Why isn't your link work? Okay, perfect.
There was one link. One link was to one thing. There's several links here. Hold on a second. This one I just read is a different one. So.
Oh, okay.
Because there's about 10 different ones that are
declassified
now.
You just gave.
Okay, 7, 6. Okay, at least. I mean, these are all in. These are. God, you guys are too much, man.
So did he? Oh, and I didn't see that link, by the way. Is that the one, the Operation LAC that you put into the Hangout?
That was one of them.
What was the one you was reading just now?
That's Operation DEW. That's Operation DEW. And there was DEW 1 and DEW 2.
That's on Wikipedia too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one in 1951 and 1952? Is that the one you're referring to in Wikipedia?
Okay,
there should have been two that I have left now, but.
Well, I'll say first of all for the listeners.
It's the same one, I think.
First of all, for the listeners, I know that.
Did I send the same one?
Yeah.
For the listeners, I know that Wikipedia is not the best source of information. That's one.
But it does have references of
there's things on
this one's referenced by Encyclopedia Britannica. I don't know and Cambridge University Press. I don't know if you trust them or not, but
okay, so I'm reading. So the first one you read, the Operation LAC,
zinc cadmium sulfide in that one.
Yeah. Okay, so you read the only time they've even done tests this was all in the 50s, mind you. Was 6 simulated attacks over the San Francisco Bay Area. They used no bioparticulates. 1952, 5 trials conducted off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia under Operation DEW. and concluded that a long-range aerosol clouds could obtain hundreds of miles of travel and a large area of coverage and demonstrated from the ground level air under certain meteorological conditions. So what they did is they put particulates into the air and they read them with the satellite to figure out how far it would go. They're testing to see if someone you wanted to use a chemical agent, if it could make it here and from how far away.
And so what is the definition? What's the definition of chemicals in the air?
The third test. Yeah, I tried using that one too. Doesn't work. It was in 1957. The North Sea east coast of Britain was shown to have that large area coverage particulates were feasibly under most meteorological conditions. Particulates, remember the particulates you were talking about, the reason why you can't see 500-600 miles? Those are what they're talking about, not any biological particulates. I haven't seen anything that says biological particulates, and the fact that we're testing them at all. Let me go to Operation. I'll go to Operation Do.
Hey, just to speak on Wikipedia, did you know that Bill Clinton raised pet swans on the White House grounds? Yeah, he did. Well, he did for about 5 minutes until they deleted my my submission.
Mm-hmm.
But at one point, he did.
These are from FOIA requests. They're declassified.
Okay.
Like I was saying, this all stemmed from Operation Shad, in which a bunch of people that were on ships that were dispersing this stuff with off of the back of ships with these big fans. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them came down with cancers and different shit later on in life. The VA refused to give them medical that they needed, and so a special, what was it? I think it was like CBS or NBC News special, investigated it, and this guy uncovered a bunch of records, and there was a congressional hearing that they had to get a congressional committee and all kinds of shits. I mean, not only that, but
wait, are you talking about
people in St. Louis? There was people in St. Louis.
Was the congressional hearing in the 1970s?
No, it was like 1990,
92,
1994, maybe.
If it was in 92, it was the reactive MMOD. And you're like just ranting first. Hang on.
No, it's not. I'm not,
again,
dude. I
no,
know
stop. Because I looked at Operation Do as
Shad.
well.
Shad.
No. You said Operation Do as well.
That was another one, yeah.
Yeah. But none of these say anything about actually spraying. Okay. Which one?
Shad.
Operation Shad was the one that they
SHAD, right?
Yep.
Right? Right? SHAD.
Yep.
Shipboard had or blah 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 blah. Shipboard hazard in defense.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So what you're describing is it was a biological and chemical weapons experimentation project conducted by the U.S. Department of Defense from 1962 to 73. The project started under Kennedy administration and was authorized by the Secretary of Defense as part of the total review of the U.S. military. The Project 112 refers to the project number in the Project 150 review process authorized by the Nimitz or McNamara, whatever. I don't know how to say his name. Funding and staff were contributed by each branch, blah, blah, blah. It's good stuff. Primarily to use the aerosols to disseminate biological and chemical agents that could produce controlled temporary incapacitation. The test program would be conducted on a large scale of extracontinental test sites in the Central, South Pacific, Alaska, and conjunctions of Britain, Canada, and Australia. 50 trials of these, at least 18 tests involving simulate of biological agents such as BG.
Click on it. Click on. See what.
No, I don't need to.
Well, no, because you
Wait, what?
made the claim. You made
No,
the claim.
okay. Okay, first of all, I'm looking at the little thing that comes up, and it says a biological agent, also called a bioagent, a biological treat agent, biological warfare agent, a biological weapon, or bioweapon. That's what a biological agent is. Now, the simulates of a biological, that's just a simulation of it, and at least 14 involved chemical agents, including sarin, VX, and also tear gas and other simulates. Test sites included UK, Canada. Yeah, I'm not seeing any people as of 2015 publicly available information about.
Dude, they're spraying it above the. They're spraying it above people.
You said that there were people getting sick. I don't see anything here about anyone being sick.
Operation Shad.
As of 2005, publicly available information of Project 215 remains incomplete.
Hey, Sean, just
yes,
to
sir.
interrupt you, have you heard of Operation Sea Spray?
Sea Spray, yes, that's the cloud brightening.
Yeah, I'm just reading here. It suggests that they released pathogens into the air.
Yes, it's a form of geoengineering.
Offshore.
Yeah,
and they floated over the land, and I think 11 people or something were hospitalized.
For that one, or just recently?
No. This is in 1950.
What were the pathogens?
11 residents checked in.
Hey guys, I'm gonna cut out. I'm gonna bounce.
Be cool,
They're
man.
not saying exactly.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, see you, Sean.
Bye bye.
Have a good one, Sean.
Yeah, they just say pathogens.
From that one.
Operation.
What is a pathogen?
Now I'm getting that from Wikipedia, so it might not be accurate, but I just heard Operation Sea Spray, so I thought I'd just Google it, and that's what I've sort of found on Wikipedia. I'm not saying it's accurate, but I just because you know a lot more about this sort of thing.
I didn't see that one in what I was reading. I mean, I read that whole damn Wikipedia. Maybe it was a different one.
Yeah, maybe, mate. Maybe I'm not too sure. But
I'm trying to find it real quick.
Yeah.
Or if you share the link.
Where are we here? I'll just go to copy. I'll just put it in the YouTube chat, mate. Because I'm on.
And by the way, if I may interject momentarily, I didn't
there
want
you go,
to.
In YouTube chat. Sorry, Darryl.
I didn't want to. Put forth a reason for something when I didn't have the data to back it up. So going back to the question you had asked how does the Himawari differentiate between clouds and stuff like that? And I say, well, it looks in typhoons and stuff. And I say, well, it looks like they're using the MSAT, because they are using the MSAT with the for the DCP. This link right here shows exactly how the Himawari carries out that function when it does. Give me a moment, I'll show the.
Yeah, I've seen it. I was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it took a little while. But it says infrared imagery. Infrared imagery captures infrared radiation emitted from clouds, land in the atmosphere. High altitude clouds are cold and appear white in infrared imagery, while low altitude clouds and fog are hardly distinguishable from land. As high altitude clouds may be either well-developed thunderclouds or clear day cirrus, areas appearing in white are not necessarily associated with heavy rain. The spatial resolution of infrared is 2 kilometers at the sub-satellite point. So that's how Himawari is able to distinguish between rain clouds and all that stuff by using the infrared and differentiating how much light is bouncing back from the clouds to establish how deep the cloud is. But you're right. They also use information from the MSAT as well, but again, that's mostly in the DCS.
Yep.
And I didn't mean to interrupt y'all.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. So I've read exactly what you said, and that's for not Shad. It's Operation Sea Spray, the one Bansaw was talking about. He said,
I guess
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I said 11 victims, but it was never found that they did it. So yeah, I would probably say that it was probably them. Okay, but again, the mod was in 1976, so that's the serious one. I mean, we have stories of that all the time. But that's not chemtrails still.
What's the definition of a chemtrail?
A CIA agent term. Let me get that for you.
Definition of a chemtrail is chemicals that are dispersed.
I tried to, like I said, I tried to use that too. It doesn't. No, a chemtrail is a term made up by the CIA.
Oh, man.
I'll show you right now.
I just left another link. It's called Unethical Human Experimentation in the United States. It's got all kinds of different.
That has nothing to do with it. I didn't say that didn't happen.
It sounds like you're changing the subject again.
No, because they're using pathogens, diseases, biological warfare.
There's no. Dude. You have no documentation of it actually happening. You're speculating.
Okay.
Present your evidence. I mean, where's your evidence?
I just fucking linked it to you guys.
Are you talking about the Wikipedia page?
Yeah, it's another different Wikipedia page.
I already said, man, Wikipedia is. I already know that Wikipedia is not accurate. There's things that I'm expert at that I know is wrong on Wikipedia, and I tried to correct it, and other people who don't know what they're talking about change it back. And it got to the point that they actually blocked me from Wikipedia trying to correct Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is not a good source of information. Now let me say, I always thought that I never really looked into it.
See, but you don't have to go just by Wikipedia. You can go to other sources and find out the same thing. You can go to Metabunk and find out the same shit.
This is my point. You're not presenting that right now. This is my point. You're not presenting that right now to Sean's point. So in other words, I know that Wikipedia is not a valid source. So you presenting that is not presenting anything to me. If you're trying to convince us that is, I know that's an inaccurate source. So if these other things have it, then present that.
It's an inaccurate source?
I just said it because there are things that I'm expert at that I noticed was wrong on Wikipedia, and I corrected it on Wikipedia, and other people who didn't know what they was talking about came and changed it back, and I kept correcting it, and I eventually got banned. My account got banned for correcting it back on things that I know that I'm an expert on. So I know
this one that I'm looking at right here has 6 different references.
Did you check all 6 of those references?
Oh no, I haven't checked.
Okay, then so you don't know if the person who wrote that article wrote it accurately. That's the point I'm telling you. I've seen articles that have references to valid sources, but the writing in the Wikipedia article is wrong. And I tried to correct it, and they banned me for correcting it. So using Wikipedia is not, to me, evidence. Now, to go to your side, I always thought that they were chemtrails, but I never met anybody who was into the background scenes like Sean. So me personally, I would believe Sean G over Wikipedia because I know Wikipedia is inaccurate. Now, if you have a source that's actually accurate that's not Wikipedia, then please share that if you want to convince me.
I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to share with you things to look into for your own personal knowledge. Okay. Now here's one. 1950. In order to conduct a simulation of biological warfare attack, the U.S. Navy sprayed large quantities of the bacteria Serratia marcescens, which is a
Can you show what you're reading?
Species of rod.
Yeah, I noticed you.
Sure. Let me read it. Let me read it, and I'll share. Okay.
Is there any problem with simply giving us the link first so we could read along with you, and the people watching can read along with you? I mean, we talked about that before. Just share the link. It only takes a moment. It's right there in the Hangout, and I can post it so people can see.
All right. Well, I already posted it.
Which one? I only see Wikipedia links.
I'll be right back in 2.5 seconds.
Okay.
It is a Wikipedia link. Yeah, it is. But it has 6 different references.
So the reference that's good, link that reference.
Why not just read it yourself and come to your own conclusion? Why do I mean,
I've already come to my own conclusion. I've said that I'll trust Sean over that. And you seem to be saying that that's wrong, and you're trying to present more things. So,
well, because I know for a fact that he's wrong. I mean,
but all you're doing is presenting
looked into this.
Wikipedia articles for evidence. You're not presenting evidence.
Dude, there's 7 different references.
Have you ever read those links?
Bottom.
Have you ever read
Dude,
those links?
I've looked into this deeply. Sean said that there's never even any place that would say that there's never even a claim. Come on, dude. He said that there's not even any proof at all, and I'm presenting something now, and you're saying it's not real because it's on Wikipedia. Come on.
When did I say that exactly?
You're saying it's not trustworthy because it's on Wikipedia.
That's what I said.
You?
That is correct. I said it's not trustworthy. I didn't say whether it's real or not. I don't know. I said that Wikipedia is. I know that is not a good source. So if I have to go to a source.
Wikipedia is a source that you can go to learn a little bit of information, and then you can go other places and find out the same information and corroborate what Wikipedia is saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
But my understanding is you haven't read not one of those 6 references you're talking about.
Well, I'm not right this second. I've read them before.
You have read them before.
I've read all kind. I've been into this.
I'm asking a specific question. The 6 links that you're saying are in Wikipedia that are good. Have you read any of those 6?
I know that this was declassified by the government.
I'll ask again. The 6 links in Wikipedia. Have you read either of those 6?
I can't say that I've read any of them specifically, but
okay. So how do you know that those are good links, and how do you know that Wikipedia matches what they say?
Holy shit! Actually, you know what? There's almost 200 references. As a matter of fact.
But this is typical of the flat level of research, though.
Now that I click on it, there's 200 references back in the back, but
yeah, it did seem a little for
that's
a
because
Wikipedia article.
That's because this. What?
I said 6 did seem a little for a Wikipedia article, as far as usually have a whole lot at the bottom.
Well, see, this is unethical human experimentation in the United States, so it goes through all kinds of different years, and so yeah, there's going to be a whole bunch of different references at the end, but they've sprayed. You know, they sprayed a certain project in St. Louis. It was primarily black people that lived there, and they intentionally sprayed this one project over and over again with I can't remember exactly what they were spraying them with, but they were spraying them just to see how it would affect them. You can look it up. This is not. I'm making shit up. I'm not. You know, I don't have no reason to make up a bunch of shit that's not true. Okay, that's just not how. I mean.
Well, let me be clear.
You guys can look into this shit for yourselves. I'm not. You know, if you guys want to just deny it and put your fingers in your ears and that's fine. That's fine. But the fact remains. The fact remains is this shit is, you know, this legit. This shit's happened. They've been doing fucked up shit. The Tuskegee experiments, all kinds of shit. Come on, I mean, it's, you know.
So given that he's doing these things,
I'm gonna be honest. It seems like Bandsaw is the only one here in this that I've spoken with that's actually looking for truth, as opposed to looking to try to. Prove me wrong or whatever. I'm here to share with people so they can learn from it and possibly see through the lies that they've been told. Okay. I mean, I don't have anything to gain. I'm not, I don't ask for money on Facebook or on, YouTube or, I got no reason to, the only reason that I have to be here right now talking to you guys is because I feel like it's my duty to the Creator, to God. I mean, that's why I'm doing this.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
What is your primary piece of information that makes you believe in the flat Earth?
It's not that it's just one piece of really strong evidence. It's a whole lot of, a whole lot of things that, first of all, like for example, when I went through school, there was always the story about Christopher Columbus and all that. Now I've read biographies on Christopher Columbus, and they say that the people believe that the Earth was flat. Okay, nowadays they change that and say, oh no, people have known for 2,000 years. Okay, that's fine. It's things like circumnavigation around a ball rather than going around in a circle over the flat Earth. That's probably the most obvious one that in my eyes works out just fine on the flat Earth. Okay, we were never taught that other part of the argument. Okay, the other side. Another thing, lunar eclipses. Okay, they say lunar eclipses are always round shadow. Okay, but then there's these certain lunar eclipses called selenial eclipses that only happen 10% of the time, where the shadow is actually upside down. It's in the wrong place from where the sun is shining. Okay, it's a daytime lunar eclipse. They also call them impossible eclipses because celestial geometry says it can't happen. Okay, it's like predicting eclipses. Predicting eclipses has nothing to do with a spherical Earth. Okay, they've been predicting eclipses since the Chaldean and Babylonian astronomers for thousands of years. Okay, they believed that the Earth was flat and stationary. Okay, and we can predict eclipses right now using Saros cycles from back then. It's 18 years, 223 months, or it's I mean, I know all these things.
May I ask you a question
I'm
about
not trying
that?
to. Sure, yeah.
How do you explain the size and shape and movement of the shadow of a solar eclipse if it's not on the low Earth?
Honestly, that's another inconsistency, in my opinion, is the shadow cast upon the Earth during a solar eclipse is only 71 miles wide, with the moon that's 2,159 miles in diameter. Okay, now that means that the shadow on the Earth is 3 times smaller than the moon is itself. I never see shadows that are smaller than the object that casts them.
Hello.
Okay.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What if the light source?
I'm not done. Hold on. I'm not done. So if the shadow from the moon that's 2,159 miles in diameter cast onto the Earth is only 71 miles wide, then how can the Earth's shadow on the moon be over it's about 2.5 times bigger than the moon, or something like that? So how can the moon's shadow be 30 times smaller, but the Earth's shadow is only 3 times, or I'm not sure the exact figure there, but the Earth's shadow from the same distances, right? Basically, how can the Earth's shadow be so much larger? How come the shadow doesn't shrink down like the moon shadow does?
Okay.
How come we can never see the moon? How come we can never see the moon during a new moon phase?
Well, one moment. You're changing the subject
there's a whole
again.
bunch.
No. You asked a question. Let's deal with that first. Let's deal with one thing at a time.
He asked me what reason was that I believe that the Earth is flat.
That's right. And then I said, may I ask you about?
It's not just one thing. It's a whole bunch of little things that adds up to, it adds up to. It's like they said that the shadow on the moon has to be caused by the Earth, but there's these certain eclipses that the part of the moon that's facing the sun is not even lit up. Okay, it's not lit up. And now NASA says that the moon glows in the dark. I mean, it's like there's just a lot of things to answer your question.
Right. You want to go, Darryl?
Oh,
you want to? You wanted
And
to
by
ask
the
a
way, I wasn't
question.
trying to cut you off. That's why I had asked politely, is it okay if I ask you a question? And then we started talking
Yeah,
about
just
lunar eclipses. So I want to finish that train of thought before you continued. But to continue that train of thought, the reason why the moon's shadow is smaller than the moon on the Earth is because the light source is bigger than the moon. The sun is huge.
Testing.
Yep.
How you doing, Larry?
Sure.
How you doing?
So have
Hey,
you ever
mate.
tried to get a large light source in a smaller object and see if the shadow is smaller?
I've never observed a shadow that's smaller than the object. For example, like a
One
cloud
moment,
that's in the
one moment,
sky.
one moment,
Hold on,
one
hold on.
moment. I asked a question. Have you ever tried to get a large light source in a smaller object to see if the shadow is smaller than the object?
Yeah, I've done all kinds of experiments like that.
Okay, how was your setup? What was your setup like?
Oh, there's been all kinds.
Specifically about the shadow, a large light source, a small object with the shadow smaller than the object.
Okay, in my experience, in my all my observations and all my experience that I've tried to do at a scale model, if the sun is really far away, okay, and the moon is really close to the Earth in comparison to the sun, the shadow is never smaller than the shadow only gets smaller if the moon gets a lot closer to the light source.
Okay. How much bigger in your model that you set up? How much bigger was the moon? Or at least how much bigger was the object? How much bigger was the light source to the object?
How much bigger was the light source to the object?
Hmm.
I've well, the thing is the sun is so far away that if the sun appears to be the
So it
same
seems like you're
size
not
as the
answering my
moon.
question.
No, well, I'm trying to, but you have to do it at a scale. It has to be kind of a scale model. So if the sun looks the same size as the moon from Earth, then then using a huge light source next, close to that doesn't work out either. So to answer your question, far away light source, always the shadow will always be a little bit bigger depending on how far away it is from the surface of the object, the Earth or whatever you're talking about. The shadow is always going to be a little bit bigger no matter what.
So,
But I mean,
are you back, Sean?
it's kind of hard to find a light
Mm-hmm.
a light a light bulb or that's that much bigger in diameter than whatever object you're using.
It just sounds like you're
You
saying that you didn't actually do it to
understand what
scale.
I'm saying?
Mm.
Well, like I said,
Because you know the scale you're talking about, don't you?
yeah, I do.
Yeah,
So it sounds
so
like you're saying you didn't do it to scale.
The sun is supposed to be like 864,000 or some odd miles in diameter or whatever, and
yeah, but and
the moon's
93 million
21.
miles away and all that sort of stuff.
Right, but see the angular diameter.
But
The
you did the
angular
scale.
diameter gets smaller. The angular diameter gets smaller the farther it is away. Right? Would you agree with that?
But what I'm saying is, if you're gonna do something to scale, you've got to do it to scale and get that scaling right.
Okay. Well, what? They don't make a light bulb that big.
Can you think of a way where you can possibly have the light source bigger by scale to the object with the light sources we do have?
Yeah, you have to just use smaller objects.
There you go. Simple.
Uh-huh.
So why don't you do the experiment and see?
I've done it a bunch of times.
But you just said that you didn't, at least what I gathered from you is that you didn't do it to scale yet because you said you couldn't find a light source big enough. And it's just now that you seem to mention to use a smaller object. So let me ask again, did you do it to scale before?
I've done it from different, I've done it from really, really far away with a light that's, like a spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said,
I mean, it's really a yes or no question. Did you do it to scale?
How about this? I've tried it a bunch of times. If you can show me a a shadow that's smaller than an object at the scale that they say that the sun and the moon and the earth are, then then I would like to see it, because I've been
Probably won't
looking
go through the
for.
effort to
I've
do
been
that because you just missed everything I
Yeah,
presented
because
so
it's
far.
impossible.
Then
It's
if it's not
impossible.
possible, then there's nothing to discuss about it. Then if you're certain it's not possible, then you're good. So
Yeah.
I don't know who else is watching, but the people who are watching will be able to see this. This is what I've learned with flat earth believers. The experiments you do are usually inaccurate. The things you do are usually not the scale.
Okay. Do it yourself then. Do it yourself. Like
I've
I said,
already done it. I went to a solar eclipse. I've seen that the shadow is smaller than the
I'm not
moon
talking about
directly.
I'm talking about an experiment,
I don't need to.
experimental evidence.
I don't need to do that experiment. There's enough preponderance of evidence to me that I recognize how a solar eclipse works. But if you think that's proof, and that's why I asked the question about that. If you think that's evidence, I'm observing that you're not understanding the geometry. So if you
I do understand geometry.
then there's nothing else to discuss.
Totally
Then you're fine. I'm fine with that.
Well,
But I'll go ahead and end soon though. Anybody want to do any final words? I was hoping Sean gets back first. Are you back, Sean?
Yeah.
What you like to say, Banshaw?
I would just like to say that there's a lot of claims from the flat earth side. Show me this, show me that, show me the other thing. But I don't actually see a great deal of effort from the flat earth side to actually do anything themselves.
That's right.
Like do anything properly to scale, right? To actually do the Cavendish experiment themselves in a vacuum that they all want to see, and any of these other sorts of things. And any sort of experiment they do with a water level or anything is on such a small scale and on such a local scale, it's not even funny, right? And there can only be, there is so much evidence, so much information, right? I'm going to wipe that evidence. There's so much information out there in regards to the globe. You just can't ignore it all the time and bury your head in the sand. I've been through it all. Every bit of it. Let me finish my point.
So this is our end point. Let's just let him finish his end point.
Yeah.
And when he'll finish talking,
I apologize.
With no interruption.
I apologize.
And we'll let you finish talking with no interruption as well.
Yeah. Now, I hear NASA lies, government lies, all this sort of stuff. The sort of lie you are talking about would require hundreds of thousands of people to lie and keep their lips sealed at all possible times. Right? It's just not humanly possible to keep that a secret for so long. Like if you do a little bit of research into the spherical Earth itself, like the first documentation of the spherical Earth dates back to about the 6th century BC. Right, so we're talking like 2,500 years ago, the first documented evidence of the spherical Earth. Right now, you brought up Christopher Columbus. Well, that's only like 400 odd years ago, thereabouts. But it was first thought about by the Chinese, right, in the 6th century, and there is so much information out there, right, that you got to weigh up the information. Not everyone is lying to you all the time. Not everyone is out to get you. Not everyone is out to mislead you. Yes, governments lie. Yes, governments mislead and all this sort of stuff. Probably everyone would agree with that. But to keep something of that magnitude a secret from everyone for so long is just not possible, and it's a rabbit hole that you can spend so much time wasting so much time on, where there are plenty of other things that you can put that energy into. So all I would suggest is just be a bit more open to the information that is out there, and be a little bit more accepting, because not everyone is out to get you. They're not hiding a god or anything like that from you. That you may think. Now, if you think that they're trying to hide a God. Well, if God is good enough to be able to create a flat plane that you believe in, he is more than capable of creating a globe too, right? But I would just say, look, just maybe be a little bit more open to the information. I went down this rabbit hole, mate. I really did. I went down this rabbit hole. But, you know, you just got to sometimes be a little bit more honest with the information that is presented to you. And, yeah, I'd like to leave it on that, Darryl.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. And let me ask you some questions if you wouldn't mind. You can. You can. But let me just finish with Bandsaw first, and then we'll move to you.
Hold on. Before, because I already got some things on my mind right now, and I don't want to get thrown off track. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure what he said about the Chinese, about the 6th century, but Chinese in the Asian culture, they believed that the Earth was flat up until the 17th century. So that first thing. Okay. Second thing, he said that that for 2,000 years or whatever, that people have known it was a sphere. Well, for longer than that, they thought it was flat. Right? I mean, you agree with that? And
I'm listening to the points you're making. I'm not agreeing.
The reasons that they believed that it was a globe, like ships disappearing over the horizon when they didn't have any telescopes, they didn't have any optics like we do now. Obviously, today we have optics to be able to the ship. You know, you guys say, "Oh no, it still goes over," but fact is, when they back then, when they made these assumptions, made these beliefs, they didn't have that technology. If they had it back then, things might be different. Okay, so like ships disappearing over the horizon is a good example. Another good example.
A good example of what exactly?
A good example of why they believed that the Earth was round. Okay, and you know.
Oh, I think I'm gonna. Are you saying that you could zoom in after the boat goes over the horizon?
After the boat disappears from your eyes, from what you can see, your visual acuity or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you can zoom back into the ship and see the whole ship again. Okay, the ship eventually does disappear, and that has a lot to do with the angle that you're looking at it, and I'm not going to get into that, but
one moment. So you do you see how you're glossing over facts? This is what Bandsaw was talking about. Well, you said that they didn't have the technology to zoom in.
Saying that I'm not open to the. I'm not open to the information.
And I asked you.
I thought you were going to let me talk. I thought you were going to let me get. I thought you were going to let me get a rebuttal without interrupting.
You said you were just going to. This is not your final thing. Remember, I said I want to finish with Bandsaw first, and you said I just want to get a few points in that's on my mind. I said okay.
All right.
This is not your final thing. This was a few points you wanted, so I wanted to have a discussion. So you said that they didn't have the technology to zoom in.
Right.
And I asked you. I said, so you're saying you can zoom in after the ship is gone? You said when it leaves your eye, you can zoom in, but then you said. Obviously, after you zoom in, it still disappears. I'm imagining from the bottom up, right?
Eventually, it disappears, yeah, because you can't see forever.
Okay, so why would you even use that first point as if it proves something when it could simply be that, as you said, your eyes only see so far? Because our eyes only.
These guys thought it was going over the curve, when in reality, we can zoom in and see that it didn't go over a curve. It just went out of our perspective. Back then.
How do you know this?
How do I know what? That you can zoom into a boat?
Let me tell you my experience. Let me tell you what my research says. My research says that when telescopes were first being made, they were first sold to the military because people on boats were able to put the telescopes on the boats and zoom in on boats coming in to see their flag sooner than they could with their eyes. So in my experience, people were able to look over. Maybe we're talking about different time frames. Maybe that's what it is. But according to my research, people were able to take telescopes and put them on boats and zoom in. Now, to me, to say, you know what, they didn't have the technology to zoom in, and that's why they thought it was going over the edge, and it's really just because the eyes can only see so far, to me, that's a dishonest point. The fact
6th century BC, they didn't have any telescopes, dude.
Well, that doesn't change the fact that today, with our telescopes that can zoom in, we still see it going from the bottom up. So that's not a valid point. That's a dishonest point.
Yeah, but they made up their mind. They made up their mind at a time when they didn't have the technology to do it. It was an assumption.
I see. Well, that
was my point.
Okay. Well, you'd have to prove the timeline to me. I'm not sure of that, but let's say it is. Let's say that's an assumption. Let's say it was a wrong assumption about a fact. Today we have the technology to zoom in. It still disappears from the bottom up.
Modern history says that the telescope was invented around the 1600s, 1500s maybe.
Okay, well, whatever the case is, we have the technologies today to demonstrate that it does disappear from the bottom up, no matter how high the magnification is. Do you acknowledge that?
The things
that no matter how strong the magnification is, it still disappears from the bottom up. Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah, but it's not because it's going over.
So we could just stop there. I understand you may not agree what causes it. We may not agree on what's causing it, but we can agree because there's an observable fact that no matter how much you zoom in, it disappears from the bottom up. So even if they had insufficient data to make the full conclusion, we know that we can zoom in far enough and see it go from the bottom up, and people make the same conclusion with the highest magnification possible. So that first point is not a valid point. That's my point. It seems disingenuous to even say that when we know that we can zoom in today.
There's all kinds of atmospheric disturbances and
I know. I know. But cool. But let me go ahead back to Bandsaw and finish him up, and then we can do your final talk. So Bandsaw, this is my question. Like, I know it was very long. Did you stay for the whole thing, or did you go back and forth?
No, I've been here for the whole lot, buddy.
Awesome, man. So you were able to hear everything. Was this worth it? Because in my experience, seems like nothing I said rubbed off on Fight the Deception. Maybe somebody listening, it rubbed off on them. But you're a person who was a flat earther, and you're not a flat earther. So you went down a rabbit hole, as you said, and you believed it, and you started to investigate. So you, from your unique perspective on the panel, because since Sean is not here, being someone who was a flat earther to someone who is, how do you think it went from the perspective of evidence and things?
I think the way you've gone through the evidence has been fantastic. And you've tried to address each point and not deflect, right? And cover each point thoroughly, right? Which I think is very, very important, right? Because too often you hear a small portion of an article or a story or whatever, and that is presented as evidence, and things are taken out of context. And what I think you have tried to do, Darryl, is put it in context and not let the conversation go off into different tangents. And you've tried to keep it on tangent, which I think has been admirable. Now, Fight the Deception may disagree with that, but I think the conversation has been on point, and I think anyone that's been watching the stream would agree that, apart from some hardcore flat earthers, may disagree with that. But I think if you're honest and you watch the stream, you will see that the conversation has been tried to be kept on point, and each point has been tried to be covered thoroughly from both sides. So whatever Fight has brought up, everything has been tried to cover. Any article, any reference point, he's been able to bring into the conversation to make his point and prove his point.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I think it's been covered pretty well. And I do want to say, I did misspeak. I did say the Chinese. I did mean the Greeks. Right, the first documented evidence of a spherical Earth was by the Greeks. All right, so I misspoke when I said the Chinese before.
Well, thank you, Bandsaw, and we appreciate your unique perspective. So now this is your final take. We won't interfere. Just like Bandsaw, I might have some follow-up questions, but you do your thing and let me know when you're finished.
Okay, well, I get you guys all kind of, or at least I've got the impression that you guys think that I have not thoroughly looked into this whole argument. And to be honest, uh, it's it's been a major part of my life for the last 4 years. Okay, I've been and I went through every single proof that the globe had, and to be if I'm being honest with myself and being honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you that there was explanations that worked out just fine in my mind, in my own, and I know more about the globe than most people that you meet on every day in the streets. So um, I think that I've probably put more time into this thing than all the you guys that I've talked to today
Okay.
put together. So that's just my opinion, and like I said, I don't really. That doesn't bother me what you guys believe or
Mm-hmm.
what you guys think of me or anything like that. But I mean, I've looked into this thoroughly, and that's part of the reason that I'm not changing up. I'm not going to change up because I've already put so much time into it. No, there's basically almost nothing that anybody could present to me
Mm.
to convince me that the Earth is a ball. I mean, all the theories that were presented in school, they're all presented by the same group of people, the same exact, and like he was saying, Bansar was saying, uh, for all these people to lie, all these people to lie. No, it doesn't take that many people to lie. It just takes people to pass it down, generate a few generations, and you know, after that, they just don't question it. It's like um, these famous astronomers, like Edwin Hubble, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when he discovered redshift in the galaxies or whatever, he said that a preferred place in the universe is to be avoided at all costs, and it's intolerable to think that we are in a special place. And I definitely think that we are in a special place, and that's part of what's driven me to keep on researching and keep on digging. And so I guess that's all
Thank you,
that I
sir.
got.
Yeah.
And for my follow-up questions to make sure I understand properly, Hubble said what?
Hubble said, oh man, I should probably just look it up so I don't
Okay.
misquote him here. Basically, he said that our place in the universe, uh, basically, if it can't be disproven that we are the center of the universe, but it must be avoided at all costs, and that a special place in the universe is intolerable. It's basically uh, because a lot of this is atheist beliefs, and it's been kind of. Yeah, let me just look it up here.
There's no need for a verbatim. I just want to understand
Yeah.
what you're saying he's saying. Oh, go ahead, Bandit.
Yeah, I'd like to. Well,
There's a
I'd
lot
just
of
like to make a quick point just after fights has finished,
Okay.
if I can. Yeah.
And I just want to make
and
sure. I mean, it's
there's
not necessary to get a verbatim quote, but I'm just trying to
No.
understand what you're saying he's saying. Like, I'm trying to understand what point is it that you're saying that the scientists are that the reason why they're doing this is because they're trying to do what he said and avoid recognizing that we're in a special place. That's why they're doing this.
a lot of it is, yeah.
Okay, and that's all. I don't need you to get the specific quote. I was really understanding what you meant, what your intention was. So in other words, that would be the reason why they're keeping a secrecy to avoid our special place, like Hubble was saying.
Right.
Now you mentioned famous astronomers, and you mentioned how much time you've put forth. Let me. Are you able to see my? You're able to see my what's it calling right there, that image.
Um,
You might have to look
kind
at
of
the Hangout.
the astronomer or something.
The astronomer Cecilia Payne Gifskin. Um,
Uh-huh.
Now, let me ask you this: like you said, you put a lot of time in. Since when did you start doing this?
It's been about between 4 and 5 years.
4 and 5 years. Okay. And how much
Yeah,
time do you think you? I'm sorry.
About anywhere between 3 to 16 hours a day, every single day.
Okay. 4 to 5 years, 3 to 16 hours a day. Now, this lady.
I would say an average of 7 hours.
Okay, so let's see what that ends up. You mean 7 days a week?
7 days a week, yeah.
All right, 7 days a week. About an average of 7 hours a day. What was it?
Yeah, I mean, there's been times when I put 16 hours in a day, but yeah, I'll say 7, 8 hours a day.
Okay. Now, this lady here, she spent her life doing astronomy. And her work was followed by others that spent their life doing astronomy. She's not a government employee. She's not. I read her biography. That's why I'm showing that I read that biography. She was simply interested in science. And this has gone on for generations. So whereas you may have spent, so let's take a look at this, 4 to 5 years. And let me see if I can bring my calculator in front and y'all can see it. 4 to 5 years. So let's say 5 years times 365 days a year times about average 7 hours a day. So you spent we was to whittle this down altogether. And I think I clicked something wrong. 4 to 5 years, let's say 5 years times.
It's about 12,500 hours, I think it came to.
12,500?
Yeah, thereabouts. Okay. I think I saw it. Yeah.
So we have, let's say 13,000 hours. Let's say 15.
I think you guys better do the math again on that one.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do the math again. So 5 years times 365. So that's 1,825 days. Each of these days, 1,825 days, you spent about 7 hours. So that's 12,775 hours. There's 24 hours in a day. So we're going to aggregate how many days you spent doing this. 24 hours in a day. So you spent about 532 days.
Honestly, I'm probably undercutting it.
Okay.
By workshop.
So let's say you spent 700 days. Let's say you spent 2 years. That's almost 2 years. So let's say out of the last 5 years, 2 of those years you spent studying this. 2 of those years, right? That makes sense so far? Like straight.
Okay.
Like 2 years straight. Out of those 5 years.
Basically a full-time job.
Basically.
Yeah.
She spent her life doing this full time. Right. And
she wasn't looking for the same things that I've been looking for, though.
She wasn't. She was studying stars. And she discovered a new way to study stars to establish the fact that stars are made mostly of hydrogen. And at the time, the people at the time thought that stars were made from the same, because apparently they understood that planets come from stars. Basically, it's like a collection of gases after the stars form. It's like there's a band of gas and dust and it collects. So they figured that the star and the sun were made of the same, it was the same composition of stuff. Some of them even thought it was the same percentage of composition. They thought do
you know how they did that? With spectrometry?
Yes, exactly. That's my understanding.
Okay. And so why then would a candle and a street light and the sun put out the same colors as one another if they're all made from different things?
Well, put it like this. I'm pretty sure there's a good answer for that. I don't really know all the details of the science. I'm not trying to argue the science. I'm actually arguing the time commitment and the expertise. And I'm pretty sure I'm actually kind of tired, and I have to apologize earlier. Like I just, even though I knew in my mind that it uses infrared technology to figure out the heights of the stars, I was just tired, and I just said, oh, it looks like it's using a typhoon. So maybe I'm just tired. So I just want to say that up front. There's probably a better way to say that. I don't want to try to give data when I'm kind of tired and worn out. I haven't eaten since I haven't eaten all day today, so yeah, I'm not gonna try to explain the science. We could come back and do that another time if you want, right? I don't want to do that again and give a half-ass answer. But right now, I'm just talking about the time commitment. So she committed her lifetime to studying this and learned out about stars. She wasn't part of the government. She wasn't part of some conspiracy. She just loved science since she was a little girl and wanted to learn it. And then her science was built up upon somebody else. So you spent 4 to 5 years. She spent decades doing this, right? Decades, full time. It was literally her full time job, which means like you work a full time job, right? Right?
Yeah.
So you work a full time job, then you do this full time. She was doing this full time plus whatever extra she did, and then the next scientist compound on top of that. The next scientist compound on top of that. So as you have gathered basically 500 and about 2 years of effort, if I was to do this the same way for all the different scientists that compound this data and built it up, it's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of days. So that leads to my question. How do you conclude that you know better than these people or that all of them are lying? I mean, if you read about these people and read what they say, to me it's clear that they're passionate about this stuff. They're trying to learn and forward science. So when you talk when I look at this lady, she was clearly passionate about science. So are you saying she was wrong? Because I understand it's not about telescopes and the Himawari, but her findings I mean it's conclusive as a part of her findings that stars are out there and there's bodies of hydrogen. She discovered they're mostly hydrogen going through fusion all throughout the galaxy. So there's no way we could accept that as being factual and still accept the globe model. Do you agree?
No, I don't. First of all, I don't know who this person is.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If we accept that stars are really
just because she's an official, an official astronomer or whatever, I there's a lot of people that are connected in ways that you just don't even realize it until you look into it.
I see.
I mean, it's like all the theories that we've been presented, heliocentrism, Big Bang, evolution.
Well, let's back up. Let's back up. I hear what you're saying.
Church. Hold on.
No. We're talking about something else, though. You're talking about something different. That's why I brought her up. No, so listen. Remember,
this. I don't know who that is, though.
I understand you don't know, but well, maybe you should look her up first then, because
maybe I will.
You don't know her, so you don't know that you're saying something different. I read the biography, so I'm telling you, you're talking about something different. So since I read the biography and I know what she did, let me tell you why it's different. Her at the time she was alive, people thought, as I said earlier, that the stars had the same composition as the planet. So, like you're saying that people they accept like this basically propaganda. Basically, what I'm telling you is the findings she found contradicted that. Everybody of the day said this, and she studied the stars directly, thousands and thousands of stars.
Tell me who's been to a star. Tell me who's been to a star or another planet. Tell me that to prove it.
So this is this
assumption. It's an assumption. That's all it is. It's assumption. It's a religious belief.
What if I told you I've been to another planet? What about that?
Well, then
I've had extraterrestrial encounters.
I don't believe it.
I know you don't. Exactly. So exactly, no matter what evidence I give you, you're not going to believe it. But I'll answer the question since you asked. You asked the question, let me answer it. I've had ET contact since I was a kid. I've seen graves since I was a kid, and I've had experiences where they've taken me on their craft and taken me out into the solar system. So if you want to know if I know somebody who's been on the craft and been in the space and know it's real, it's me. Now you may not accept it, but that answers your question. It's me. I've been on an alien craft and I've been into outer space. So rather than continue to tell you stuff that other stuff you're not going to accept, let's continue talking about this lady. So she studied the stars, and she found out that the stars do not meet the same configuration as the beliefs of the day. and people were able to copy her techniques and study the stars themselves and validate that she was real. So this her story is a perfect example of the fact that the premise that you put forth earlier, out of just listening to the Vatican and the government and stuff, her story proves that's not the case. She studied the stars directly, and what she found flew in the face of the predominant idea of the day. But the evidence had to convince people. When they started to investigate themselves, they found the same thing, and now we know that stars are made mostly of hydrogen. So I say that to say, and this is just, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I respect you, brother. I know I still get excited about this stuff. That's why I wrote, one of the books I wrote is called Forgiving People Who Believe the Earth is Flat. I used to be so angry about this. And I still get heated and upset a bit, but it's nowhere near what I used to get, and I'm still working on my forgiveness. But I just want to let you know, brother, like I said earlier, I respect the fact that you came on and talked to this. We may not agree with each other on the way out, brother, but I still consider you a brother who's sincere, who's looking for truth. We may not agree on what makes truth and where we should look at, but brother, I appreciate speaking with you, and I have respect for you. I just want to make sure that you understand that. I know it's like the fourth time I said that, but I really mean it. And like I said, I when I look at people like this, and the fact that they to me it doesn't it's not enough to just throw away science and say and just believe that all of these people, I just can't do it, man. So as a heartfelt um um suggestion to you, I would suggest that you actually, instead of just discounting everything science does, and I would suggest you actually, for instance, get this book and look at her and actually research scientists and see if it seems genuine to you, rather than just you know.
What was her name? What was her name?
Her name is, let me make this bigger so you can see it. Her name is Cecilia Payne. Cecilia Payne is right. If you look at the, I'll maximize myself on the Hangout. It's right there in the Hangout.
Okay.
And
I'll look it up.
yeah, and let me go back to what I said earlier. Me myself, I was actually against science as well, because mainstream science will say out of body experience is not real. I've had out of body experiences and I've done experiments to verify it. Mainstream today still says aliens are not real, but I've seen aliens. I've been on their craft. So me myself was against science. It's actually flat Earth that brought me to science. When I started
I'm not against science. I'm not against science at all. That's a misconception that you're generalizing me
I
as.
apologize. Well, let me correct myself. I
I'm
apologize.
definitely not against science. I'm against false science. I'm against science, so-called. You know.
Exactly. But that's what I mean. In other words, when you call mainstream science false science, to me that's being against science, because to me it is science. You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
Like when you,
if I have evidence and I have things to show me that science is false, it is the religion, then how can you make that judgment?
well, I'll have to wait until you present that evidence. I'll have to see you present that evidence first.
Okay.
And when I see that evidence, I can
Well,
look at it and I can make that deduction.
Can I read this quote by Edwin Hubble that I found finally?
Please go ahead.
Okay. And I'm not going to read the whole entire thing because it's, I don't want to get into it too much, but he's talking about the universe, and he says such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central earth. The hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would be accepted only as a last resort in order to save the phenomenon. Therefore, we disregard this possibility and consider the alternative, namely, a distribution which thins out with distance. A thinning out would be readily explained in either of two ways. The first is space absorption. If the nebulae were seen through a tenuous haze, they would fade away faster than could be accounted for by distance and redshift alone. Mm-hmm. And the distribution, even if it were uniform, would appear to thin out. The second explanation is a super system of nebulae, isolated in a larger world with our own nebula somewhere near the center. In this case, the real distribution would thin out after all the proper corrections had been applied. Both explanations seem plausible, but neither is permitted by the observations. The apparent departures from uniformity in the world picture are fully compensated by the minimum possible corrections for redshift on any interpretation. No margin is left for a thinning out. The true distribution must either be uniform or increase outward, leaving the observer in a unique position. But the unwelcome supposition of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position, of course, is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, the departures from uniformity which are introduced by the recession factors must be compensated by the second term representing effects of spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape. Quote. That was end quote.
I'd be happy to listen to it again. And you could, if you could go ahead and post that link into the Hangout for me, and I could read it later. Thank you for sharing, man.
Yeah. I'd just like to say one last quick thing, if I can.
Okay, certainly.
Darryl, yeah. I just want to give Fight the Deception props for being on Darryl's platform, on a foreign platform, being put under the pump, for 6.5 odd hours. I don't know too many other flat earthers that would actually be prepared to do that, mate. So that shows a lot to your character as a person. So I just want to give you props for that, mate, and good on you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate that, and I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys. At least giving me a chance to talk and not being insulting, kind of like these other. There's.
I understand.
That's. I mean.
I know I get heated, but I try my best to be.
And I apologize. I apologize. I did say a few things that I regret and I shouldn't have.
I understand. So. Yeah, I know you didn't have any bad intentions, and if I ever said anything disrespectful or interrupted, sometimes I had no bad intentions as well. But I know how it is. We get heated talking. We passionate about where we at, right? And to give my my final words, I guess I've almost kind of given them. Really, I would just say, just look into the science side, man, and just to apologize. Like I said, I knew when you asked that question, I knew about this line right here. But if you remember, that was right before I was like, man, I gotta go get something to drink and take a break. But just to clarify, the way the Himawari deciphers the depth of clouds is from its infrared. But it is also true that they also use the MSAT, like you said. But the Himawari has this thing as well, according to the site. And also, I just want to say again, thank you for coming. Oh, and I apologize. I meant to show that on the screen.
Did I at least my claim that I made in the original claim that I made about more using data that comes from weather balloons and stuff, that's not a false claim. I don't make false claims.
Mm-hmm. I gave you that, if you remember, because it says it right here.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're there. It's absolutely clear that the Himawari transfers data from islands, ships, and so on and so forth. I think that you can see that now on is presenting on the screen. It's simply that, like I said, where we're differing is you're still trying to conflate this with the advanced imager. Those are still two separate things. And you said the MSAT was part of that, but really, again, as I pointed out, the MSAT is still part of the relay system, the DCP. So as part of my closing, I would say you did not, from my perspective, prove that the Himawari doesn't exist. If anything,
I never said. Did I ever say it didn't exist?
Well, I apologize. I'm speaking imprecisely.
Said
I'm speaking imprecisely. To me, when the Himawari, what it says it is this: it's a satellite orbiting the Earth at a circumpolar orbit, 20-something thousand miles away. Do you accept that that's a fact?
No, it wasn't a circumpolar orbit.
Exactly. So when I say you're saying it doesn't exist,
that was the.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm missing
That
the
was
other
the
one.
other
I'm sorry. I meant that a
satellites that have a circumpolar.
geosynchronistic orbit. I apologize. A geosynchronistic orbit. I meant to say.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that's not
There
true,
you go.
then you're saying the Himawari doesn't exist as they say it does. I'm saying I don't agree with that.
I don't believe it. I haven't.
I understand. That's what
seen
I'm saying. So I'm pointing out that you did not sway me.
Evidence
No,
to prove that it is.
okay.
But you did learn something, right?
Yes, I did.
I
I
did
learned
teach
that
you something today,
the
right?
data. Yes, you did. I learned that the data, from what I can see
right?
here. Yes, you did. I learned that the data is not all at one time, and I have so many links up. I don't know if I can find it right now, but the data is not put in. Here we go. The data is not put in all at one time, but the data is read in line by line over 10 minutes. So it's not really just one picture, but it's a detailed image, boom, 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 over 10 minutes. So I do acknowledge that I was wrong about that. As far as I can see, I'll look into it further. At this point, it looks like whereas I thought it took one picture of the Earth, it actually takes several composite pictures and still puts them together. So apparently I was wrong about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that concession.
Yeah, I mean I'm about truth.
And if you do find something that goes against that, let me know.
I have no problem with that because it still doesn't discount the fact that the satellite is there. So that's what I was trying to address earlier. I may have been wrong about how it renders the data or processes the data or so forth, but it doesn't change the fact that the satellite is there. I was just wrong about how it actually renders the image and takes the pictures and so on and so forth. So it's the
fair enough. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. So it's the same argument of is it really coming from a satellite 22,000 miles away, or is it just the MSAT data? It sounds like you were still saying no, it's still the MSAT data is not really out there, and I'm saying no, it really is out there. So that the core point still hasn't changed. So
all right, yeah, I'm just basing it on other things that I know about this.
Well, I'm happy to go ahead and we can have another one. Matter of fact, that reminds me, we were supposed to talk next week about the sunlight under the clouds anyway, right? The sun making shadows under the clouds. You want to do that next Sunday? Maybe we can make sure we circumscribe.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, this is my first one, so there you go. Maybe we could just make sure it's only 3 hours or something, and maybe we could just plan and have more of a structure. Like maybe you can have 30 minutes to maybe that's good enough. 30 minutes to present, and I have 30 minutes to present, and then maybe we can have an hour where we talk about it, and then we could just end it there, and that way it won't be like so long. So just think about it, and if you want to do it, we could do it that way. We will have a set time frame for each of us, and we'll just end it there and call it that. But I did have fun today. So I guess that's my piece. Everything that you say, it simply fits into what they say it does, except for that misunderstanding of how it renders data. Everything works exactly how I was saying was and how the website does. So I'm fine to agree to disagree, and everybody else can make their own decision. And again, the way the Himawari determines cloud density is from the infrared. It could tell whether it's by how much light is coming back. So, and Sean, are you back now? And by the way, let me give you a moment to have your follow-up questions for me. Do you have any follow-up questions about what I said before we end it?
No, I'm pretty good. I think that what the MSAT provides, all the different technologies that it says the MSAT provides, are a whole lot more than what the Himawari says it provides. So.
So you still do not accept, because it says right here on the site that it's part of the DCS, according to you.
No, right, but I'm saying the functionality, all the different things that the MSAT says it does, are in excess of what the Himawari says it does.
I see.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I put it this way to you, sir. Just like you said with the solar eclipse, you challenged me to prove to you or demonstrate with an experiment that a light from a source the shadow can be smaller than the thing that's making the shadow. And you said, will you do that? I said, there's enough preponderance of evidence to me where I don't have to. The same thing. There's enough preponderance of evidence for me that I know that the satellite is real. If you still doubt it, perhaps what you should do is, because you notice you said at one point, correct me if I'm wrong, you questioned whether the Hammurabi can do all it's supposed to do. And I asked you with the specs, what is your proof that it doesn't? And you couldn't provide that. So maybe you should actually research the satellite and see what it does. Maybe you can find that everything they said does, it can do. But again, I'm not going to do that for you because, like I said, I've already been to space. I don't talk about that much because, it's more far afield and you're not going to believe it anyway. But I've already been to space. I know it's there. I already know other planets there because I went on an aircraft and I went there. I know it's there. But as far as evidence you can find here, if you want to talk about the Hammurabi, maybe you should actually research it, not just say it's not possible. I notice flat earthers do that all the time. They ask a question, how is that possible? And that's proof.
I think with all the different with all the different data points that are on the ground in conjunction with each other, and the MSAT, I think all of those things together. Why would they use so many balloons and buoys?
I challenge you to investigate and see. I challenge you to actually look at it. You're asking questions as if that's proof. Asking a question is not proof. But I understand that is a common flat earth thing. Asking a question you don't know the answer to is not
I'm just saying that all the ground stations and things together, and the MSAT has a whole lot more functionality than the Himawari itself.
It may, but that still doesn't. My desktop computer has more functionality than my cell phone, but I still have a cell phone. So again, you're pointing out things that within the scheme of things can still be. Maybe if you add up all the different it's one satellite. Maybe if you add up all the different satellites and buoys and everything together, I can certainly see how it could do more than the Himawari. It's one satellite. That still doesn't prove the Hammurabi is not there. So, again, you're using as evidence just stuff, and hopefully one day you can see that, man. Because again, if I give you all of that, let's say all of those things do more than the Hammurabi. So what? I have a desktop and a laptop and a TV, and they all can watch YouTube. So what? So what, man? So it doesn't prove anything. If you don't see that, that's fine, but it doesn't.
Yep.
It doesn't.
You can get the job done with just one or two of them. You don't need all three.
Maybe you should investigate why they have more than one. Maybe you should look into it. Again, asking questions is not proof. Are you still here, Banter? Are you hearing this?
I am, mate.
Do you agree?
Yes,
asking questions is not proof, man. Maybe you should look for an answer and see if there's an answer. And then you might learn something. I was willing to learn from you, and I did. Maybe you should actually look for answers to your questions rather than assuming because you have a question that disproves it. It does not, man. So cool, bro. I hope you was able to hear that, and everybody who is listening. I know this was a long one. I probably only stayed here for the whole time. And hopefully we're back next week, and I'll make sure to subscribe. It'll be no longer than 2 or 3 hours, and y'all have a nice one, y'all.
All right, I'm getting ready to cut a video on eclipses too, so be looking for that.
I will, man.